There were over 10 experts fighting against an armored lizard. That armored lizard was a mile long and covered in powerful scales. Its huge tail was like a whip that crumbled mountains when it struck. It was actually extremely amazing, and it was forcing those 10-plus experts to miserably retreat. The intense battle had already changed the terrain in the mountain range. Those people were all experts amongst experts. All of them were at least rank 2 celestials, and there were even 3 rank 3 celestials. Amongst them was Long Chen's old friend, Xuyu. Xuyu was surrounded by 3 different runes that released a torrential aura. On his own, Xuyu was blocking the majority of the armored lizard's attacks. The other 2 rank 3 celestials were in charge of restricting it at the sides, while the rank 2 celestials could only occasionally launch attacks when they had an opening. But their attacks were clearly unable to cause much damage to the armored lizard. "What, do you recognize them?" asked the Eastern Wasteland Belle. "They're my mortal enemies." Long Chen nodded. He rapidly thought up a plan. "Senior, are you capable of concealing my aura?" "Something as minor as that is simple. But are you planning on sneak attacking him once I conceal your aura? Let me warn you that long-haired fellow is not so simple. He's an innate rank 3 celestial, and he's already begun condensing his 4th heavenly Dao rune. His odds of one day becoming a rank 4 celestial are practically 100%. Your chances of successfully sneak attacking him are very low. It's too risky," warned the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Long Chen smiled. "That's fine. It's not my first time coming into contact with him. That last battle was truly sullen, but this time I'll have a proper battle with him. Last time he acted like such a poser. Now it's time for me to get my revenge." Thinking of how Xuyu had acted as if he was a supreme overlord, as if he could crush him with a wave of his hand, Long Chen was extremely irritated. He had his own pride. Such humiliation and contempt were something that infuriated Long Chen, but back then, he hadn't had the qualifications to be infuriated. However, today would be different. "So are you planning on sneak attacking him?" asked the Eastern Wasteland Belle. "No, he doesn't have the qualifications to make me sneak attack him. I want to kill him with my true strength. Furthermore, I'm not very good at assassinations. As soon as I attack, I won't be able to conceal my killing intent and I'll be sensed. Failing an assassination attempt is too embarrassing, so I prefer to fight him head-on. I'll have more confidence that way." "Then why have me conceal your aura?" "I have something more important that I want to do. At that time, you just have to work together with me." Long Chen laughed mischievously, a crafty light shining in his eyes. Boom! Xu Yu's black sword slashed onto the armored lizard's head. That immense force sent its head slamming into the ground, causing the ground to sink once more. "Careful!" Xu Yu suddenly shouted. With its head smashed into the ground, the armored lizard's huge tail wildly swung without any pattern. As a result, one rank 2 celestial didn't dodge in time and was struck by the tail. A terrifying force directly blew him into a bloody mist. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. Just what level was this armored lizard? It seemed it wasn't lacking compared to Meng Qi's red-eye sacred blood phoenix. What he didn't know was that this armored lizard was actually a mutated magical beast. Its original bloodline was substandard, but after mutating, its combat power had become terrifying. It could be ranked as an overlord amongst rank 7 magical beasts. With its mutated runes on its scales, even Xu Yu's sword was unable to break through its defenses, and Xu Yu's sword was a treasure item. It was precisely because it was so powerful that Xu Yu had been delighted to find it. He had been willing to spend a great deal of time baiting it out of its lair so he could capture it as his housepet. In truth, while the armored lizard was powerful, it had one fatal weak point. There was a white scale between its eyes. That scale was similar to a dragon's reverse scale. That scale was its only weak point. If they concentrated their attacks on it, then killing it wouldn't be very difficult. After all, it was a magical beast with an impure bloodline. Even if it had mutated, it hadn't been able to completely erase its innate weak point. But that wasn't something bad to Xu Yu. When he fought against others, he would stand at that scale to protect it. Then there would be no weak points. With the two of them combined, they would be like tigers with wings. Their power would reach a whole new level. So Xu Yu intentionally avoided that fatal spot. He wanted to use power to subdue it and then place a slave mark. If he used a curse to weaken it, then even once he forcibly placed the slave mark, it wouldn't be convinced of his power. Then it would continuously try to fight back. If he had to stop it from fighting him during a battle, capturing it would have no meaning. However, if he used power to subdue it before making it his housepet, such a housepet would be afraid, and the chances of it fighting back were lower. After that, by acting good to the magical beast for a while, lowering its guard, they could properly fight together. Zhu Yu's runes surged as he fought. The others had surrounded it, not letting it escape. If it fled to its lair, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Seeing Zhu Yu's power, Long Chen was startled. It seemed he was even stronger than when he had fought the hidden ground gold spider king. Currently, he hadn't even released his full power, but each of his attacks was incredible. Long Chen suddenly thought of the Eastern Wasteland Bell's words, as well as how Zhu Yu had tried to become a rank 4 celestial in the trial caves. The Eastern Wasteland Bell had said that Zhu Yu was already in the process of becoming a rank 4 celestial. Although he was still just in that process, his power was already so high. Once he succeeded, wouldn't he be unrivaled? They fought for over 2 hours. The armored lizard was clearly unable to defeat Zhu Yu. That was because its strongest aspect was its defense, and it didn't have any long-range attacks. Its huge body had become its weakness now, as it was unable to reach Zhu Yu. To it, Zhu Yu was too small and fast of a target. It tried to flee several times, but the others had tightly surrounded it and refused to allow it to pass. As a result, after all this time, it had exhausted all of its energy. Without any energy to struggle, it lay on the ground. Although it possessed a fierce and savage temperament, it knew it was done for today. Ha ha ha, there's no need to be afraid. I won't kill you. In the future, you'll buy this lord's housebit, laughed Zhu Yu excitedly. After hours of fighting, after striking it with so many attacks from his black sword, he saw that there was very little damage to its scales. There wasn't even any blood. Its defense was truly unrivaled. What he needed was a housebit with unrivaled defense. His Yama King blood curse took time to use, and it was easy to interrupt. But with the armored lizard protecting him, who could interrupt him? At that time, he would be able to use that curse as he pleased. Long Chen suddenly asked the Eastern Wasteland Bell, "Senior, what does this lord mean? Is that a very badass appellation?" "Cough, this question of yours is a bit awkward," coughed the Eastern Wasteland Bell. It had also once called itself this lord in front of Long Chen. At that time, thinking of its own status, the Eastern Wasteland Bell was clearly much higher than Long Chen. After all, an existence like it was something Long Chen had to look up to, so it had naturally called itself this lord. But who would have thought that Long Chen possessed such an incredibly terrifying existence within him? So it no longer called itself this lord. Furthermore, it had found that in front of Long Chen, it had no qualifications to be arrogant. So now that Long Chen asked this, it immediately became embarrassed. He has begun placing the slave mark. "Senior, help me conceal my aura. I want to give my old friend a pleasant surprise." After saying that, Long Chen began stealthily creeping his way closer. The armored lizard was huge, and so it blocked the other's line of sight. When the slave mark was being placed, the armored lizard once more began struggling, but it had already exhausted all its energy. And under everyone's combined suppression, the slave mark smoothly entered. "Ha ha ha, from today onwards, I, Zhu Yu, will dominate the immemorial path. Who could possibly contend against me?" Zhu Yu excitedly roared after placing the slave mark. "Congratulations, Lord Zhu Yu, on obtaining an unrivaled steed." The people around him immediately respectfully flattered him. "Ha ha ha, Devil Empress Yuan, you've suppressed me for so long. Today, I'll be turning the tables. Is the corrupt path something that can be led by a woman like you?" sneered Zhu Yu. As soon as he mentioned the Devil Empress Yuan, the others shivered in fear. They were clearly terrified of that Devil Empress. "You don't need to be afraid. Leng Yuan is claimed to be #1 in close-range combat, but that just happens to be my weakness. That's the only reason she suppressed me. But now that I have the armored lizard, as long as she can't break its defenses for a moment, I'll be able to force her to her death," said Zhu Yu confidently. "That's true. This armored lizard's defense can truly be described as unrivaled. Even your treasure item was unable to break its defenses," said a rank 2 celestial. "If I had used my full strength to activate the treasure item, then this armored lizard would only have been able to block 3 of my attacks. But that's already enough. As long as it can block a single attack, I'll have achieved my goal. In terms of defense, this mutated magical beast is definitely #1 amongst 7th rank magical beasts," claimed Zhu Yu arrogantly. "Is that so? I don't really believe that. Let me try it." A lazy voice rang out from the top of the armored lizard's head. Seeing the owner of that voice, Zhu Yu's expression completely changed. "Other than just the common word for I in Chinese, you can also call yourself different things to express different things. Here, this lord is Chinese letter. is an arrogant and supreme way of referring to oneself. It is used by multiple characters. For example, when Xuanhuan first appeared, she also called herself Chinese letter at the beginning, but she doesn't use it with Long Chen, unless he's being disrespectful and needs to be taught a lesson. Another common appellation in this novel is Chinese letter, which can mean your daddy. It is also an arrogant way to call oneself, but unlike Chinese letter, it is much less dignified. So Chinese letter is something a respected sect leader would use, while Chinese letter is what a boss of a gang would use. Chinese letter is what Long Chen calls himself when he's being a poser, and the Dragonblood warriors may also use it depending on the time. And so did the person from the heaven-splitting divine sect. In this case, the Eastern Wasteland Bell referred to itself as Chinese letter when it first met Long Chen, but then it switched to Chinese letter, which might be translated as this old man. I generally won't actually translate these appellations as this lord or your daddy unless they're actually relevant in terms of wordplay like here. Instead, I normally just use tone or descriptors to get the meaning across. Chapter 825, Once More Fighting Xuyu. At some unknown point, Long Chen had appeared on top of the armored lizard's head. He winked at Xuyu while leaning on an unremarkable sword. Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen, especially that evil smile on his face, an extremely bad feeling arose in Zuyu's heart. After hearing you brag about it so much and for so long, I don't even know if you're telling the truth or not anymore, so let me test it. Long Chen smiled, and just like that, he stabbed his sword at the armored lizard. The place he was standing on was precisely its fatal weak point. Furthermore, the armored lizard had just had a slave mark placed on it. Its soul was damaged, and it was in a semi-conscious state. It wasn't able to sense the danger. Bastard, don't. Stop. Stay your hand. The corrupt experts immediately panicked. They all recognized Long Chen, so seeing him here, his goal was all too obvious. Don't stop. Of course there's no way to stop now, laughed Long Chen. Flying rainbow suddenly blossomed with light. It was like a blazing sun, and an incredibly sharp aura erupted as it directly pierced the armored lizard's head. Long Chen had activated Flying Rainbow's sword light. Long Chen was now capable of connecting to Flying Rainbow's item spirit, but because its spirit had been in slumber for so long, he was only able to release a portion of its power. However, that was enough. This attack didn't just pierce the armored lizard's head, but it also directly shattered its crystal core. Its body twitched and then never moved again. Xuyu and the others were simply stunned for a moment. They had worked so hard for quite a few days to draw it here. They had just subdued it when it was killed. Cough, I'm so sorry I actually ended up killing it, but you can't blame it on me. Previously you bragged about it so much that I thought it was super amazing, but as a result, Long Chen shrugged and innocently said, well, if it's dead, it's dead. Let's not quibble about it so much. Try to restrain your grief. I wouldn't want you to cry over this corpse, so I'll just take it for you. Well, I still have some stuff to do, so I won't accompany you any longer. Long Chen directly took the armored lizard's corpse. A 7th-rank magical beast's corpse was a treasure for him. You want to run, leave your life behind first. The veins on Zuyu's forehead were about to explode, and his eyes were about to spit flames. But he wasn't even able to speak right now. It was the others who felt that something was off and surrounded Long Chen. Looking at Zuyu's expression, Long Chen couldn't help laughing. That expression of his looked like he had just drunk a jug of excrement. Even his face was turning purple, his body was quivering. To turn the acclaimed corrupt king who dominated countless geniuses into this state, even Long Chen had to admire his own abilities. He really was talented. You can still laugh. I'll tear you to pieces, roared Xuyu. His hair was standing on end and the killing intent in his eyes was as sharp as a blade. His hatred had reached a kind of peak. He had an urge to bite Long Chen to death. Countless black runes lit up on his sword, and black chi erupted as he charged at Long Chen. Boom! The ground was split open where Zuyu's sword landed. Endless dust erupted into the air. However, Long Chen's figure vanished. Was he killed in one blow? The corrupt experts were startled. Zuyu's sword had struck so quickly without accumulating the slightest energy, but it was still immensely powerful. That was the terror of Xuyu. Suddenly muffled bangs rang out. They were horrified. Careful! A ghost-like figure dashed amongst their midst, his sword flowing like water. Each strike represented another expert that was blown to bits. Everyone retreat, shouted Xuyu, appalled by Long Chen's speed. He was so fast that even Zhu Yu couldn't clearly see his figure. His black sword suddenly stabbed toward Long Chen. "Don't be so anxious. I'll clean up these hindrances before having a proper battle with you." Long Chen's figure once more disappeared. Each strike of his sword was as fast as lightning. With his lightning body blink, there was no one who could resist. In just a few blinks of an eye, other than rank 3 Celestials, the rest had all been killed. Long Chen was just too fast. By the time they saw him appear beside them, they had already been struck by his sword. Long Chen's power flowed within his sword, and when it entered their bodies, it was like explosives detonating. Their bodies instantly exploded, and there was no chance to use the heavenly Tao recovery. "Bastard, die!" Zhu Yu was completely infuriated. These were the new subordinates he had just gathered. His old subordinates had been mostly killed by the hidden ground gold spider king. Now his new subordinates that were loyal and powerful were once more killed because of Long Chen. His fury peaked. But with the lightning body blink, Long Chen's afterimages filled the air. He was too fast, and no one was able to track him. "IH!" Suddenly, sword light flashed. A rank 3 Celestial, despite being on his highest guard, still had his head severed. He barely had a chance to scream before a lightning arrow caused his head to explode. Even his soul didn't have a chance to flee. One rank 3 Celestial was now dead. The other one immediately panicked. He felt endless killing intent enveloping him. It was like the gaze of the Grim Reaper had finally landed on him. No matter how he tried, no matter how hard he struggled, he wouldn't be able to escape. His death was fated now. "Lord Corrupt King, save." In his terror, that rank 3 Celestial actually did an extremely stupid thing. He actually gave up his defense and started running toward Zhu Yu. But that created an opening and Long Chen pounced on it. He was killed in one blow. The world returned to calm. Those afterimages disappeared to be replaced by Long Chen calmly standing there, his sword pointed toward the ground. A drop of blood fell from his sword. That sound was very light, but it represented that another rank 3 Celestial's life had ended. Long Chen swung his sword up. He almost slashed his own sword onto his shoulder by habit, but his sword was double-edged, and resting it on his shoulder was extremely stupid. Even if he laid it on the flat side, it would still feel strange. It would look similar to a suicide posture. Long Chen was a bit unused to this kind of feeling. "Zhu Yu, we weren't able to have a true battle at the trial caves last time, but now you can bring out your full power. Let me see just how much ability you have. Let's see if it'll be like you said back then, that even if I was at full power, I still wouldn't be able to last 10 exchanges with you." Long Chen pointed his sword at Zhu Yu. That was what Zhu Yu had said back in the trial caves. Long Chen still hadn't forgotten his tone and expression. He returned his words back at him perfectly. "Divine Ring, 4-star battle armor." The void trembled. The ground split apart as Long Chen's aura erupted, causing heaven and earth to change color. "As I thought, it's that. Long Chen's just an ordinary person. Why would he be chosen by a legendary existence? Just what happened to this world? Did that matter back then really happen?" The eastern wasteland bell wondered to itself as it watched everything from Long Chen's mindsea. The Enlightenment Palace star poured forth a raging power, and Long Chen's aura spiked to an unprecedented level. Zhu Yu's expression suddenly changed. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be so powerful. With a furious roar, an immense image appeared behind him. That image was of a fiend's face. Blood devil possession. That fiendish face merged with Zhu Yu's body. His long hair began to float as his aura also erupted. It was like a devil king had been born. Split the heavens too. Long Chen immediately unleashed one of his ultimate moves. Facing Zhu Yu, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He had to go all out. Sword light pierced the sky and then mercilessly slashed down. Zhu Yu was instantly locked by a terrifying aura. His expression was grave as he raised his own sword. Holding it with both hands, his third eye suddenly opened. A ray of black light shot into the sword. His sword seemed to come alive. A pillar of black light sword and an incredibly sinister aura erupted. It was like a sword that had come from hell. Devil void breaking slash. Black and white sword light slammed into each other. The ground rapidly sank as countless cracks spread into the distance. Chi waves erupted, shaking the land within 1,000 miles. Zhu Yu and Long Chen were both sent flying, but Zhu Yu suddenly felt his hair stand on end as a sensation of death enveloped him. Without even thinking about it, he dodged to the side. A cold sword touched his shoulder. Although the tip only broke the skin, an explosive force shattered his shoulder. His arm almost went flying as blood erupted. Long Chen's original goal hadn't been to kill Zuyu with his first move, but to rely on the shockwaves from the first move to launch a sudden attack with the lightning body blink. However, Zuyu was a true expert, and he had sensed it. This attack only gave him an injury that couldn't count as particularly heavy. Devil Eye exterminates the world. Zuyu's third eye suddenly opened again, and a ray of light shot at Long Chen. The two of them were too close. Although Long Chen had known that Zuyu could release attacks with his third eye, this attack had come too suddenly. There was no time for him to dodge. Thunder Force circulated as Long Chen's fist smashed into that ray of light. The light shattered, but Long Chen's hand was also turned into meat pulp. Chapter 826, A Battle Between a Dragon and a Tiger. What power? Long Chen was shocked. He had already protected himself with his Thunder Force, but this attack had still destroyed his hand. It had to be known that his current power was much, much greater than before. The Enlightenment Palace star had reached the 8th star transformation, and his physical body had been greatly strengthened to the point that it was several times stronger than before. But he was still injured. However, this kind of injury was instantly healed with the primal chaos bead. He sheathed his sword behind his back and rapidly formed hand seals. Double Dragon Destruction. A lightning and flame dragon shot out, roaring furiously. Zuyu's expression changed. This attack's power was something he had personally experienced. Even back then, it had caused him a great deal of trouble. Now Long Chen was using it at full power, and its power caused his scalp to turn numb. Zuyu suddenly took out a bone. That bone was glossy like jade, but it was covered in lines. It released an evil air. It looked to be a human skull. As soon as it left Zuyu's hand, it began to grow, becoming hundreds of meters tall. Boom! The two dragons crashed into the skull. The skull instantly shattered. Following that, endless devil chi transformed into a black monster that fought against them. Long Chen was startled. This skull had actually been sealing a soul that was capable of fighting. But Long Chen was still confident. That soul might be extremely powerful, but it was suppressed by Lei Long and Huo Long. There was no danger to them. As long as they were given enough time, they would be able to defeat it. In truth, Zuyu was quite distressed. That skull was something he had obtained from an ancient devil's skeleton. Inside had been the slightest discarnate soul. Zuyu had constantly fed living people's souls to it for it to become stronger. As long as it was given enough spiritual strength, it would have eventually become an exceedingly terrifying existence. But nourishing such a soul was extremely dangerous. He definitely couldn't allow it to become stronger than himself, or there was a danger of it taking over his body. So once that soul grew close enough to his own power, he would stop feeding it. Once he broke through to see expansion, he would have continued feeding its souls and raising its power. But the double dragon destruction Long Chen had released wasn't a battle skill. He was letting those two existences within him freely attack. Even if he could block their first attack, they would constantly entangle him, and with Long Chen's ghost-like movement art, his life would be in danger. So despite knowing that it would be restricted, Zuyu had still sacrificed this soul to hold back Lei Long and Huo Long. It was his only choice, or he would definitely be defeated today. The thing that startled both Long Chen and Zuyu was that the soul had only appeared for a moment before a strange energy caused it to explode. Then it just disappeared. What just happened? Zuyu was appalled, filled with disbelief. As for Long Chen, just as he was stunned, the Eastern Wasteland Bell's voice rang out in his mind. That was not bad. It was quite nourishing even if it was so little. The Eastern Wasteland Bell possessed its own item spirit. It could be considered a spiritual existence, and after this many years, it had reached its limit. Having run out of energy, it had been close to dissipating. The experts that Long Chen had previously killed had had their souls absorbed by it before they could dissipate. Those were treasures that could help it heal. However, compared to this soul beast, those souls had been nothing more than appetizers. This soul was the main course, and it would allow it to recover a bit of its power. Seeing his soul beast disappear, Zuyu was stunned. But Long Chen quickly recovered, and he flashed into motion, his sword arriving right next to Zuyu. Zuyu hastily blocked. There was no time for him to bother about what had happened with the soul beast, but just as he blocked Long Chen's sword, Lei Long and Huo Long also roared and attacked him. Zuyu chose to block Long Chen's sword. As a result, Lei Long and Huo Long struck him, causing him to vomit blood and shoot back. He was like a meteorite, and he left a huge crater in the ground. Dust erupted. You want to run? Leave your life behind first. Long Chen snorted. He slashed his sword down. Sword light pierced the ground. Boom! A long gorge appeared in the ground. A miserable figure flew out, vomiting blood. The instant Zhu Yu had been sent crashing into the ground, he had used the earth to conceal the fact that he was preparing to flee. But with Long Chen's divine sense locked onto him, was it possible he would give him that chance? Furthermore, Long Chen knew that this fellow was extremely powerful. He wouldn't run just like this. In truth, he should be trying to gain distance to use some sort of secret art. Having seen through that, he ruined his plan with a slash of his sword. Long Chen chased after Zhu Yu. Lei Long and Hue Long were rumbling in the air, accompanying him in attacking Zhu Yu, causing him to appear extremely miserable. Corrupt Spirit Space Lock. Zhu Yu suddenly shouted and formed hand seals. That image of a fiend's face once more appeared, and Long Chen felt as if space had frozen. It was like he had been encased in an iceberg. HMPH. Long Chen snorted and circulated the primal chaos bead. He unleashed the full power of his physical body. Cracks like ice shattering appeared in the air. The spatial strength confining Long Chen broke. Split the heavens. Long Chen didn't hesitate. Sword Chi slashed forward. The split the heavens battle skill could be used with a sword or saber. Although he was a bit unused to using a sword, he had to admit that using a sword allowed him to unleash split the heavens faster. It was just that it didn't have enough power behind it. However, that was made up for with Flying Rainbow's sharpness. Its power was still incredible. Zhu Yu hadn't expected Long Chen to break free from his lock so easily. Before he could finish his new hand seals, Long Chen's attack had already arrived. He hastily broke off his hand seals and blocked with his sword. Zhu Yu once more vomited blood and flew back. He couldn't help groaning. This time, it had not been a light injury. You want to unleash a curse right in front of me, Long Chen sneered. From the moment Zhu Yu had charged underground and fled, Long Chen had guessed what he was thinking. The corrupt path's curses were extremely difficult to deal with. Last time, Long Chen had been weakened into a dog by a curse and almost lost his life. Did Zhu Yu think he wouldn't be on guard against it this time? As soon as Zhu Yu had used that spatial magical art, Long Chen had guessed he was trying to stall to activate a curse, so he hadn't hesitated. And as expected, this fellow had been in the midst of activating a curse. But it was interrupted midway, which definitely would have caused a backlash. This particular curse had a short activation time, so it definitely hadn't reached the level of the Yama King blood curse. But it still wouldn't be good to be struck by it. Long Chen couldn't help but feel lucky. It was no wonder that Zhu Yu so desperately wanted that armored lizard. If he had the defense of the armored lizard, and he protected the weak point at its forehead, Zhu Yu would be able to freely release curses from the armored lizard's back. This fellow was actually not skilled in close-range combat. Instead, he specialized in long-range curses. It was no wonder he was constantly trying to gain distance. Thinking of that, Long Chen knew that he definitely couldn't allow that to happen. Experiencing a curse once was enough. He activated the lightning body blink, chasing after Zhu Yu. But Zhu Yu's movement art was also extremely fast, as dozens of miles were traversed in an instant. However, in front of the lightning body blink, that speed wasn't enough. Long Chen still caught up. Zhu Yu not only had to block Long Chen's sudden attacks, but he also had to block Lei Long and Hue Long. His black sword was dancing through the air as he miserably fled, occasionally coughing up blood. His strongest points were his magical arts and curses. Those two things required forming hand seals and drawing heaven and earth's energy. They also needed time to use. This was also why Long Chen hadn't used the Raging Flame Prison. Magical arts might be limitlessly powerful, but in a true battle, they didn't have much use, especially in a one-against-one. It was difficult to get a chance to use them. In a life-and-death battle, who would just stand there and watch you unleash your ultimate move? That kind of situation would only occur on the martial arenas of those large sects. Those incomparable geniuses might be able to use them then, but not in a battle. A true battle changed in the blink of an eye, and the slightest mistake could lead to a defeat. This kind of battle always relied on experience and smarts. In Long Chen's eyes, those competitions on martial arenas were no different than cockfighting. They were competing over who was more ornamental and whose moves looked more beautiful. To put it frankly, it was a competition of who was more of an idiot. Although he currently had the advantage, the slightest mistake could lead to him being struck by Zhu Yu's curse. Then that would very likely lead to a complete reversal, and the one to die in the end would be him. So in a fight against experts like Zhu Yu, You couldn't reveal the slightest opening. In the same way, Zhu Yu also wouldn't reveal any openings to him. In this kind of battle, that kind of opening signified the end of the battle. While Zhu Yu fled and fought, he had no choice but to admit that he was Long Chen's match when it came to close-range fighting. He was searching for an opportunity as he fled. "This is your so-called unable to endure 10 exchanges," sneered Long Chen as he forced Zhu Yu to run. However, although he had taken the advantage, he was shocked by how strong Zhu Yu was. Even in this kind of situation, he was unable to find an opening to take his life. Furthermore, he didn't dare to be greedy and force it. He had to take it steadily. In this kind of high-speed chase, if he tried to unleash one of his ultimate moves, it would create a gap between them. Either Zhu Yu would get away or he would unleash a curse. So Long Chen was also in a difficult situation. He had to continue chasing and attack Zhu Yu, or once he opened up the distance, he would be the one in danger. Hearing Long Chen's sneer, Zhu Yu's face became burning hot. Thinking of his big words, they were like a slap in his face now. "Bastard, you are courting death," roared Zhu Yu. Long Chen was speechless to see that this idiot actually tossed out some vicious words before continuing to flee. Chapter 827, A Treasure Item's True Body. Long Chen was chasing Zhu Yu. He had lightning wings on his back, and there were lightning whirlpools in his body. His speed far surpassed Zhu Yu, but Zhu Yu refused to face him head-on. When Long Chen tried to use one of his powerful moves, Zhu Yu would always use some sort of secret art to escape his lock. If he couldn't lock down his opponent, then the chances of failure were just too high. No matter how strong the technique, if it was unable to hit your opponent, then it was useless. The two of them were deadlocked, fighting as they traveled. Sword Chi flew, mountains collapsed. It was an amazing and imposing sight. Zhu Yu had tried activating his treasure item to run, but Long Chen didn't give him any chance to do so. Furthermore, Zhu Yu was also unwilling to flee just like this. He was trying to find an opportunity to kill Long Chen. As a generation's genius, he definitely wouldn't allow himself to be defeated so easily. As the two of them fought, they startled countless people searching for treasures. The two of them were like shooting stars. Rumbling filled the air wherever they passed, and mountains split in front of them. Those people all felt their scalps turn numb upon seeing that. Who are those two? What level of battle is this? Heavens, isn't that the corrupt path's supreme expert, the corrupt King Zhu Yu? Zhu Yu, one of the corrupt path's top 2 experts, claimed to be unrivaled, the one who has never been beaten in the same realm. Are you telling stories? Never been beaten in the same realm? Then what is happening right here? It looks like Zhu Yu's the one who's been beaten into a dog. He's covered in blood and running. That doesn't count as a loss. Damn, who is that person? When did our righteous path give birth to such a terrifying figure? Is that Long Chen? Heavens, it really is senior apprentice brother Long Chen. 2 righteous disciples let out a startled cry upon seeing Long Chen's face. They were disciples from the sects subordinate to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Before entering, they had seen Long Chen. Back then, Long Chen had been quite low-key, perfectly content to let Shui Guanjai and the other 4 heavenly geniuses hog the spotlight. But later, the remote heaven gang had provoked them, and even the feather races Yu Changhao and the Bloodco Hall's Huang Junmo had pointed their spears at him. He had become the focus, so everyone who had been there now recognized him. However, the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path had 2 large entrances to the immemorial path. There were also quite a few unpopular smaller entrances, so not everyone recognized Long Chen. Those who recognized him had thought that Long Chen would be doomed, after so many experts had singled him out as their targets. But now Long Chen was incredibly imposing. His sword light was brilliant and powerful, even forcing the corrupt path's Zhu Yu to flee so miserably. Their jaws almost fell to the ground at the sight of this. Brandishing his sword with his 2 dragons roaring around him, Long Chen's aura was like a furious dragon that couldn't be stopped. That unrivaled, Zhu Yu was forced to flee like a dog. Lord Zhu Yu, Gui Li has come to help. Suddenly, a man from the corrupt path appeared. He was extremely tall and sturdy. He held a spiked club that he smashed at Long Chen. An image of a giant appeared behind him. With each step he took, the ground quivered. A rank 3 celestial. The hidden spectators were all startled. Within that illusory giant, there were 3 different runes circulating. Once he joined hands with Zhu Yu, would Long Chen be the one forced to run? Long Chen was also startled. Now it was troublesome. If it was at an ordinary time, he might not care about such a person, but this was a critical moment and he could cause a big problem. Die, corrupt energy mountain splitting club. That corrupt expert raised his spiked club while he was still in the distance. The illusory giant behind also followed his actions, raising its own spiked club. Suddenly, their two bodies superimposed. An image of a huge club covered in runes whistled down. The spectators were all horrified. This was a rank 3 Celestial's full-strength attack. Whoever touched it would die. But they saw that Long Chen didn't seem to have any intention of dodging. In truth, Long Chen also thought of dodging as he didn't want to waste his energy. But if he dodged the first move, that expert would have an opening to release a rain of unending attacks on him. That would be even more troublesome. Split the heavens too. Sword Chi soared into the heavens. A domineering will erupted. In that instant the world seemed to freeze. Boom! The sword fell. People were only able to see a skyful of runes erupt, the ground shatter, and endless waves of dust and earth fly. It was those with the stronger cultivation bases that were appalled. That was because they were the first to sense that the club-bearing corrupt expert's aura had disappeared. And for his aura to disappear now, there was only one possibility. That was that he had been killed. He had still been one-shotted despite using his full strength. No one could believe this result. That was a rank 3 Celestial, one of the peak experts currently on the immemorial path. But there was no choice but to believe it. When the dust scattered, the corrupt expert's corpse had truly disappeared. Only the scent of blood still lingered in the air. After killing him, Long Chen was also blown back. This was all Zhu Yu needed to distance himself. Lei Long Huo Long quickly kill him. Long Chen immediately had a bad feeling. He hastily had Lei Long and Huo Long attack Zhu Yu. It was too late for him to reach him now. Zhu Yu was already rapidly forming hand seals. Haha, it's too late. You can die now, hell poison curse. Zhu Yu laughed. He had finally obtained the opportunity he had been looking for. Black blood dripped down from his third eye, and a bizarre image appeared in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the mist began to billow toward Long Chen. That black mist was countless tiny runes. When they passed through Lei Long and Huo Long, Lei Long didn't react, but black smoke began to emit from Huo Long's body. This curse is afraid of fire. Long Chen was delighted to see this. But he also didn't dare to be careless. He knew that those curse runes were extremely domineering. Even just getting infected by the slightest bit of them would cause him to be cursed. It had nothing to do with how many he was touched by. Their immense number was just to increase the odds of succeeding. Suddenly, Huo Long disappeared, and a huge flame sphere appeared in Long Chen's hand. Little Snow appeared behind Long Chen. He shot out a sphere of wind blades that enveloped Long Chen's flame sphere. The two of them were once more releasing their combined wind-flame attack. Boom! When the flames borrowed the power of the wind, their range increased explosively. Those black runes of Zhu Yu were all incinerated into black smoke. As soon as Zhu Yu had released the Hell Poison Curse, he had begun forming new hand seals. The Hell Poison Curse was just an irritant. It made poisonous insects appear within a person's blood. It would consume that blood and then become parasites within the body. But that kind of curse could only affect average experts. Zhu Yu hadn't had any hopes of this curse stopping Long Chen. All he wanted was for it to stall for a bit. While Long Chen wiped away those runes, he would unleash his second curse. Just as Zhu Yu was about to unleash his second curse, Lei Long appeared by his side. It crazily attacked him, and making it so he was unable to complete the hand seals. In his fury, he unstintingly spent his core runic energy to form a barrier around him. It temporarily held back Lei Long while he continued forming hand seals. When Long Chen released that wind-flame combination attack, Zhu Yu had reached the final stages of his second attack. A blood-red rune appeared in front of his body, and it possessed an extremely corrosive aura. It was an exceedingly powerful weakening curse and was much stronger than the one Long Chen had been afflicted with. Once Long Chen was struck, he would be weaker than a dog. However, this curse required a long time to activate. That time was what the Hell Poison Curse had bought for him. You can die now. Hell Blood, Zhu Yu shouted, pushing the rune in front of him forward. But before that rune could fly out, a chilling light flashed through Zhu Yu's back. His neck was directly severed. At the same time, it severed his curse. You really should die now, Long Chen snorted. It really had been too dangerous just now. If he had been the slightest bit slower, the consequences would have been dire. Fortunately, he had made it. After slicing off Zhu Yu's head, Long Chen didn't hesitate. Flying Rainbow slashed down on Zhu Yu's head. He would completely kill him. Keep dreaming, Blood Sacrifice Ghost Sword. Zhu Yu roared furiously. Instantly, his black sword appeared in front of him, and it immediately absorbed all the blood Xuyu was bleeding. Buzz! The black sword rapidly grew to a length of 300 meters. A sinister aura erupted from it as it slashed down on Long Chen. Long Chen was startled. He didn't know how Xuyu had done this, but he had actually activated his treasure item's power. That was beyond imagination. It had to be known that treasure items were weapons for ancestors. Although people like them were capable of using them, they were unable to bring out a treasure item's true power. That power was beyond their ability to control. The huge black sword was surrounded by revolving black chi. What sounded like the cries of millions of ghosts came from it. This sword demanded Long Chen's life. It was unavoidable. Long Chen had never expected Zhu Yu to possess such a move. In truth, this trump card was something Zhu Yu would never use unless he had no alternative. He had sacrificed his own blood to activate a trace of his treasure item's power. He had no choice now, or he would die. Just as Long Chen was facing a treasure item's attack, flying rainbow suddenly left his hand. It turned into streaking rainbow light that slashed onto the black sword. Boom! The two immense blades collided. Chapter 828, The Furious Zhu Yu. When those two immense blades collided, the entire world seemed to become dark. That was because that collision caused heaven and earth to lose all their light. There was no sound for thousands of miles. Long Chen was horrified. Just now, he hadn't done anything at all. It was like flying rainbow had been provoked and automatically released its own power in response. As for Zhu Yu, his head had already reattached to his body. He was also looking up in horror. He had never imagined that Long Chen could activate a treasure item's power without sacrificing anything. It had to be known that he had sacrificed all the blood from when Long Chen had cut off his head to activate his black sword's power. This black sword was one of the corrupt path's treasure items. Zhu Yu had been nourishing it for many years, but even he still needed to sacrifice his essence blood to activate it. A treasure item had its own item spirit, its own intelligence, as well as its own pride. According to reason, without reaching at least C expansion, there was no way to activate a treasure item. But there were all sorts of secret arts in this world. For example, Zhu Yu had formed a contract with his treasure item. The treasure item felt that its owner was a bit weak, but it depended on his essence blood, so it was willing to listen to his orders. But Zhu Yu had still paid a steep price to activate this attack. The majority of his essence blood had been sucked away just now. On the other hand, Long Chen hadn't sacrificed anything, but that sword had voluntarily released its power to fight for him. That kind of treatment was immensely different. Limitless power was colliding in the air. The spectators were all horrified. It looked as if it was the end of the world. They began to hastily flee. Boom! The two blades blossomed with a light brighter than the sun. A terrifying energy was pouring out from the core of the two blades. The light was rapidly growing. In front of that light, mountains were instantly blown to smithereens. Some of the closer experts didn't even have a chance to make a sound before being blown into bloody mist. The two treasure items had released their power. Everything within thousands of miles was razed, and everything that light touched was destroyed. Even Long Chen was wildly vomiting blood. He felt like his body was being torn apart. He was appalled. This was a treasure item's true power. It was truly too terrifying. It was a good thing he had the primal chaos space. His injuries were rapidly healing. With the spirit world's immense trees, he was able to heal even heavenly Tao injuries. After releasing their powerful attack, both treasure items returned to their normal size and flew back to their owners. In that previous collision, there had been no winner. Long Chen didn't wait for Flying Rainbow to return. He shot forward, grabbing it on the way. Zhu Yu was in the midst of recovering. He still hadn't recovered from his shock, but the battle-hardened Long Chen wouldn't let this opportunity escape him. Swordlight slashed down mercilessly. Zhu Yu sensed him immediately, but Long Chen was too fast. He rapidly retreated but was still too slow. Flying Rainbow slashed down, severing his leg. Although Zhu Yu had managed to preserve his life, he had lost a limb. Zhu Yu was fortunate he was strong enough. When Flying Rainbow had pierced his body, his runes had held back a portion of its power. Otherwise, that slash wouldn't have cut off just one of his legs. Instead, it would have destroyed all his lower body. Heavenly Tao recover. Countless runes flew to that severed leg. Fuck off. Would Long Chen give him that opportunity? He directly grabbed the leg, not letting him reattach it. His sword once more slashed down. Boom! Zhu Yu hastily dodged with his sword. As a result, he was sent flying without a leg. Unable to keep his balance, he tumbled across the ground. Hand over your other 4 limbs as well. Long Chen shot after him, stabbing his sword at him. But when Zhu Yu blocked it, Long Chen swung his other hand. A bloody leg slapped across Zhu Yu's face. Zhu Yu was sent flying by his own leg. He tumbled across the ground, appearing incredibly wretched. Their previous collision of treasure items had killed quite a few of the spectators, but for many of them, it was unlikely they would ever get another chance to see a battle on this level, so there were still quite a few people continuing to watch despite the danger. Seeing Long Chen sever Zhu Yu's leg, they felt a chill. He was truly ruthless. Then seeing Long Chen draw Zhu Yu's attention with the sword in his right hand, only to slap him with his own leg from his other hand, their eyes almost popped out. They had never seen such a fighting style. Long Chen, just wait. I'll repay this enmity to you 1,000,000 times. Not just you, but everyone close to you, your sect. I'll refine all their souls and make it so they can never reincarnate. Damn. Zhu Yu was forced to desperation by Long Chen. In his fury, he slashed apart the leg in Long Chen's hand. To personally destroy his own leg gave him a sour feeling. Perhaps only Zhu Yu could understand that feeling. Although Zhu Yu was a rank 3 celestial, regenerating a leg would not only require time, but it would also require a great deal of his core energy. If his body was severed, then he could reconnect it and immediately recover. But if his body had disappeared, there was no way he could reform it instantly. You're still threatening me, courting a slap. Long Chen furiously attacked, and the only thing remaining in his left hand was a shoe. His sword unleashed a torrent of attacks, forcing the one-legged Zhu Yu back miserably. POW. A clear sound rang out, shaking heaven and earth. Zhu Yu spun in circles. By the time he stabilized, the image of a shoe print on his face was extremely clear. Those spectators felt like they were going crazy. The corrupt path's supreme expert, the corrupt King Zhu Yu, had actually been slapped in the face by a shoe, and furthermore, it was his own shoe. Fuck, your skin really is thick enough. It's thicker than the bottom of a shoe. Looking at the ruined shoe in his hand, Long Chen snorted and tossed it to the ground. He shot forward with his sword. Zhu Yu released a heaven-shaking roar. His hair stood on end, and his eyes were completely scarlet. In all his life, he had never been this furious. This humiliation was something he had never imagined would befall him. Long Chen, just wait. If I Zhu Yu don't kill you, then I'll swear I'm not human. Zhu Yu suddenly spat blood onto his sword. His sword shook and turned into a black ray that shot away with him. Everyone's busy and I don't have time to wait. Let's resolve things now, Long Chen sneered. Lightning wings appeared on his back and the lightning whirlpools in his body fully activated. Zhu Yu was relying on the black sword's speed to get away. He had already realized that if they continued, there was no way for him to win. Although he was a bit unwilling, he had no other choice. But he had only just shot off when he suddenly noticed Long Chen had turned into a bolt of lightning that was chasing him. His speed wasn't the slightest bit lower than his black sword. While chasing, Long Chen raised flying rainbow and sword chi slashed forward. Even flying didn't affect his attacks. In truth, Long Chen had realized that the lightning body blink's strongest aspect was its rapid speed in one direction. In battle, he normally only used half of the lightning whirlpools, while the other half were closed. When he moved forward, he would activate the back half, and when he moved back, he would activate the front half. That was to control the direction of his body. But when rushing long distance in one direction, he could turn all the lightning whirlpools to one direction. That pushed his speed to the peak. Even Long Chen felt that moving this fast was a bit terrifying. If he smashed into a solid mountain like this, perhaps he would be crushed to death. But his speed was truly shocking, and he could even unleash attacks while flying. That stunned Zhu Yu. He had activated his treasure item to flee. But at this time, his treasure item was only capable of carrying him. He couldn't use it to defend anymore. He hastily and forcibly switched it from its flying mode to its fighting mode to block. Zhu Yu blocked Long Chen's attack, but he vomited blood and shot back like a shooting star. He directly pierced through 7 mountains. Those 7 mountains were fine, but there was a hole with the size of Zhu Yu in each of them now. Zhu Yu continued flying for many miles, continuously vomiting blood. This attack had almost taken his life. He was finally horrified. He was unable to defeat Long Chen, and now he was unable to flee. A sensation of death welled up from his heart. This was his first time feeling this kind of terror. Just at this moment, Long Chen had already caught up. He once more slashed down with his sword. Zhu Yu roared furiously. He couldn't just wait for his death. He once more activated his sword, slashing it at Long Chen. Long Chen was forced back hundreds of meters, while Zhu Yu was once more sent flying. Long Chen immediately stabilized himself and shot back toward Zhu Yu. Despite taking the absolute advantage, he still didn't dare to be careless. Zhu Yu possessed exceedingly terrifying curse arts. Once Long Chen was cursed, this advantage of his would vanish. In fact, the situation would very likely reverse. He couldn't give such a powerful expert any opportunity. Long Chen chased, refusing to allow Zhu Yu to have time to form hand seals. But just as he was about to catch up to him, he suddenly noticed a woman not far behind Zhu Yu. He was startled and hastily stopped, vigilantly staring at her. This woman's aura was exceedingly terrifying, and it made him feel endless pressure. Furthermore, she was wearing the corrupt path's robes. Leng Yuyan, Zhu Yu let out a startled cry. Chapter 829, Devil Empress Leng Yuyan. Leng Yuyan. Hearing that name, Long Chen's heart shook. He saw that this woman was wearing scarlet skin-tight robes which revealed all her curves. Her body had practically reached the pinnacle of perfection. Her long hair fell naturally to her waist. That beautiful face was like a flawless jade. But that jade contained endless iciness. The most unforgettable thing about her was her pair of ocean blue eyes. They were like sapphires, yet also like stars in the night sky. Those eyes were beautiful enough to steal a person's soul. However, those beautiful eyes were chilling to the peak. Endless killing intent poured out of them. Zhu Yu turned pale as paper when he saw Leng Yuyan. His eyes were filled with endless terror, and he hastily fled from her. A sword came out of its sheath. It was like a bolt of lightning slashing through space to reach Zhu Yu. That dumbfounded Long Chen. What was going on? A single slash of Leng Yuyan's sword sealed all the space around Zhu Yu. She had struck so quickly that even Long Chen hadn't seen how she had moved. Her sword light reached Zhu Yu in an instant. Zhu Yu had been prepared and fled as soon as he had seen Leng Yuyan, but even when he tried to block with his sword, he was unable to keep up with Leng Yuyan's demonic speed. His other leg left his body. "You bitch Leng Yuyan, and you bastard Long Chen, just wait, devil eye blood escape." Zhu Yu furiously roared. His third eye opened and black blood poured out from it. That blood transformed into runes that wrapped around him. Space twisted, and just like that, he escaped from Long Chen and Leng Yuyan's sight. This was Zhu Yu's life-saving technique. He wouldn't easily use it because it caused immense injury to his devil eye. In fact, the sequelae might be permanent, but he had no other choice. Seeing that Zhu Yu was still able to escape in this kind of situation, Long Chen felt a bit powerless. People on this level really weren't easy to deal with. All kinds of techniques poured out of them endlessly. The only thing that he couldn't figure out was how the corrupt King Zhu Yu and the devil Empress Leng Yuyan would fight as soon as they saw each other. Weren't they the corrupt path's top experts? Leng Yuyan had clearly been intending on taking Zhu Yu's life. Just as he was bewildered by this, he saw Leng Yuyan slowly turn back as if Zhu Yu's escape wasn't the slightest bit out of her expectations. Her sapphire eyes sparkled with an icy light. Being looked at by those eyes, Long Chen had a sensation that all his secrets were being seen through. Seeing her just looking at him, he felt his hair stand on end. Was this an intimidation tactic? Leng Yuyan looked at Long Chen, and Long Chen looked at Leng Yuyan. Long Chen was startled to see that Leng Yuyan was practically not human. She was just too perfect. There wasn't the slightest flaw on her body. Even her eyebrows seemed to be identical down to the hair. She was like the masterpiece of a god. But this unbelievably beautiful woman possessed a terrifying aura. When looking at her, no one would feel any amicability. It was more like they were staring at a goddess of death that would take their life at will. Only now that Leng Yuyan had turned back did Long Chen notice her sword. It sparkled like white jade. It was actually a bone sword. It was unknown whether that bone came from a human or a magical beast. It released a malevolent air as if it had come from hell and thirsted to devour other people's souls. Long Chen quickly scanned all of Leng Yuyan's body, but Leng Yuyan was still just looking at Long Chen without saying a word. Was she trying to compete in terms of stubbornness? Long Chen's guard was raised. Leng Yuyan was an even more terrifying expert than Zhu Yu, or Zhu Yu wouldn't be so terrified of her. Leng Yuyan continued to look at Long Chen, and he continued to look back at her. But that tense atmosphere was difficult to endure. Although his opponent was a peerless beauty, he couldn't look at her as a woman. She was definitely a vicious character. Long Chen didn't say anything. This was a silent competition. Whoever got impatient first would fall into the disadvantageous position. You are Devil Empress Lang Yuan. Completely on guard, Long Chen still opened his mouth in the end. Just staying silent like this wasn't a solution. Lang Yuan was expressionless. Long Chen felt like his robes were being seen through. Her gaze seemed to be able to easily penetrate him. "Are you mute?" Long Chen frowned. But even such a provocation didn't cause any fluctuations in Lang Yuan. "She is calculating your weakness and habits from your outer form. If you don't take the initiative, her first attack will very likely take your life," said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. "What? How could that be possible?" "The cultivation technique she trains in is different from everyone else. Those eyes of her are called void-piercing eyes. That name comes from how they are able to see through all emptiness, all lies. Through your posture, your movements, the way you hold your sword, how you breathe, your eyes, and even the veins in your muscles, she is able to calculate your habits and find your fatal weaknesses," said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected Lang Yuan to be that terrifying. If it weren't for the Eastern Wasteland Belle's warning, he wouldn't have even realized he was already in a disadvantageous position. He immediately took the initiative. As one of the Martial Heaven continent's legendary divine items, he knew the Eastern Wasteland Belle wouldn't trick him over something like this. Furthermore, he was also feeling more and more uneasy, as if danger was getting closer. His sword slashed forth. Lang Yuan also moved, her bone sword shooting forward. Her speed was incredible. She had only just moved when her sword reached its peak speed. Long Chen's hand trembled as he almost lost his grip on his sword. His attack was easily blocked. He hadn't expected Lang Yuan to possess such wrist strength. Using a sword was different from using a saber. A saber relied on brute force, not technique. It relied on using the arm to release the entire body's power. But a sword was much more refined. It relied on subtle changes and variations. It required wrist strength to control those subtle changes, so it had high requirements in that regard. Although Long Chen was using a sword now, in truth, he was simply using his saber techniques. His wrist strength might be strong, but he didn't know anything about controlling those subtle changes. As a result, he immediately lost out in their first exchange. Having his sword blocked, Long Chen immediately knew the situation had turned sour. Lang Yuan's sword was already piercing toward his chest. That speed was so quick that there was no time to react. Long Chen had never fought an opponent with such rapid attacks. His chest was pierced, but he ignored it. His sword was directly slashing at Lang Yuan's waist. No matter how he tried or blocked, it would already be too late. If the power in Lang Yuan's sword was allowed to erupt inside his chest, then even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. He could only choose to sacrifice his life to take her life. This was the only method to use when there were no other methods. Lang Yuan was too fast, so fast that it was practically beyond human limits. By the time you saw her move, you would already be struck. Long Chen's chest erupted as Lang Yuan extracted her sword and blocked Long Chen's attack. She had timed everything perfectly. This time sparks flew and a metallic ringing erupted. It was like that bone blade wasn't bone but metal. Long Chen had used all his power this time, so Lang Yuan was forced back a few steps. Although Lang Yuan had an advantage in wrist strength in absolute power, she still wasn't his match. Divine Ring, Battle Armor. Long Chen instantly erupted with his strongest power. He changed to wielding his sword with two hands, hacking it down at Lang Yuan. Space rumbled intensely. Long Chen had also seen that Lang Yuan was a close-range fighter. Her combat experience was extremely profound, while he wasn't used to using a sword. If he fought with technique, he would just be courting death. He would have to use his sword as a saber and fight through brute force. He slashed his sword 3 times, each slash stronger than the last. Gale winds erupted and the ground split apart. Lang Yuan was forced back hundreds of meters. The blood netherflower blooms, nether god summoning. Suddenly her scarlet robes began to drift as if flames were raging inside. Endless runes appeared behind her, showing that she was a rank 3 celestial. A huge flower blossomed on Lang Yuan's forehead. The flower was the shape of a lotus and had 3 colors. At the center, there was a blood-red light. An extremely icy aura flowed down the petals and enveloped Lang Yuan's body. It was an extremely beautiful scene. She was a peerlessly beautiful woman, and the 3-colored lotus was surrounded by the mist. She seemed indistinct within that mist, appearing like an immortal. But Long Chen didn't find it beautiful. All he felt was shock. He just realized how terrifying Lang Yuan was. She was truly like a goddess of death. When she looked at him, he couldn't see the slightest human emotion. All he saw was icy killing intent. Lang Yuan pointed her bone sword at the sky. A huge image of a sword appeared with endless runes within it. Following her actions, her sword suddenly blossomed with light, and that immense image was absorbed into her true sword. Netherworld Ghost Slash. Lang Yuan's sword mercilessly slashed down at Long Chen. A terrifying aura caused heaven and earth to tremble. Chapter 830, A Bitter Battle. Lang Yuan's sapphire eyes released endless killing intent. Her sword slashed down mercilessly, while her terrifying aura caused the world to quiver in fear. Split the heavens too, Long Chen also shouted, his spiritual yuan raging through 18 acupuncture points. Boom! It was like a collision of stars. A blinding light erupted and endless runes were blown apart. Long Chen was appalled. Lang Yuan was too terrifying. This attack had sent Long Chen flying and he almost coughed up blood. Just at that moment, Lang Yuan practically teleported beside him and stabbed her sword at his chest at an extremely tricky angle. What? Long Chen was appalled. What kind of monster was Lang Yuan? How could she not have been affected by the shockwave of their attacks and could still unleash another attack? But then seeing Lang Yuan's movement art, he suddenly realized it was a bit familiar. The Netherworld Ghost Steps. Boom! Long Chen instinctively blocked with Flying Rainbow, just barely escaping that bone sword's fatal attack. You know the Netherworld Ghost Steps. This was Lang Yuan's first time showing any emotion. She was clearly shocked he could shout out her movement art's name. But that shock only lasted for the blink of an eye before she returned to her icy, apathetic self. She once more attacked Long Chen. This time her movement art appeared even more demonic and ephemeral. When she first swung her sword, she was to Long Chen's left, but in the middle of the attack, her sword suddenly appeared to Long Chen's right. In the end, when the sword was about to strike him, it appeared behind him. Long Chen instinctively slashed his sword behind him without even looking. He perfectly blocked the bone sword. From that one exchange, Long Chen confirmed Lang Yuan was using the Netherworld Ghost Steps. But her Netherworld Ghost Steps was of a much higher level than the one he had learned. He was barely able to see some clues based on the way she moved and the change in her aura. If it hadn't been for his own experience with the Netherworld Ghost Steps, which allowed him to see through some of her movements, there would have been no way for him to block her practically ghost-like attack from the back. Fuck, that damn old ghost was definitely holding back and only taught me some superficial nonsense, cursed Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen had wrongly blamed Gui Sha. It wasn't that he hadn't wanted to teach him this higher-level technique, but that his own status wasn't high enough in the corrupt path to learn it. He had only had the qualifications to learn that level of Netherworld Ghost Steps. It had to be known that the Netherworld Ghost Steps was an extremely famous technique in the corrupt path. To be able to learn even the first superficial level of it was already an immense honor, and it was all thanks to that superficial level that Long Chen was able to see through Lang Yuan's ghost-like attack. Long Chen became covered in thunder force as he activated the lightning body blink. The two of them pushed their speed to their peaks as they underwent an intense battle. One was ghost-like and ephemeral, while one was like rushing lightning. Their two figures moved so quickly that it was impossible to track them with the naked eye. Sword chi filled the sky. It was practically impossible to see their figures anymore. It was a true competition of speed. Long Chen was growing more and more shocked. This Lang Yuan's power just kept coming. It was no wonder Zhu Yu would be so afraid of her. Each one of her attacks was fierce and vicious, with no room for compromise. Furthermore, each one of her moves had clearly been tempered through hundreds and thousands of battles. Her battle experience was shockingly profound. They exchanged almost 1,000 blows. Because they were so fast, it only took an incense stick's worth of time. But within these 1,000 exchanges, Long Chen wasn't able to find the slightest mistake in any of her moves. That didn't mean that her moves were perfect, as there wasn't anything truly perfect in this world. It was just that all her moves linked up to the next, so any openings were made up for. Furthermore, with her rapid attacks and movement, even Long Chen was only barely able to see those openings. But he wasn't able to find any opportunity to counterattack. You're very powerful. Unfortunately, you're unable to release your power. Your movements are too clumsy. If you didn't have such shocking combat instincts, you'd have long since died to my sword. But even so, you have no chance of victory. In less than an hour, you'll die to my sword. Even if you have any powerful moves, you won't be able to use them. Lang Yuan suddenly opened her mouth, but her sword didn't slow down at all. Long Chen snorted and didn't reply. That was because there was nothing to say. Her words weren't the slightest bit wrong. He wasn't able to release any of his power against her. Although Flying Rainbow was a treasure item, it was too light, and it wasn't able to release his true power. His fight with Lang Yuan was basically a competition of swords, and so he was naturally at an immense disadvantage. Right now, he was simply doing his best to endure, but he definitely couldn't continue like this for long. Lang Yuan was a terrifying killer, and her combat experience wasn't any less than his own. To release a powerful move against such an expert, it would require an opportunity. That was an extremely large problem for Long Chen now. No matter how strong his techniques were, if he was unable to release them, they wouldn't have any effect. Long Chen had already activated his divine ring and brought himself to his peak state. But Lang Yuan had also released her full power, and they seemed evenly matched. However, Long Chen knew that if they continued like this, his defeat was inevitable. Lang Yuan's eyes were too monstrous. Although she wasn't necessarily able to see through everything about him, she had still sensed several of his habits and weaknesses. She had seen through the fact that he wasn't used to using a sword, and her plan was to use that to kill him with the smallest price. Suddenly, countless golden runes appeared around Long Chen. Lang Yuan's first thought was that Long Chen was preparing to release some kind of powerful move, but when she clearly saw what those golden runes were, she was startled. Those were the hidden ground gold spider king scales. They formed a golden sea that surged toward Lang Yuan. After being nourished within Long Chen's spiritual space for so long, these scales were no different from ordinary enchanted items to him. He could use them as he pleased. Even Lang Yuan wasn't able to disregard this many enchanted weapons. Her body wasn't able to endure how sharp those scales were. Her sword danced within that sea of scales. Those incomparably sharp scales, which even enchanted items would find difficult to damage, were blown to bits whenever they touched Lang Yuan's sword. Split the heavens too. Long Chen had no choice but to unleash a full-strength attack. If this continued, all those scales would be destroyed by Lang Yuan. Those were his best treasures for group battles. Boom! Lang Yuan was enveloped by the scales and couldn't escape, so she could only take it head-on. As a result, she was sent flying. A good opportunity, Raging Flame Prison. Long Chen hastily formed hand seals. Space quivered as endless flame runes appeared around Lang Yuan, trapping her. Her expression suddenly changed as she sensed danger. Her sapphire eyes suddenly shot out two rays of light that were like two blades piercing the void. Heaven Netherworld Slash. Lang Yuan's bone sword suddenly blossomed with light. A ray of sword chi slashed onto one of the flame chains of the Raging Flame Prison. Boom! Long Chen was appalled to see that her attack actually managed to sever the flame chain. Before the flame prison could completely form, she charged out. Long Chen immediately understood what the Eastern Wasteland Bell had meant. Lang Yuan's void-piercing eyes were too powerful. As the user of the Raging Flame Prison, Long Chen naturally knew its weak point. The main one was that when the flame prison had yet to fully form, it was in its weakest state. When the prison was first formed, the core flame runes would condense pillars. Those pillars would then condense the flame chains, and those flame chains would be formed of countless smaller runes. Those runes were formed of heaven and earth's purest flame energy. Long Chen used his own flame energy to control them and keep them linked. In truth, each flame chain had a fatal weakness. That weakness was Long Chen's flame energy. When the flame prison first formed, he had to adhere his own flame energy on top of the runes in order to connect them into their prison form. Furthermore, his flame energy had to rapidly circulate throughout the entire prison, because that was the only way to keep the flame prison operating. His flame energy would be wrapped around by heaven and earth's flame energy, making it so others couldn't sense it, but the void-piercing eyes saw through it all. Not only did she see through it, but Lang Yuan had also shattered his flame energy at its weakest point, shattering the chain and escaping. Long Chen groaned, coughing up blood. Having his flame prison be instantly destroyed as soon as it began to form, he suffered an extremely powerful backlash. It was fortunate that the earth flame was very strong. The reverse flow of the world's flame energy was blunted by it, allowing Long Chen to only suffer a slight injury. Fuck, how is she so difficult to deal with? Raged Long Chen as he looked up at the godlike Lang Yuan. The lotus flower rune was shining on her forehead. Lang Yuan had just rushed out of the raging flame prison, and the sword in her hand pointed several times. Following that, it looked as if the void had been pierced. A scarlet liquid flowed out as if the void was bleeding. That scarlet liquid immediately transformed into blood-colored runes. When Lang Yuan pointed the third time, Long Chen suddenly felt a chill. An extremely bad feeling arose in his heart. She was also planning on releasing one of her ultimate moves. Double Dragon Destruction. Long Chen directly summoned Lei Long and Hue Long. On the fifth time, Lang Yuan pointed with her sword. Half of a blood-colored figure appeared in the void. Heaven and earth transformed, seeming to become a hell on earth. Boom! But only half of that figure's body had appeared before the two dragons crashed into it. Blood-colored runes exploded and Lang Yuan quivered, a trace of blood flowing out of the corner of her mouth. She had finally been injured. Sorry, don't blame me for being vicious to a woman. Damn. The runes filling the air exploded. Long Chen's figure appeared in front of Lang Yuan, his sword stabbing into her chest. Chapter 830, One Falling into the Abyss. The blood-colored runes in the air disappeared and the terrifying pressure vanished. The scene of a hell on earth also silently faded, and the world returned to calm. The ground had been shattered and ruined beyond belief. In the air, two figures were floating next to each other. Long Chen's sword was stabbed through Lang Yuan's chest. Blood dripped off from the tip of the sword, and each drop landed on the ground, becoming scarlet flowers. Previously, you were intentionally hiding your powerful explosive strength. Lang Yuan looked at that sword piercing her chest, and a flash of comprehension appeared in her eyes. She had been misled by Long Chen. When Long Chen had fought with her, she had suppressed him in terms of speed. She had felt that she had already seen through his attack style, but she was wrong. Long Chen hadn't held back while fighting previously, but the only thing that he hadn't revealed was the lightning body blink's greatest superiority, its explosive speed. In truth, in terms of level, the lightning body blink was probably a far cry from Lang Yuan's Netherworld Ghost Steps. If he hadn't already learned the Netherworld Ghost Steps foundation, there would have been no way for him to keep up with her for so long. There was only one aspect in which the lightning body blink could surpass the Netherworld Ghost Steps, and that was the instant eruption of speed. The Netherworld Ghost Steps required increasing the speed gradually, but the lightning body blink could do it instantaneously. The blink in the technique's name referred to instantly reaching the peak speed. Other people wouldn't have Long Chen's speed even if they cultivated the lightning body blink. That was because Long Chen's thunder force came from heavenly tribulation, so it was incomparably powerful. Previously, against Lang Yuan, he had been in danger several times, and he had been willing to suffer injury rather than reveal that explosive speed. It was to wait for an opportunity. And that opportunity had come. Opportunities were all created, and they were always left to those who prepared. This opportunity had been grasped by Long Chen. His sword had pierced Lang Yuan's chest. As long as he wielded it, his spiritual yuan would erupt, and Lang Yuan would instantly become a fallen beauty. Her life and death were in his hands. You're very powerful. I had no choice but to use a scheme. Although I usually dislike using schemes to resolve problems when martial might is unable to handle things, I can only rely on some smarts to make up for it, said Long Chen. Lang Yuan was too powerful, so powerful that it was terrifying. She was like a goddess of death with no weak points. In truth, using this move to kill her made Long Chen a bit ashamed. Lang Yuan's sapphire eyes looked into Long Chen's eyes. She seemed to have seen through his heart and actually smiled. You don't need to feel ashamed. You should be proud. This is my first time being injured since I was 5 years old. The corrupt path geniuses that have fallen to my hands are enough to form a huge mountain. In all these years, you're the one who has had the greatest chance to kill me. Congratulations. Lang Yuan had always been so emotionless, but now suddenly seeing her smile, it was like the blooming of a flower. It was incredibly moving, and Long Chen hastily focused himself on his sword so he wouldn't get distracted. The only thing he didn't understand was that, even with her death at hand, Lang Yuan seemed extremely happy. It was like death was something worth celebrating for her. He could see the excitement in her eyes. That was clearly her inner emotion, so he was puzzled. Drip, drip. Blood continued to drip from the sky. The sound was like the overture of death, causing the atmosphere to be strange. The feeling of being injured is excellent. I really like this feeling, and I like feeling so close to death even more. This feeling is so wonderful, but regretfully in all these years the number of people that could give me this feeling was pitifully low. Long Chen, you're a real man. You arouse me. An extremely rare tender light appeared in Lang Yuan's eyes. Combined with her words, Long Chen's scalp immediately turned numb. Although he had experienced much in this world, he had never seen someone like this who actually wanted to die but couldn't run into any experts to kill them. That coward Zhu Yu, he was never able to satisfy my desires. Long Chen, you're much stronger than him. Lang Yuan looked at him, smiling. Are you finished with your last words? If you are, then sorry, but we're all very busy. I don't have that much time to waste, said Long Chen coldly. Although Lang Yuan was a peak beauty, Long Chen had a profound understanding of just how terrifying this beauty was. He definitely wouldn't be soft-hearted to her and do something as melodramatic as to spare her life in hopes that she would give her heart to him. Just thinking of that would be idiotic. This kind of woman could not be subdued. Why don't you just let me experience this moving feeling for a bit longer? This feeling is too rare. Lang Yuan shook her head, unwilling to have things end so quickly. Sorry. A slightly disturbed feeling arose within Long Chen. Personally, killing a practically godlike beauty wasn't something that made him feel good. But in order to live longer, Long Chen still released the volcanic energy within his sword. But that immense power that could easily destroy mountains was locked down by a strange energy. It was unable to erupt. At the same time, a burst of pain came from his chest. Lang Yuan's bone sword had pierced his chest in the same place his sword was piercing hers. You've stabbed me and I've also stabbed you. Now you can experience that moving feeling with me. Lang Yuan smiled excitedly. Long Chen immediately didn't dare to move. Lang Yuan's sword also contained a berserk energy. As long as she wished it, he would immediately be blown to pieces. Are you very curious? Seeing Long Chen's shock, Lang Yuan lightly rubbed his cheek, a trace of warmth in her sapphire eyes. You're the only man to injure me in the same realm, so I'll tell you a secret that only I know in this world. My bloodline comes from a supreme existence. My bloodline power is even greater than my combat power. You are unable to kill me. Long Chen, you're a true man. Thank you for giving me this delightful feeling. To thank you, I'll let you die painlessly. A terrifying aura began to erupt from Lang Yuan's sword as soon as she finished speaking. Long Chen roared, and he circulated the thunder force and the earth flame's energy within his body. He forcibly sealed the energy on Lang Yuan's sword. He had learned from her. Lang Yuan's blood had actually released a powerful defense that had blocked his sword's energy from erupting. It was like ignited gunpowder that had been extinguished by ice water. Copying her, he used his thunder force and flame energy to tightly lock Lang Yuan's sword. That was all he could do now. Originally, when Lang Yuan's energy was about to erupt, the Eastern Wasteland Bell had been about to help. But seeing Long Chen suddenly come up with such a crazy thought, imitating his opponent's bloodline force, it stopped. Lang Yuan's energy was locked within her sword. As a result, Long Chen was pushed back by her sword, and blood trickled out of his mouth. Although he had imitated Lang Yuan's technique, he was unable to do it perfectly. A portion of that power had still leaked out and injured his insides. Lang Yuan was shocked. However, her sword continued pushing toward Long Chen, and the two of them still maintained their original posture with both swords in their chests as they flew through the air. Don't be afraid, death is something instantaneous. You don't need to struggle, as that will just make you more afraid and pained. Lang Yuan shook her head. Long Chen didn't reply. He was completely focused on circulating his thunder force and flame energy, locking Lang Yuan's energy. He couldn't let it erupt within him, or he would definitely be dead. He struggled with his life on the line. His head was rapidly working, trying to think of a way to escape his current crisis. But Lang Yuan was too powerful. Now that she had grabbed hold of this opportunity to kill him, there was no chance she would let go. Just like that, Long Chen struggled with his life on the line, while Lang Yuan also followed him. Suddenly, both their expressions changed. A terrifying pressure crashed down on them. Not good, Lang Yuan's expression changed. At some unknown point, the two of them had flown over an abyss. The space around them was starting to twist. A terrifying battle had once occurred in the immemorial path. The ground had shattered, and some of the large cracks still contained the laws from the battle back then. Once those laws were touched, the only possibility was death. Lang Yuan could no longer bother with killing Long Chen. The wings on her back shook and she flew back. Long Chen also regained his freedom, but he had a bad feeling. He was appalled to realize that this abyss was thousands of miles wide. It was the largest abyss he had seen, and the two of them were already dozens of miles into it. They were in an extremely dangerous position. The two of them were just about to leave this place when space twisted. A powerful suction force suddenly came from below. The darkness was like a huge mouth wanting to devour them. Both of them realized the space around them had frozen. They were unable to go up or even fly anymore. They could only fall. The two of them struggled as hard as they could, but that suction force was too strong. They could only watch as they fell. In just a moment, they were miles below ground. Because they were unable to control their falling direction, the two of them ended up getting closer and closer. In the end, when they were practically right next to each other, Leng Yuyan's sword suddenly slashed at Long Chen. "Fuck, you still want to kill at this time? Was your head kicked by a donkey?" cursed Long Chen. Even at this time, she didn't think about escaping. In his fury, he didn't bother overthinking it. Flying Rainbow also unleashed a torrent of attacks against Leng Yuyan. They began to fall even faster. The sky was just a line in their sight now. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly rose within the abyss. That aura surged like a furious tide, instantly enveloping the two of them. Long Chen's expression involuntarily changed. Chapter 832, Spatial Blades. Long Chen felt goosebumps. Invisible blades were suddenly shooting up from below, attacking him and Leng Yuyan. Flying Rainbow released a barrier of light that protected him, while Leng Yuyan also stopped attacking. Her bone blade blocked those invisible attacks. Long Chen's hand trembled when those invisible blades struck his sword. He sensed countless invisible arrows of some sort of energy were going through Flying Rainbow's barrier when he broke the invisible blades. His body instantly became riddled with small holes. Even his powerful body didn't have the slightest ability to resist this unknown power. Careful, these are spatial blades, the result of when peak experts shattered the void. This place is a land of death created by experts that broke heaven and earth's laws. This is just a trace of the chaotic flow of space, but it's still not something people on your level can resist, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. But Long Chen had no time to care about the spatial blades of the chaotic flow of space. Right now, he was surrounded by invisible attacks. He could only faintly sense them right before they struck him. He did his best to block them, but he was still pierced over and over. Leng Yuyan's bone sword released waves of light. Runes revolved around her. Her defense was even stronger than Long Chen's, but even she was unable to stop these invisible spatial blades. Blood was pouring out of her body. Although they were both capable of rapidly healing, this wasn't a solution. Furthermore, they were rapidly falling, and the attacks only grew stronger. They wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. "Hey, monster girl, if this continues, we'll both die. It's better if we work together," said Long Chen. Although he had the primal chaos beads healing, that wouldn't work forever. As the spatial blades grew stronger, who knew whether or not one of them might instantly kill him? Furthermore, the two of them were enemies. He not only had to block the spatial blades, but he also had to be on guard against Leng Yuyan. That was the most dangerous thing, which made it so Long Chen couldn't focus completely. Leng Yuyan disdain working together with others. Furthermore, in this world other than myself, there's no one I can trust. Also, if you randomly come up with nicknames for me, I'll kill you right now, said Leng Yuyan coldly. You moronic girl, being so obstinate will only cause you to accompany me in death, snorted Long Chen. Both of them were in desperate straits. If they didn't work together to find a way out of this, they would both die. These abysses here were known as lands of death. Anyone who had fallen down had never been seen again. Having his proposal rejected infuriated him. Death isn't terrifying. If you treat death as the start of another life, you won't feel so afraid, said Leng Yuyan indifferently. Long Chen almost died from rage. Why did it seem this woman wanted to die so badly? But he was different. He didn't want to die, he wanted to live. He had many things that he hadn't done yet. He had his brothers and beauties waiting for him. His parents were also waiting for him. He couldn't die yet. But Leng Yuyan refused to cooperate. It was unknown whether it was her pride or if she distrusted him. He couldn't do anything about it. Long Chen pushed his stars to their peak. Endless runes poured out a flying rainbow as each slash released a river of runes that wrapped around him. But he still felt like the pressure was growing. It seemed like countless archers were shooting at him from every angle. Furthermore, the spatial blades were growing more powerful. Any of them could instantly kill a rank 2 celestial. Even ordinary rank 3 celestials would only be able to last for a breath. The two of them continued to fall for half an incense stick's worth of time. As a result, they weren't even able to see the sky anymore. The world had turned pitch black for them. It was unknown just how many miles they had fallen. The spatial blades were now incredibly terrifying. Long Chen almost had his head destroyed by one. Long Chen was covered in blood as he continuously suffered injuries. He had drawn out the life energy in the primal chaos space so many times now that the trees were already starting to show signs of withering. There was no way around it. His body was constantly receiving heavy injuries, and if he didn't immediately heal, the next spatial blade might directly shatter his body. Long Chen, how about we work together for a bit? Otherwise, we really will die. What Long Chen hadn't expected was for Leng Yuan to suddenly open her mouth. He raged, "Death isn't terrifying. If you treat death as the start of another life, you won't feel so afraid." But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. Just the slight satisfaction of returning her words to her had sealed his fate. That was clearly a bit childish. "You can't even maintain a clear head. You're too emotional and impetuous, Long Chen. I take back my praise for you," snorted Leng Yuan. Long Chen took a deep breath. Now really wasn't the time to argue. Suppressing his emotions, he forced himself to be calm. "Then let's work together. Before we escape our current predicament, we definitely can't attack each other. Are you capable of doing that?" asked Long Chen. "I should be the one asking you that. Stabbing people in the back, hitting people when they're down, conning their own people, those are the things your righteous path is most proficient in. Don't you feel asking me this is very satirical?" Leng Yuan's words almost caused Long Chen's rage to erupt out of control, but then thinking about it, her words were the truth. Although the corrupt path was fierce and savage, they actually cared a great deal about prestige and reputation. As for the righteous path, well, there was no need to say it so directly. "Fine, I won't lower myself to your level. Since I've chosen to work together with you, I'll temporarily trust you," said Long Chen. After saying that, he clenched his teeth and slowly approached Leng Yuan. Thinking of how he had to work together with this terrifying woman, he felt a chill. But there really was no other choice right now. Once Long Chen was closer and had entered Leng Yuan's attack range, her sword suddenly released an even brighter light. She increased her defensive range to include him. In fact, her defensive perimeter instantly grew to 300 meters. Seeing that, Long Chen was shocked. Monstrous, absolutely monstrous. Just how strong was Leng Yuan? Even now, she was able to release such terrifying power. You don't need to be surprised. She is drawing out her bloodline energy. Just like you, she has spirit blood, but her spirit blood wasn't extracted. Instead, it's perfect, and furthermore, she seems to possess extremely strange origins. I'm actually unable to see through the origin of her spirit blood, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Spirit blood is actually so powerful. Of course, that so-called bloodline power refers to ancestral experts that pass down a portion of their own talent through bloodline runes, but spirit blood is different. It is a spiritual blessing passed down by supreme experts. Not only can it pass down talent and divine abilities, but it can even superimpose karmic luck. Spirit blood is a sacred inheritance. How else do you think this girl is so strong? Said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Spirit blood, damn it, Long Chen cursed inside. Previously, he hadn't cared too much about having his spirit blood extracted, but seeing how terrifying Leng Yuan was, his fury soared. If he still possessed his spirit blood, would he be suppressed by this woman? "Hey, did you only come here to take advantage?" Leng Yuan's voice brought Long Chen back to reality. Only now did he react. Right now, he was relying entirely on Leng Yuan's defense. He hastily began to brandish his sword, defending against the surrounding spatial blades. His back was up against Leng Yuan's back. That way it would only take half the effort to defend themselves. The two of them relaxed slightly, but very quickly they were unable to stay relaxed. That was because they suddenly heard a terrifying rumbling coming from below. They hastily looked down. This place was completely black, but with their cultivation bases combined with their spiritual strength, they were able to see. They saw a huge chain at the bottom of the abyss. That chain was over 100 miles thick, and it was unknown just how long it was. It extended throughout the abyss. That unbelievably thick chain was surrounded by revolving runes. Endless spatial blades were flying out of it. The spatial blades they had run into had been invisible, but the spatial blades coming from the huge chain were easy to see. Those blades slashed through the void. Space was constantly being torn and then healed. That ear-piercing sound gave them chills. We still have an incense stick's worth of time before we reach the bottom. Once we touch those spatial blades, we won't even have corpses left, said Leng Yuan indifferently. Long Chen took a deep breath and said, "Even at such a time you can still calmly and objectively appraise the situation. I really have to admire you. Respected Devil Empress, I need you to help protect me. I'll use a magical art to lock us in space. Otherwise, we'll quickly be cut into mincemeat. After saying that, Long Chen stopped defending. He rapidly formed hand seals. Countless flame runes surged around him, and Leng Yuyan brandished her bone blade to protect him. Raging Flame Prison. A huge flame prison appeared, enveloping Long Chen and Leng Yuyan. It immediately began to shrink to a size of 3 meters. No matter how the wind blades tried, they were unable to damage the flame prison. Long Chen thanked his lucky stars. If any of the spatial blades had touched the nodes of the flame prison when it had formed, then it would have shattered just like when Leng Yuyan had broken it. But to break that node, which only appeared for an instant, was something only Leng Yuyan could do with her void-piercing eyes. This technique of yours is very powerful, praised Leng Yuyan upon seeing that the wind blades were unable to shake the flame prison. Long Chen sighed, even if it's strong it doesn't have any use. We still have a bit of time. Whether or not we can survive is up to you. I'm out of moves. Leng Yuyan was startled, but once she spread her divine sense, her expression changed. Chapter 833, Nether God Protection. Long Chen's Raging Flame Prison was a kind of space-locking magical art. Once this magical art was used, then according to reason, it couldn't move within space. But within this abyss, space was unstable. His Raging Flame Prison was floating in its space without moving, but the surrounding space was sinking. That made the Raging Flame Prison continue to sink. Although it was much slower, it still wouldn't be long before they fell within that chaotic space at the bottom. The spatial blades there were capable of tearing apart the void. His Raging Flame Prison was definitely incapable of enduring that power. Don't look at me, I've got nothing left. Long Chen waved his hand when he saw Leng Yuyan looking at him. He truly was at his wit's end. He had already used all his trump cards, and in order to use the Raging Flame Prison, he was exhausting his spiritual yuan and spiritual strength. Just maintaining the current situation was extremely taxing on him. If Leng Yuyan wasn't able to do anything, their only end would be death. Look, there's a cave opening there. If we can get there, we might have a chance, shouted Long Chen suddenly. The abyss had grown narrower as they reached the bottom, allowing him to see the sides of it. He now saw a cave on the wall. Looks like our lives aren't supposed to end yet. Leng Yuyan smiled slightly, but there wasn't any excitement. It was as if she didn't particularly care either way. Hey, don't just keep smiling. Hurry and think of something. If we can only see it but can't get over there, it doesn't mean a damn cough. It doesn't have any use, said Long Chen. Leng Yuyan ignored him. Taking a deep breath, light blossomed from her sapphire eyes. She formed hand seals and she softly opened her lips. Nether God Protection. Buzz. Long Chen felt the entire space shudder. Even the spatial blades attacking the Raging Flame Prison stopped. The world seemed to have entered a deathly stillness. Leng Yuyan was surrounded by 3-colored runes. However, Long Chen was surprised to see that they contained a dense blood qi. Those weren't her heavenly Dao runes, but her bloodline runes. Her blood qi was soaring and runes sparkled in her eyes. With her robes and hair dancing in the wind, she seemed like an icy killing god, indifferent and aloof. A huge figure appeared in the air. That figure was almost 1,000 meters tall. In the air, its aura caused the abyss to rumble. Long Chen felt his scalp turn numb. This is a manifestation of her spirit blood. She has used a grand divine ability to connect to her ancestor's soul. But this girl's cultivation base is too low, and she can only summon an embryonic form. So there's no way to see it clearly, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen had always thought that the Eastern Wasteland Bell should be able to help him resolve his current crisis. But he had his own stubbornness. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't ask anyone to save him. But for some unknown reason, Long Chen would rather work together with Leng Yuyan than ask the Eastern Wasteland Bell for help. Boom! That huge figure reached out a hand and caught the Raging Flame Prison. It tried to pull it toward the cave. But after trying several times, Leng Yuyan suddenly cursed, "Fool, release your flame prison. I can't hold on much longer." Only then did Long Chen react. He scattered the flame prison and the huge hand closed, completely protecting him and Leng Yuyan. It moved them toward the cave. However, that figure was too huge, and its agility was limited. But the good thing was that it wasn't afraid of being struck by the spatial blades. The two of them were temporarily safe. However, Leng Yuyan was growing paler and paler, and her body was quivering. She formed hand seals, urging that enormous figure to move them. Buzz! Suddenly, the abyss trembled. Long Chen looked down to see that the sea of chaotic space and spatial blades below them suddenly erupted like a volcano. It was unknown what had happened, but a fierce attack crashed toward them. The huge figure was enveloped by the sea of spatial blades, and it was instantly cut to pieces, vanishing. Lang Yuan coughed up blood. With her mind connected to that figure, she had received an injury. Not good, her expression changed. These spatial blades were too terrifying. Now the two of them were exposed. As soon as he lost that hand's protection, Long Chen circulated his thunder force and shot toward the cave like a bolt of lightning. He had noticed that when that sea of spatial blades had erupted, the space around them had changed as well. That spatial restriction seemed to have been affected by the eruption, and it had disappeared. As a result, he had directly flown over to the cave without hesitation, and his bet had paid off. There was no more spatial restriction that prevented him from flying. On the other hand, Lang Yuan had received a backlash, so her reactions were slower. She only summoned her wings after Long Chen had already arrived at the cave. She also shot over. But as soon as Long Chen had arrived at the cave mouth, a door had begun to descend over the entrance. Lang Yuan's expression sank. The door was closing too fast for her to get there in time. Suddenly, countless golden scales shot out, forming a huge golden whip that arrived in front of Lang Yuan. Icy killing intent surfaced in her eyes, but then that vanished after a shout. Grab on! Lang Yuan grabbed the end of the golden scale whip. Long Chen pulled, and Lang Yuan shot over to the entrance like a shooting star. She just barely managed to enter before the door shut behind her. Being pulled by Long Chen, Lang Yuan ended up crashing into him. The two of them shot back, crashing into the wall. Long Chen was embedded in the wall while Lang Yuan was grabbing his waist. The two of them maintained this posture, unable to move. Long Chen felt like he was about to fall apart. The wall behind him was extremely hard, and he had almost coughed up blood. But at the very least, they had escaped their immediate danger. Finally being safe again after such a tense situation, he fainted. Lang Yuan wasn't any better off than Long Chen. That illusory image she had summoned had been destroyed by the spatial blades, which had given her a huge backlash. Her spirit blood had been exhausted, causing her to be pale. Just like that, she leaned against Long Chen and fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Long Chen woke up first. He saw Lang Yuan still holding his waist, leaning against him. Due to the inertia from how they had arrived, Long Chen's legs were wrapped around her waist, and her perfect face was resting on his abdomen. Her scarlet robes had been badly damaged now, revealing her snow-white skin to Long Chen. Her eyes were closed, while her lips were slightly pursed. Long Chen was embarrassed to see that Lang Yuan's posture was extremely awkward. Her large chest was pressing against his sensitive area. Long Chen even felt that area reacting to her heartbeat. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Lang Yuan slowly opened her eyes. She left his body and sat in front of him. Only then did Long Chen pretend to wake up. He was just about to say something when he saw an expression of disbelief on Lang Yuan's face. Her eyes were locked onto one place. Long Chen immediately crossed his legs, blocking that blade-like stare. Ha ha ha, Lang Yuan laughed as if she had seen something hilarious. She didn't stop for a long time. What's so funny, haven't you heard of morning wood? Raged Long Chen. His gaze made Lang Yuan laugh even harder. No matter how thick Long Chen's face was, he couldn't endure that laughter. He directly ignored her and circulated the primal chaos bead to heal. Haha, Long Chen, you really are a pervert. In this world, it seems you're the only person who can treat me as a woman. I'm happy you can still form such a desire, laughed Lang Yuan. Since I killed all my apprentice brothers and sisters in my group, no one has treated me like a woman ever again. Whenever people see me, they are terrified. All they can think about is how they can survive. In their eyes, I'm a fiend that will take their lives at any moment. So I really have to admire you, Long Chen. You're the first man to treat me like a woman. I don't know whether I should praise you for being a valiant hero or being outrageously lecherous. Whether it was praise or not, it seemed he really was unable to escape this label of being a pervert. Long Chen was speechless, but he was still on guard. He retreated a few steps, maintaining a certain distance from this death god-like woman. In my eyes, you're only a woman. Long Chen shook his head. Oh, if I'm just a woman, then why do you have to be so on guard? Lang Yuan's smile disappeared upon seeing Long Chen retreat. Her face returned to its icy appearance. Do you want to hear the truth? Long Chen frowned. Of course. Long Chen looked at her for a long while before saying, I like beautiful women, especially the kind of peerless, beautiful women that are very eye-attracting when they're in my embrace. That makes countless idiots clench their teeth and glare at me with hatred and envy. But you are too dangerous. To tell the truth, I'm afraid I can't subdue you, but then I also feel like killing you would be regretful. However, if I don't kill you, you might kill me at any time. I'm very conflicted. So I hope that once we leave here, we will never see each other again. That would make me the happiest. Lang Yuan was stunned for a moment, but looking into Long Chen's eyes, she seemed to be able to see through his inner heart. She suddenly laughed. Then how about you try seeing if you can subdue me? Chapter 834. Let's have a proper conversation. Then how about you try seeing if you can subdue me? With her sapphire eyes and jade-like face, along with her inherent proud and aloof temperament, these words possessed immense power. Even Long Chen almost couldn't resist. His heart pounded, but he suppressed those emotions. He bitterly smiled. Let's not. I already have quite a few beauties and one of them doesn't have a very good temper. If you two met, it would definitely end in a battle to the death. I wouldn't dare to allow such a thing. Long Chen had thought of Tang Wan'er. Although she was kind-hearted, her temper wasn't small. Just having one such person in his family was enough. If there were two, then the heavens would explode. Most importantly, this Lang Yuan killed people without blinking an eye. Although she was smiling and talking now, who knew when she would suddenly turn hostile and want to kill him? Now he knew just how terrifying spirit blood was. That mysterious figure she had summoned might have been destroyed by the spatial blades in the end, but its power had left a deep impression on him. His guess was that even if he had trapped Lang Yuan in the Raging Flame prison back then, he still wouldn't have been able to kill her. That terrifying figure would definitely have been able to break his Raging Flame prison. Perhaps you have the qualifications to become my man, but not right now. You just have immense potential. It's such a pity that we'll be enemies again once we leave this place. I'll still have to kill you, said Lang Yuan regretfully. If you want to kill me, then I'll only be able to kill you first. Although you're very powerful, I still have a 50% assurance in killing you. Although if it comes to that, I'll very likely die to your counterattack as well, said Long Chen calmly. His voice was calm, but it was also full of confidence and was extremely domineering. His words were undoubtable. Lang Yuan was startled. Looking at Long Chen, she suddenly smiled. It could be said that when Lang Yuan smiled, she was exceptionally beautiful. Being smiled at by her could infatuate a person. Then I really am interested. I hope to be able to encounter a man who can force me to the brink of death, said Lang Yuan expectantly. You have some illness. Long Chen was speechless. This woman was so beautiful, but could it be that all her talent had been used on her beauty and her brain had been forgotten? Lang Yuan didn't get angry. She said, you don't understand me. My life is too dull. There's only slaughter and more slaughter. I really want to experience what it feels like to be killed by someone, but no one has been able to satisfy me. In order to satisfy this desire of mine, I constantly chased after Zhu Yu. Regretfully, that idiot is too useless. He doesn't even have the qualifications to injure me. He even vainly wanted to put himself on the same level of fame as me in order to suppress me. If he's still unable to make me feel any threat once, he advances to a rank 4 celestial and enters sea expansion. I'll directly cut off his head. Long Chen's heart shook. He was unable to understand just what origin this woman had. She was actually so monstrous. She dared to kill Zhu Yu. Was she not afraid of provoking a calamity? Seeming to know what he was thinking, she said, our corrupt path is different from your righteous path. Experts don't mature through being raised, but through killing. To put it bluntly, it's the survival of the fittest. True experts won't die, and those who die aren't true experts. So death is the only way to test whether or not someone is a true expert. So you think you'll never die? Asked Long Chen. Yes, I firmly believe I won't die, especially not to someone in the same realm as me. That's not arrogance, but confidence born from the mountain of corpses I have killed, said Lang Yuan indifferently. Since you believe you won't die, why would you cooperate with me in order to live? In any case, you wouldn't die, so wouldn't it be better for you to survive on your own? Asked Long Chen. That's not what it means. Experts all possess immense karmic luck and they won't die easily. Even in desperate straits with death right in front of them, there will still be a slight opportunity to survive. As long as they can grasp it, they'll be able to avert disaster. So in my opinion, once a person falls into desperate straits, it's just the heavens closing one door for you. But at the same time as the door closes, the heavens will open a window. They won't leave you with no path of survival, said Lang Yuan. Why are you laughing? Lang Yuan glared at him in displeasure. The laughter was clearly a taunt. That's just what you think, but not everyone can be as fortunate as you. Long Chen was a bit angry. It was no wonder those peak experts he tried to kill always managed to get away in the end. So it was caused by those bastards' karmic luck. Oh, for example me. When I fall into desperate straits, the heavens won't open a window. Instead, they'll even send in a wild dog. Whenever Long Chen thought of his luck, he wanted to clench his teeth in fury. Ha ha ha, Leng Yuan laughed. It seems your luck must be greatly lacking. Wait, you bastard, you dare to curse me. Leng Yuan suddenly attacked. Her icy bone sword stabbed directly toward Long Chen. She struck so quickly that by the time he reacted, her sword had almost reached his abdomen. Long Chen hastily shot back. His reactions were definitely very fast, but the tip of the sword had still left behind a cold cut along his thigh. Even his brothers felt that icy feeling. The cut wasn't deep. It had merely pierced the skin. However, Long Chen was so frightened that his soul almost fled. But luckily, his brothers were still fine. Otherwise, he would be doomed for the rest of his life. Who knew if the new ones would feel the same once his brothers were cut off? Are you sick? Long Chen roared furiously. Seeing him so furious, looking like an angry lion, Leng Yuan was startled. She snorted, "We were properly speaking, so why did you have to curse me?" "Who cursed you?" Long Chen suddenly saw the stone door behind Leng Yuan that was tightly shut. He suddenly realized that she had thought he was cursing her by saying that she was the dog the heavens had thrown in here. He almost coughed up blood. What kind of false accusation was this? If she thought of herself like that, what did it have to do with him? "Why don't you attack? My bloodline power has been weakened and my injuries are much worse than yours. If you attack, you'll have over an 80% chance of killing me. You're clearly so furious, so why endure?" asked Leng Yuan curiously. "What does it have to do with you?" raged Long Chen. After saying that, he walked away. He wanted to get further away from this temperamental, seemingly mentally ill woman. Only then could he feel safer. Although his injuries had recovered, he had used the raging flame prison for too long. Both his spiritual yuan and spiritual strength were exhausted. It wasn't something that could be recovered in a few days. You don't want to take advantage. Your righteous path really is hypocritical. If you don't kill your enemies, you'll be killed. I didn't think you were so stupid, sneered Leng Yuan. You know nothing, sneered Long Chen back. He had found that there was no need to be polite to this woman, nor was there any need to treat her like a woman. She could not be reasoned with. "HMPH, have you run out of words? Otherwise, tell me just what there is to know," said Leng Yuan. She slowly began to walk closer to Long Chen. "Get back, I'm afraid of dogs," shouted Long Chen. Courting death, Leng Yuan attacked. Long Chen had long since been prepared. Their swords danced, but after just a few exchanges they stopped. The two of them were both exhausted. They sat on the ground, panting for breath. They didn't have enough power to fight so intensely. "Your righteous path really is hypocritical, shameless and despicable, treacherous and murderous, saying honeyed words only to stab someone in the back." Leng Yuan still cursed him while panting. "You are correct," Long Chen nodded. Leng Yuan was surprised, not expecting him to agree. He continued, not giving her a chance to say anything. "However, our righteous path is not entirely filled with people like that. The cultivation world is like a vat of dye. Living within that vat, it's impossible not to be contaminated. Within the righteous path, the people you describe take up the absolute majority. But there are still many people who are able to maintain their own beliefs and protect their hearts. But isn't your corrupt path contaminated down to the core? All day you're brainwashed to desire slaughter. Other than yourself, who else can you trust in this world? Who can you rely on? When you are lonely, who will accompany you? When you are happy, who will you share that happiness with? Don't bother telling me that experts don't need those things, as if just having power is enough. That's just garbage. Emotions are an innate part of humans. Your corrupt path deliberately tries to destroy those emotions, but do they succeed? Do you still remember what you felt when you first killed your companions? Did you not feel the slightest guilt, the slightest pain, the slightest unwillingness? Of course you did, but you suppressed those human emotions to the bottom of your heart and sealed them. However, don't you feel very lost? Why do you have to get stronger? Why do you have to kill others? Is it to prove how strong you are? If so, are you any different than tools for slaughter?" "That's enough," shouted Leng Yuan. She tightly gripped her bone sword, quivering. Long Chen also holding Flying Rainbow, ready to fight at any moment. He knew Leng Yuan was truly furious now. The corrupt path's experts' greatest taboo was others questioning their faith. For a full incense stick's worth of time, the two just looked at each other. Leng Yuan gradually suppressed her killing intent. She suddenly said, "I want to have a proper conversation with you." Chapter 835, Leng Yuan's Path. Long Chen sat cross-legged within the cave, but Flying Rainbow was lying right beside him. It was the only thing that made him feel a bit safer. Leng Yuan didn't reveal the slightest displeasure at Long Chen's guard. Just like that, she sat in front of him. She was looking at him, but her eyes were unfocused. She was clearly lost in her memories. The happiest time of my life was my childhood. Although I was an orphan, although I was hungry and cold, although I was bullied, I still feel like that time was so blessed. In our corrupt path, the orphans like me were gathered together. We didn't have anything to eat and had to rely on ourselves to forage in the mountains. Perhaps we might get some fruit or some small beasts. At that time, the 10 of us worked together, helping each other. Although we were hungry, we lived. We were the lucky ones. I personally saw other children starve to death or be eaten by wild beasts. Leng Yuyan's story was an extremely tragic one, but when she talked about it, it seemed like those memories were so beautiful and warm. Long Chen didn't say anything. He just listened. Looking at her, it was his first time being able to smile sincerely in front of her. She continued, "Our beautiful life was put to an end eventually. We were brought away by adults and forced to cultivate. We were no longer hungry, but our nightmare began once our hunger and cold were gone. We were forced to consume all kinds of medicinal pills and to go through all kinds of experiments to test our bodies. We felt like we were just animals being fiddled with by butchers. No one dared to resist, nor did anyone have the power to resist. Then some of us were left behind while some were brought away. In our group, 3 people were brought away. When we went to search for them, we found out that they were no longer part of this world. People who can't cultivate in the corrupt path are just trash that wastes food. They don't need such existences." Hearing this, Long Chen sighed. The corrupt path's principles were simply like that. You only needed to become an expert, then any resources in this world would be yours. Whether you created those resources yourself or other people created them, they would all be yours. Another person's everything could be taken. That was an exceedingly fearful ideology. Under the long-time brainwashing of this ideology, they gradually became tools used for murder. All they thought about was to trample over other people's corpses in order to advance. The weak didn't even have the right to live. They only lived for the strong, to be the stepping stones of the strong. Having interacted with the corrupt path for so long, Long Chen now had a certain understanding of the corrupt path's beliefs. But it was his first time hearing a true corrupt disciple talking about their experience. He listened attentively. Leng Yuyan pushed back some stray strands of hair. Her movements were gentle and slow, and her face was so tranquil that she seemed like a completely different person. Her appearance right now would make anyone feel pity for her. In the end, we were whittled down to 5 people. Not long after that, we were gathered with hundreds of other children to undergo the divine ceremony. The corrupt god's energy descended to bless us. I still remember how hallowed that ceremony was. Everyone was kneeling on the ground devoutly. Beads of light came falling from the sky, sprinkling over our bodies. Many people began to tremble with excitement, saying something about how they had seen the god's guidance and realized what direction they had to walk. In any case, I didn't feel anything at that time. Then we began going through all kinds of training. Back then, I didn't realize that it was cultivation. Eventually, we were forced to kill people from our group. Every 2 people were matched against each other. They had to kill their opponent in an incense stick's worth of time. Otherwise, they would both be killed. In the beginning, we thought it was a joke. But when we saw the first child send their opponent's head flying, when we saw that blood spurting through the air, we all realized jokes no longer existed in our lives. I still remember that day. I remember the crying, the terror, the heartrending shrieks. I remember how afraid the person I killed was. He thirsted for life, but he was defeated. It's strange. When I killed him, I was very calm. My sword stabbed through his heart, but my own heart was very calm. After that competition, over half of us were gone. Many people had failed to accomplish their mission, and so both children were killed. Back then, I was a bit pained and angry. 3 months later, the competition was held again. It was even more vicious than the last time. In order to live, everyone could only go all out against their opponent. I still remember that the old fellow in charge of the trial was smiling very happily. I still remember his face. Later, when I became stronger, I made him smile and then cut off his head. I've always treasured it. Look. Leng Yuan excitedly took out a human head. Her innocent appearance made it seem like she was a child showing off a cherished toy. Long Chen looked at that head. Although quite a few years had passed, although its blood had long since dried up, it was still preserved very well. The smile is a bit corpse-like. It's not natural enough. Long Chen gave a simple evaluation. Lang Yuyan looked at the head and sighed. You're right, but I can't make things hard on him. I made him put on so many smiles. Only this smile was close to his natural smile, so that's when I slashed my sword. It's one of my memories and it's very precious to me. That's why I've always kept it. I don't have that many memories of my life. She played around with the head as if it was an exquisite piece of craftsmanship, a pleased smile on her face. That made Long Chen's scalp turn numb. This girl was too monstrous. After playing around a bit, she put the head away and continued. Later, we had more competitions. There were less and less of us. In the end, we were down to 2 people. One was me, while the other was actually my big sister. We grew up together, but in the end, we raised our blades against each other. She was extremely talented and extremely strong, but rules are rules. Only one person could live. But neither of us were able to bring ourselves to kill the other. I decided to give the chance to live to her, and I moved myself to die to her sword. But she really understood me too well. Before I could have my way, I found my own sword was stabbing her heart. A crystalline tear fell from Lang Yuyan's sapphire eyes. But her voice was still exceptionally calm. She died. I lived. Before dying, she told me she was very happy to do this, but she was also very selfish. She hoped I could live happily. As a result, I lost the most important thing in my life. I had nothing left. I felt hatred, but I didn't know who to hate. The master of my sect ended up taking a liking to me, and I ended up becoming the apprentice of the Blood Fiend Gate's master. In the end, I cut off his head. Not just him, but anyone who had watched us slaughter ourselves had their heads chopped off. But I didn't feel the slightest delight after cutting off their heads. Instead, I felt lost. The hatred within me didn't lessen at all. Later, I buried my hatred and focused on cultivating. I went all out to get stronger. During those years, I killed 3 of my masters. Long Chen was startled. Why? Because when they accepted me as an apprentice, I said that once I surpassed them, I would kill them. It's not so easy to be my master. There's a price. Now Long Chen felt goosebumps. What kind of reasoning was this? He asked. Even with that kind of condition, they still wanted to take you as an apprentice. Of course, taking me as an apprentice was their lives' greatest glory. Even dying is worth it. Furthermore, only experts have the qualifications to make me their apprentice, said Lang Yuyan calmly. She suddenly looked at Long Chen. Do you want to try it? No, no, no. I really can't accept your good intentions. Long Chen hastily waved his hand and shook his head like a rattle. Did she think he had the same illness as her? But then when he thought about it, what if he did take Lang Yuyan as his apprentice? A scene appeared in Long Chen's mind. Lang Yuyan cutely kneeling in front of him, devoutly calling him master, massaging his feet. But the scene quickly changed. A bone sword suddenly slashed across his neck. His head flew into the air. Long Chen shivered and hastily tossed aside those thoughts away. That was purely playing with his life. No matter how many lives he had, it wouldn't be enough. In truth, Long Chen, you should consider pursuing me so you can become my man. Lang Yuan suddenly smiled. That kind of smile was something no man could resist. Don't bother trying to seduce me. I have plenty of wives and none of them are lacking compared to you. In fact, they're even more beautiful, gentler, and furthermore reaching here. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed and he tightly shut his mouth. Furthermore what? Asked Lang Yuan. Cough. Furthermore, it's not suitable for us to have a relationship, said Long Chen awkwardly. You're lying. Lang Yuan's sapphire eyes flashed. Long Chen's heart shook. Those void-piercing eyes were also able to tell when he was lying. Tell me the truth. Don't be such a girl, said Lang Yuan coldly. Long Chen knew he couldn't dodge this. He clenched his teeth and said, furthermore, who could treat someone like you as a woman? After saying that, he clenched Flying Rainbow, preparing to fight against her at any moment. But Lang Yuyan just calmly stared at him. Her mouth curled into a smile. I've decided. Somewhat nervous, Long Chen asked, decided what? To kill you. Chapter 836, The Reason I'll Kill You. Long Chen raged. When I tell you a lie, you refuse to accept it. When I tell you the truth, you want to kill me. Do you have an illness? Did you not take your medicine this morning? Lang Yuan's smile grew as she watched Long Chen rage. She gently said, don't be angry. That's easy for you to say. Long Chen no longer bothered with any courtesy. She wanted to kill him but didn't want him to get angry. Was that possible? He really wondered how the corrupt experts' brains worked. Just wait for me to finish speaking. I also have my own secret sorrows, said Lang Yuan. Secret sorrows? Long Chen almost coughed up blood. He was the one she wanted to kill, but she was the one had the secret sorrows. I attacked you previously because you are the #1 expert from the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path. You also have limitless potential, enough to get you ranked first on the must-kill list. I just wanted to test if you lived up to your fame. However, to tell the truth, although you are very strong compared to some of the others on the must-kill list, you are still a bit weaker. But now I understand that it's because the corrupt path isn't afraid of the current you, but the future you. Your potential truly is frightening. As for now, the reason I'll kill you isn't because of the corrupt path, nor is it to seek fame. I don't need those things. I have my own reason to kill you, said Lang Yuan righteously. I look displeasing. Long Chen was speechless. No, I find you very pleasing. Ever since I lost my big sister, I've never talked so much to anyone. You're very special. Although you're my enemy, I feel a kind of trust I can't describe from you. In the abyss, you entered the cave first. When the door started to close, I really thought you had tricked me, said Lang Yuan. So you decided to kill me at that time. Long Chen smiled slightly. You knew? Seeing that Long Chen merely smiled, Lang Yuan continued. Yes, I really did want to kill you at that time. But if I used a forbidden art at that time, I also wouldn't have survived. Fortunately, you didn't disappoint me. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to talk now. Long Chen bitterly shook his head. It's still too early to say if it was fortunate for me. Lang Yuan's eyes flashed. That beauty was intoxicating. She said, during these years, I've always relied on one goal to live. My goal is to kill people. I repeatedly made myself enemies. Once my enemies were all killed, I was powerless and could only accept a master and then kill my master. But each of my targets was too close to me. Before long, they all disappeared. Then I had to go looking for new targets. Before entering this place, I killed my foundation forging master. I've gotten a bit tired of this unchanging life. So I want to find a new target, and I've found that you're the most suitable choice. As long as you are strong enough and have limitless potential, I can try killing you for a long time. Then I won't have to keep finding new targets. What the fuck, are you crazy? What kind of dogshit logic is that? Long Chen was unable to comprehend this kind of bizarre thinking. Only someone crazy could think like this. If you want a target to kill, why not choose that corrupt god of yours? Isn't that target much further? Lang Yuan disdainfully said, the corrupt god. He doesn't have the qualifications to be my opponent. I rather like you. If it weren't for her previous words, that last line of hers could make a man ecstatic. But now the meaning behind it was too profound. Long Chen really was unable to accept it. The thing that startled Long Chen the most was the fact that Lang Yuan looked down on the corrupt god that all the corrupt disciples worshipped. What was going on? As expected, the Eastern Wasteland bells rang out in Long Chen's mind. Senior, you know her origins, asked Long Chen hastily. Don't ask too much. Her origins are too frightening. If you can win her over, I guarantee you'll get limitless benefits, said the Eastern Wasteland bell. Have you gotten things mixed up? She wants to kill me. How am I supposed to win her over? Am I supposed to just let her kill me? Long Chen roared at the Eastern Wasteland bell within his mind-see. Was it joking? That's your own problem. In any case, I've said all I have to say. How to act is up to you, said the Eastern Wasteland bell indifferently. Then it didn't make another sound. Lang Yuan smiled at the bewildered Long Chen. Don't be afraid. I won't immediately kill you. I'll give you time to grow. Long Chen looked at Lang Yuan and suddenly smiled as bright as the sun. He gently held her hand and emotionally said, Yuan, do you know? In truth, I very much like you. I don't want to kill you. Lang Yuan smiled. I also like you, otherwise I wouldn't want to kill you. Long Chen's smile immediately became rigid, but he was an expert, and it was only rigid for a moment before becoming natural again. Then, what do I have to do so that you don't like me? Once I kill you, I won't like you anymore. Fuck, you're just messing around with me, raged Long Chen, throwing aside Lang Yuan's hand. Long Chen, you'll never be able to understand my inner thoughts. You are the only man I've acknowledged in this world. That's why I will kill you, said Lang Yuan solemnly. I can't be bothered to argue any more with you. I'm going to heal. If you want to kill me, then just launch a sneak attack. Long Chen was finally sure that this fairy-like beauty was either an idiot or a lunatic. It was pointless to talk reason with her. But this crazy woman was incredibly powerful. That made Long Chen so furious that he felt like he was also about to become crazy. This was his first time feeling so powerless toward a woman. He couldn't beat her, nor could he kill her. Thus, he just directly resigned himself to his fate. He began to recover his spiritual yuan and spiritual strength. He had only just sat down when Leng Yuhin moved beside him. She leaned lazily against him, her fragrance bursting into his nose. What are you doing?" asked Long Chen. "Just leaning for a bit. Go ahead and recover. Don't worry, I won't attack you," said Leng Yuyin indifferently, her eyes closed. "You don't need to recover," probed Long Chen. With such a beautiful woman leaning against him, how was he supposed to enter a meditative state? "No need. As long as my bloodline power recovers, everything else will follow. I just need to sleep a bit," said Leng Yuyin. Monstrous, absolutely monstrous. So spirit blood was actually so miraculous. Long Chen cursed inside. He had also been that monstrous before. He was once more becoming indignant. But being leaned on like this, especially with quite a few parts of Leng Yuin's skin being revealed, Long Chen couldn't bear it. After all, he was a man. Long Chen had only just opened his mouth when Leng Yuin's bone sword appeared in front of his neck. That chilling aura made his hair stand on end. "Feel that doing this is wronging you. I'm afraid you won't be comfortable." He hastily changed his tone. "I'll kill you if you continue spouting nonsense." Leng Yuin gave him an icy reply before becoming silent. Long Chen felt a burst of powerlessness. Men required power, or they wouldn't even have the right to speak. Perhaps he would just have to find some happiness in having a peerless beauty lean against him. It was just that this peerless beauty was a bit too vicious. But at the same time, he felt a powerful desire to subdue this arrogant and aloof beauty. He shook his head. He had once more begun thinking crazy thoughts. He hastily expelled those thoughts and entered his meditative states, forgetting about himself and the rest of the world. He rapidly began to recover his exhausted spiritual yuan and spiritual strength. Leng Yuan leaned against his body, a peaceful expression on her face. That murderous and domineering version of her had disappeared. It was like she had become an innocent woman. Leaning against him made her think of when she had cuddled with her big sister in her youth. Although it was a different person, she still felt that this feeling of trust was very warm and very safe. At some unknown point, tears streamed out of her closed eyes. They dripped onto Long Chen's clothes, but he didn't notice them in his meditative state. Leng Yuyan wrapped an arm around Long Chen's waist. Just like that, she fell asleep, a faint smile on her lips. It was like she had returned to that warm embrace of her childhood, but there was still a single tear that rested in the corner of her mouth, sparkling like crystal. A full week passed. Only after 7 days did Long Chen slowly open his eyes. At this time, he had recovered to around 80%. He saw Leng Yuyan standing in the distance. She was staring blankly at some murals on the wall. Seeing her, he was shocked to find that she had completely recovered. Her aura was back to its peak. "You're finally awake. You really recover slowly." Leng Yuyan slowly turned around. Now that she had recovered to her peak, it seemed she had returned to her previous icy and arrogant self. The feeling of having a goddess of death standing beside him made him feel a chill. "Comparing myself to you really shakes my confidence." Long Chen bitterly smiled. He had done his best but had only recovered to 80%. On the other hand, his opponent had recovered to her peak after some sleep. This was practically bullying. Leng Yuyan smiled indifferently. "All right, since you've recovered to about 80%, let's go." "How are we supposed to go?" Long Chen was startled. "This place is a trial cave. I went on ahead and saw a transportation formation. It should be the way to leave once disciples completed the trial. I tested it and found that it seems functional. Let's go," said Leng Yuyan. Long Chen walked deeper into the cave with her. Leng Yuyan suddenly reached out and grabbed Long Chen's hand. "Don't say anything. Let's just quietly walk the rest of the way. Once we leave, we'll be enemies again. Let's cherish these final moments," said Leng Yuyan. Chapter 830, 710,000 Beast Forest. The sky was sunny with not a cloud in sight. But standing at the peak of a mountain, looking at the mountain range around him, Long Chen was unable to calm his heart for a long time. Leng Yuyan had left, but the words she had left behind made his heart heavy. "I'll give you time to grow, but the next time we meet, it'll be a battle to the death. I won't show mercy and you should do the same." Although he had communicated with her a great deal before parting, he had found that the weakened Leng Yuyan was like a completely different person from Leng Yuyan in her peak state. He was unable to comprehend what she was thinking. Why did she have to kill him, and why was she so attached to the idea? She liked him, so she would kill him. That logic made no sense to him. She had clearly been completely serious when speaking. He didn't question her resolve to kill him at all. That was the most stifling thing. Were the corrupt path's emotions also so strange? This lessened the happiness he felt from escaping that hell-like abyss quite a bit. Furthermore, he found that these experts truly were supported by immense karmic luck. According to his experience, if he had been alone in such a situation, well then, the best thing to do was to directly get digging, and if he could smoothly dig all the way to the surface, he would have to bless his luck. It was unknown what kinds of things he might encounter on the way. But with Leng Yuan, everything happened so easily, safely, quickly, and painlessly. That allowed him to experience the beauty of karmic luck. His mood was heavy. Before leaving, Leng Yuan had also told him to be careful of Zhu Yu. Once Zhu Yu reached C expansion, he would advance to become a rank 4 celestial. At that time, his devil eye would truly awaken, allowing his combat power to reach an unimaginable level. The reason she hadn't killed Zhu Yu yet was precisely because she had been waiting for his devil eye to awaken. Then she would have a real battle with him. Furthermore, she was also close to breaking through. Once she advanced to C expansion, she would also become a rank 4 celestial. That made Long Chen feel a great deal of pressure. The rank 3 celestial Leng Yuan was already so terrifying. Once she awakened as a rank 4 celestial and advanced to C expansion, would he even be able to block a single blow of hers? Now he finally felt a sensation of mortal crisis. The immemorial path had now gathered the apex experts of the eastern wasteland's righteous and corrupt paths. Not only did he not possess the power to fight across realms against them, but even his advantage in the same realm was lessening. Having exchanged blows with Leng Yuan, Huang Junmo, and Zhu Yu, he knew they were incredibly powerful, especially Leng Yuan. Even if he went all out, he didn't know if he would win. Right now, they were all at the barrier of C expansion and could advance whenever. At that time, he would become a rat that could only hide. However, when the immemorial path opened, there would be an eruption of spiritual qi half a year in. At that time, the spiritual qi would be condensed to the peak, and it contained the most primal energy of the world. It was able to allow cultivators to perfectly advance to C expansion. That was why Leng Yuan and the others refused to advance to C expansion, yet despite having reached the barrier, they were all waiting for that opportunity. Calculating the time, it had already been over 2 months since the immemorial path had opened. He still had 3 months to advance. He had to properly use this time to increase his cultivation base and advance to C expansion at that time, as that was the only way he would have the power to fight against them. He looked around and compared his location to his map. When he saw where he was, he realized he had deviated very far from the main path. The transportation node must have deviated when the immemorial path was destroyed. Long Chen calmed his emotions. Picking a direction, he began to walk back to the main path. For some unknown reason, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. It was like there was a stone on his heart. He was unable to understand Leng Yuan. He could sense that she had a good opinion of him, but he could also sense her determination to kill him. She wasn't joking. He could only regard this kind of situation as the result of the corrupt path's environment and brainwashing. It had led to her heart being twisted, and she could no longer be an ordinary person. "You don't need to bother with this. She didn't kill you now because she really does like you," said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. "Fuck off. I'm not able to understand this kind of ridiculous logic," said Long Chen irritably. The Eastern Wasteland Belle definitely knew something, but it refused to say no matter how he asked. "She's a very pitiful person. You're her only hope. If you aren't killed by her, she'll still be able to live with that shred of hope. But if you die, her hopes will be extinguished. So, you have to live. As long as you live, she can live. If you die, she'll become a walking corpse," sighed the Eastern Wasteland Belle. "If you want to say something, then say it all. Otherwise, don't speak. Are you bullying me for being uneducated with your riddles?" replied Long Chen coldly. Its words were always so mysterious. He just became more and more confused as he listened. "There are many things that involve matters too big for you to learn. This kind of karma isn't something so easy to bear. I can only tell you this much. It would be best if you remembered my words. You'll realize what I'm saying bit by bit as you grow stronger. I owe you an immense favor, but I won't help you unless you are caught in a situation where you'll definitely die. Furthermore, I will only help you enough to pay back the debt I owe you. Once I do, the karma between us will be over, and I can no longer help you," said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. "Fine, up to you. I'm used to relying on myself. I won't depend on your power," said Long Chen. "Oh, there's movement up ahead." Suddenly, Long Chen noticed intense fluctuations. That should be the result of experts fighting. As he rushed over, he saw dozens of corrupt experts encircling 7 men and women that wore strange clothes. Aboriginals. Long Chen was surprised. There was clearly a halo of light over these aboriginals. Those were the fluctuations of the heavenly Taos and their curse. Although they had a few sea expansion experts, the corrupt experts were also formidable. They actually had a rank 3 celestial on their side. The 7 aboriginals were on the verge of collapse, but they still bitterly endured. Long Chen quickly saw through some clues to see that the corrupt experts were planning on capturing them alive. At the same time, he saw a crude formation not far from them. He suddenly realized these corrupt experts had definitely set up a trap. They had set up a transportation formation close by, and it was unknown what method they had used to draw out a group of aboriginals. If they were trying to capture them alive, their goal was clearly to exchange them for Yuan spirit stones. Just as the 7 of them were filled with despair, a golden light erupted. Countless scales flew over. The corrupt experts hadn't even realized what was happening before they were turned into pulp, their blood splashing through the air. The only one who survived was the rank 3 celestial. As soon as the golden scales had appeared, he had sensed a bad feeling and taken out a huge bone shield. It was unknown what that bone was from, but it managed to block the scales. Suddenly, a hand lightly pushed aside the shield, and the rank 3 celestial saw a friendly face smiling at him. At the same time, he felt like a ray of light was flying at him. He instinctively dodged, but he suddenly found that his retreating speed had increased a great deal. The surrounding scene around him was rapidly pulling back. However, he felt that something was off. He was flying back, but there was a familiar, headless corpse where he had been. Beside that corpse were 7 dumbfounded aboriginals looking at him with shock. Soon after, they got smaller, and then they disappeared in the end. Those 7 aboriginals were dumbfounded. They still hadn't understood what was happening before all those corrupt experts were killed. A figure wrapped in lightning rushed away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. But they still saw a head in his hand before he left. The aboriginals just stared for several moments before reacted and hastily fled. But one person suddenly came back midway and picked up those people's weapons and spatial rings. Only after gathering all those did he truly flee. The rank 3 celestial was still flabbergasted. He finally realized that his head was being carried by someone, and he roared, "Release me." He suddenly felt the world spinning around him as his head crashed into a mountain and began to roll. Soul search? Long Chen pointed his finger, wanting to peer through his memories, but he had only just begun when he rapidly retreated. Bang! His spiritual strength had only just entered when that person's head instantly exploded, and even his soul dissipated. He was truly dead. A spiritual seal, what a vicious method. Long Chen spat on the ground. It really was like what Leng Yuan had said. The corrupt path's disciples were raised to become tools for slaughter. Each one of them was like a game piece. Once those game pieces fell into enemy hands, they would be eliminated. Long Chen sighed with regret. If it had been Meng Qi, perhaps she could have broken the seal, but he was unable to. Hee, not bad. You really know how to work, praised the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Obviously, it had absorbed quite a bit of soul energy after he had killed that fellow. Long Chen bitterly smiled. After being so stifled, I can finally blow off some steam. At least not everyone is as monstrous as Leng Yuan. He had killed those people as easily as pulling weeds, releasing a bit of his pent-up gloom. Furthermore, he found that with his power, as long as he didn't run into Leng Yuan, he could pull weeds extremely easily. But then he looked down on himself for thinking that. Now wasn't the time to be thinking such useless thoughts. He had to quickly increase his cultivation base. The 10,000 beast forest is ahead. Haha, good. I can replenish some energy. Long Chen looked at the map and laughed. He continued onwards to a huge block. Chapter 838-7 Stamen Seaheart Fruit. Flying rainbow flashed. A large python was killed with a single slash of Long Chen's sword and then tossed into the primal chaos space's black soil. Although it was just a 6th-rank magical beast, it still offered a large amount of life energy for the withered trees once it was devoured by the black soil. Those trees had been vital to Long Chen in the abyss. They had healed his injuries countless times, which had exhausted all their life energy. They were finally showing signs of life again, but this little bit was like a cup of water on a burning cart. The block he was on could be counted as one of the largest ones in the immemorial path. This was a huge forest millions of miles wide. It was the most complete piece of land preserved on the immemorial path. There were soaring mountains and crisscrossing valleys. There were springs and brooks, but Long Chen had no idea where this water was coming from. However, this place was definitely the place with the most abundant life energy on the immemorial path. He had come here to hunt magical beasts, using their corpses to recover the forest in his primal chaos space. Of course, he not only wanted them to recover, he also wanted them to grow to their peak. Even now, these trees were still in a growing phase. They weren't even a mile tall yet. It had to be known that the same trees in the spirit world had been over 2 miles tall. He didn't have heavenly Tao runes, so these trees were the greatest protection to his life. On his path, Long Chen killed several 6th-rank magical beasts before finally encountering a 7th-rank magical beast. It was a huge crocodile that lived in a swamp. Its body was over 3,000 meters long, but it wasn't an ancient species, so it wasn't particularly strong. It was killed with a single sneak attack from Long Chen. Currently, the Enlightenment Palace star had reached the 8th star transformation, and thanks to his insane consumption of medicinal pills, his cultivation base had just reached the 11th heaven stage yesterday. After the 9th heaven stage, each increase allowed his power to explosively multiply. He might have been suppressed by Lang Yuan before, but now he had regained his confidence. Killing an ordinary 7th-rank magical beast was now as easy as raising a hand to him. He killed 3 more of them very quickly. A 7th-rank magical beast's body was huge. The last one had been a tiger magical beast, and Long Chen had intentionally heavily injured it before summoning Little Snow to kill it in one shot. Although Little Snow was only at the 6th rank, his combat power could threaten 7th-rank magical beasts. After killing a 7th-rank magical beast, Little Snow's mood clearly improved a little. Long Chen decided to keep him out the entire time and try to once more find that feeling of fighting shoulder to shoulder. Long Chen had Little Snow rove around as he pleased. As a magical beast, he was able to sense magical beasts that were stronger than him. Many magical beasts would leave behind their scent around their territory to warn invaders. When they encountered 6th-rank magical beasts, Little Snow could handle them on his own, although it was a bit difficult for him, especially when he encountered those with powerful ancient bloodlines. He was still fearless and crazily attacked. Once he killed his opponent, he would let out a roar. Looking at Little Snow, Long Chen was a bit worried. Little Snow was clearly like him, someone who enjoyed a battle. Although he was very obedient, he had his own pride. He didn't like being protected, and Long Chen could feel the changes in his mood. Little Snow was currently growing lonelier. That was related to how his cultivation base was being far surpassed. Those days of fighting alongside him were growing more and more distant. Although the Eastern Wasteland Bell had said that it could help Little Snow advance, that required time, and a great deal of it. Who knew what level Long Chen would have reached by that time? If he had advanced to a much higher realm, then Little Snow still wouldn't be able to fight alongside him. But Long Chen kept these problems to himself. At the very least, Little Snow was happy now. He would just let him continue being happy. As the two of them advanced, they killed their 9th 7th rank magical beast on the 3rd day. The trees in the primal chaos space were once more flourishing. In fact, they continued to grow, reaching a mile in height. During these 3 days, Long Chen had intentionally lowered his combat power. When encountering 7th rank magical beasts, he would always cooperate with Little Snow to kill them. Sometimes, he would intentionally act as if he was in danger so that Little Snow could help. As expected after these 3 days, Little Snow was much happier, which comforted Long Chen. As long as Little Snow was happy, then even if he had to slow down a bit, he was willing. Long Chen always felt like he owed Little Snow too much. Little Snow had given his everything, including his life, for him, but Long Chen had given him far too little. Through 3 days of travel, he had already broached the outer layer of the forest. Although he hadn't reached the core, he was already starting to feel a sensation of danger. The map that the Zio tribe had given him showed that this region had extremely powerful magical beasts. The magical beasts that weren't strong enough were forced to live on the outer section of the forest. Once a magical beast reached the 6th rank, it would be like a human, and it would no longer need to hunt. It could absorb energy from heaven and earth to survive. But once they went through something that exhausted them and needed to rapidly recharge, they would go hunt other magical beasts. With Flying Rainbow on his back, Long Chen and Little Snow carefully advanced. Suddenly, Little Snow stopped moving and let out a growl. Long Chen's guard immediately raised. Little Snow had smelled a powerful magical beast scent. Continuing forward, they eventually reached a large mountain stream. A waterfall poured down from above, rumbling. Under the sunlight, a beautiful rainbow shone in the mist. Beside the waterfall was a huge figure. From a distance, it looked like a huge boulder or perhaps a small mountain. Damn, it's actually a mountain rock python, but its lines are actually golden. What breed is it? Long Chen recognized it to be a mountain rock python, but he didn't recognize its decorative patterns. It was either mutated or some existence he didn't know. Perhaps it was the mountain rock python's ancestor. Feeling its powerful aura from a distance, it was probably no weaker than the red-eye sacred blood phoenix or the hidden ground gold spider king. Now it was a bit troublesome. It had to be known that the hidden ground gold spider king had forced Zhu Yu to use the self-harming Yama king blood curse. If it hadn't been for its immense power, he naturally wouldn't have made such a sacrifice. Seventh rank was just a level. Not all magical beasts at the same rank were equal. Using human cultivators as an analogy, ordinary sea expansion experts could not compare to sea expansion celestials. Furthermore, rank 1 celestials were dregs in front of rank 3 celestials. Magical beasts were the same. An ordinary 7th rank magical beast was a far cry from a magical beast at the same rank, but with an ancient bloodline. And when it came to magical beasts with ancient bloodlines, another important factor was the purity of their bloodline. That also created an immense difference in their combat power. As for this mountain rock python, its aura was definitely on the same level as the red-eye sacred blood phoenix. Looking closely, its aura was perhaps just a slightest bit weaker. Wait, isn't that the 7-stamen sea heart fruit? Long Chen's heart suddenly began to pound fervently. Not far from the mountain rock python was a foot-tall little tree. On that tree were bean-sized fruits. They seemed to have flowers blooming on them, but in truth, those were just flower designs. Each fruit sparkled like a gemstone. With those flowery designs on them, they looked like natural works of art. But in Long Chen's eyes, those weren't works of art, but treasures that had come at just the right time. He had long since entrusted Zheng Wenlong with the task of finding one, but there hadn't been any harvest after all this time. Even within the pill tower, he hadn't seen the 7-stamen sea heart fruit. That was a 7th-tier medicinal ingredient, and amongst them, it was exceedingly precious. It could be considered a treasure amongst treasures. It was the core ingredient in refining the sea-merging pill. That was a medicinal pill that sea expansion experts longed for even in their dreams. The medicinal pill would have the 7-stamen sea heart fruits flower images on it. Those were actually natural Dalmarks that could absorb spiritual chi from the air. Because its medicinal effect was too strong, cultivators below sea expansion couldn't consume it. They were unable to endure the impact, and their dantians would explode. But Long Chen was different. He didn't have a dantian, so he could ignore the impact. All he needed was that terrifying spiritual chi to increase his cultivation base. As for his meridians, they were definitely strong enough to bear it. Although consuming medicinal pills that were tiered above your cultivation base was taboo, Long Chen's body was practically made to consume medicinal pills. There was no one else clearer on the effects of medicinal pills, and he was confident in being able to handle it. Once he obtained this fruit, he could refine sea-merging pills to rapidly increase his cultivation base. Then he wouldn't be thrown behind. Furthermore, he was confident that, once he reached the 12th heaven stage, he would be able to win even against Lang Yuan. However, he quickly began to feel awkward. The 7-stamen sea heart fruit was too close to the mountain rock python. They were less than 300 meters apart. Thus, to sneak over and obtain it wasn't possible. Just hiding his aura was useless. Many magical beasts didn't rely on aura to distinguish enemies. They relied on spatial fluctuations, smell, and even a sixth sense. Magical beasts possessed an innately high vigilance that made them extremely sensitive to enemies. If the mountain rock python noticed Long Chen, then as long as it released the slightest bit of its power, it would destroy the entire mountain behind it. Then that fragile tree would be blown to bits. Little Snow, you go back. At the edge of its territory, release your aura to draw it away. If it comes after you, don't attack, focus completely on running. Once I obtain the 7-stamen sea heart fruit, I will immediately come to help you, said Long Chen. Little Snow gently rubbed his head against the ground, indicating that he understood. He stealthily retreated. Not long after, his roar came from the distance. Little Snow had already begun provoking the mountain rock python. Chapter 839, Blood Python Race. Little Snow's roar rang out from the distance. The mountain rock python twitched, but then it didn't move again. It seemed that it didn't want to deal with Little Snow. Little Snow once more roared, this time much closer. He had clearly already entered its territory. Now the mountain rock python became a bit irritated. Its mountain-like body finally uncoiled. Only once it uncoiled did Long Chen notice that it had two bumps on its head. They were extremely large, looking similar to two horns. The mountain rock python doesn't have any horns. Maybe this thing isn't a hidden rock python at all. Long Chen was startled. It raised its head high into the air, looking at the distant Little Snow. It actually let out a roar. That roar was extremely strange. It sounded almost like a bull's cry and was very low-pitched, but its voice contained its might. It clearly disdained to kill Little Snow and wanted him to scram on his own. Suddenly, Little Snow shot a wind blade at the python. The python had never imagined that Little Snow, a 6th-rank magical beast, would dare to attack it. It was actually struck in the head. But this powerful wind blade didn't cause the python's head to even tremble. The wind blade was instantly shattered. It was finally infuriated. Its body shot forward and its scales lit up. Its huge body moved like the wind. However, now that it moved, the mountain beside it was also damaged. A large part of it crumbled to the ground. Not good. Wings suddenly appeared on Long Chen's back, and he shot over at the 7-pith sea heart fruit. A huge boulder was currently falling toward it. The 7-pith sea heart fruit was extremely special. If it was shaken by the slightest outer force, it would immediately pop like a balloon. That was what made it extremely rare. Bang! The boulder shattered onto the ground, but the 7-pith sea heart fruit was safely within Long Chen's primal chaos space. As soon as he put it away, Long Chen's wings flapped. He soared into the air and saw that Little Snow was leading the python on a wild chase. The python was clearly infuriated. As it rapidly chased, its huge body blasted all the huge surrounding trees to smithereens. Little Snow had pushed his speed to its peak, but in front of a 7th-rank magical beast, his speed superiority was lessened a great deal. After just a few thousand miles, the python behind him had gotten much closer. It opened its mouth and suddenly shot out a rain of green liquid at Little Snow. Little Snow immediately dodged, avoiding it by just a hair's breadth. Any place touched by the green rain was corroded, whether it was a tree or a rock. It appeared as if Little Snow was releasing an angry oil as everything behind him was corroded and released a disgusting stench. Little Snow, get back, split the heavens. Long Chen finally arrived just in time to see Little Snow narrowly avoid getting struck by the green rain. He immediately slashed down Flying Rainbow. Boom, swordlight crashed onto the python's head. The ground crumbled as a few of its scales broke and its blood splashed. But surprisingly, his attack only caused a foot-deep injury. A foot-deep injury was basically nothing to this huge python. Suddenly, the python's tail whipped through the air. A fierce gale erupted as if space was being blown apart. Long Chen hastily summoned the 4-star battle armor. His divine ring appeared, and he once more slashed out with Split the Heavens. With the support of the divine ring and 4-star battle armor, this attack managed to sever the python's huge tail. Blood splashed through the air. Long Chen had only just slashed out to defend against its tail, when the python's mouth shot over to devour him. Long Chen was startled. He hadn't expected it to be so agile. The injury to its tail didn't affect its speed at all, and by the time he reacted, he was already caught within its mouth. Not good. A fishy liquid filled its mouth. It was obviously a terrifying poison. Long Chen's flame energy suddenly circulated around him in defense, and then a huge flame sphere exploded in his hand. Boom! The mountain rock python had just captured Long Chen in its mouth before its head exploded. Long Chen reappeared, surrounded by flames. The air was filled with a nauseating stench. He had just landed on the ground and put away the python's corpse when he saw a group of people in the distance. When he saw them clearly, his gaze immediately turned icy. Release Little Snow. There were a total of 9 people, and each of them had half of their faces covered in black scales. Their eyes looked like the eyes of a poisonous viper, cold and without the slightest emotion. 8 of them were rank 2 celestials, while one was a rank 3 celestial. His aura was almost on the same level as Zhu Yu and the others. One of them was holding a strange metal net that had captured Little Snow. The net had sharp barbs on it that were stabbing into Little Snow's skin. He was quivering. That net seemed to be a specially made enchanted item used to capture housebits. Seeing Little Snow captured, the killing intent in Long Chen's eyes continued to surge. This is your housebit. You really are an idiot. You actually dared to bring such a weak housebit into the immemorial path. The man holding the net snorted and dragged little Snow back. He clearly had no intention of releasing him. The others also didn't place Long Chen in their eyes. Their eyes were cold and disdainful, as if they were emperors looking down on an ant. That was especially true of the rank 3 celestial leading them. His gaze was like a blade, making it so others didn't dare to look at him directly. With half of his face covered in black scales, he appeared even more sinister. "What sect are you from? Did you kill this mountain rock python?" he asked, his tone like he was interrogating a criminal. "Either release little Snow or die. Choose quickly," said Long Chen icily. He had already lost patience. Furthermore, his killing intent was growing more and more powerful. He felt like he was about to lose his calm. "Brat, you really are courting death. You want us to release your housebit. Keep dreaming." The man holding the net smiled sinisterly. He was just about to kill little Snow. Soul impact. He had only just formed such a thought when a vast spiritual strength stabbed into all their souls like needles. A spiritual attack. The rank 3 celestial was actually extremely startled, and he hastily shouted a warning. At this moment, the bead on his neck let out a powerful fluctuation. It was a defensive soul item to block spiritual attacks. He might have a defensive soul item, but the others didn't. They were immediately affected and lost their consciousness for a moment. Long Chen's spiritual attack wasn't powerful, and it was also scattered amongst them, causing it to be weakened further. If Meng Qi had been attacking, these people would have instantly died. But Long Chen didn't have the time or energy to train in soul arts. The majority of his soul arts were only defensive. His offensive soul arts were very crude, and against experts on this level, such a spiritual attack was only able to cause them to lose consciousness for the blink of an eye. However, the blink of an eye was enough. Long Chen shot out like a ghost, instantly reaching the one holding the net. The rank 3 celestial moved to stop him, but he was one step too late. Flying rainbow flashed. That person's hand was severed and Long Chen placed little Snow into his spiritual space. At the same time, he grabbed that person's neck, and the next instant, he had already fallen back. From the moment he had unleashed his soul art, dodged the rank 3 celestial, cut off that person's hand, saved little Snow, and escaped, the amount of time that had passed would be less than enough for an ordinary person to blink. When the other blood python experts recovered, they realized that one of them had already fallen into Long Chen's hands. "Bastard, you dare to attack our grand blood python race. Are you asking us to exterminate your entire sect and family?" roared one of them. "Hurry up and release him. Then claw out your own organs, or you'll die without a grave and every single member of your family will die," said another guy. It seemed they were worried Long Chen wasn't angry enough, and so they were adding oil to the fire. They surrounded Long Chen, but Long Chen was still tightly holding that person's neck. If Long Chen clenched his hand, he wouldn't just shatter that person's neck, but he would also shatter his head. So they didn't dare to attack yet. "Brat, I don't believe that you dare to kill me," said the blood python expert caught in Long Chen's hand. He was confident in using his race to intimidate him. "Hadiyahasa." Long Chen laughed. His laughter grew louder and louder until it was as loud as thunder. That laughter was full of disdain. "Don't dare. In this world is there anything that I Long Chen don't dare to do?" Long Chen suddenly increased his strength. In front of the blood python experts' disbelieving gazes, that person was crushed into a bloody mist. Chapter 840 Mercilessly Killed. The bloody mist floated through the air, its scent wafting into their noses. The blood python experts looked as though flames were about to explode out of their eyes. They hadn't expected Long Chen to really dare to ignore their warnings and kill one of their members right in front of them. That was a provocation to all the ancient races. Their bloodlines were different, which was why they didn't view humans as the same race. In fact, they even viewed them as an inferior race due to their arrogance. But Long Chen never liked to indulge people for being stupid. He had already warned them, and they had actually wanted to kill little Snow in front of him. Since they wanted to die so urgently, Long Chen could only help them out. "Die!" the rank 3 celestial roared and smashed his fist at Long Chen. Countless scales appeared over his fist, giving it immense power. Long Chen also let out a punch, and both of them were forced back by the other. Long Chen was startled. As expected, this person really wasn't an ordinary rank 3 celestial. He was also an innate rank 3 celestial, someone on the level of Zhu Yu and the others. The immense collision directly blew back the other blood python experts surrounding Long Chen. "You mongrel!" Before one of them could finish speaking, flying rainbow struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing his head. Long Chen activated Flying Rainbow's runes, and its sharp aura completely erupted. Those blood python experts might have immediately raised their weapons to block, but they were still cut into mincemeat in front of Flying Rainbow's sword light. Their weapons were all enchanted items, while Flying Rainbow was a treasure item. Furthermore, it specialized in sharpness. As a result, countless bits of flesh flew through the air. This was a treasure item's power. All enchanted items were garbage in front of it. Previously, when he had fought Zhu Yu and Leng Yuan, he hadn't been able to see this superiority. But now that he was fighting enemies that used enchanted items, Long Chen was delighted to see his advantage. Bastard, the rank 3 Celestial, was completely infuriated upon seeing his comrades being slain. He suddenly took out a whip. The barbed whip sparkled with a golden light. If someone were struck by it, then, even if their body could handle it, a large strip of their skin would be torn off. It didn't seem like a weapon. Instead, it seemed more like a tool for torture. Looking at it would give a person chills. Long Chen swung his sword, slashing it onto the whip. The whip was knocked back, but it wasn't damaged. It was obvious that this was also a treasure item. That gave Long Chen a surprise. For a treasure item to have been forged into this form, perhaps it had many unknown abilities. If he was struck, then even if he didn't die, he would probably lose half of his life. The rank 3 Celestial attacked 3 times in a row before Long Chen used his immense power to knock him back a step. Divine Ring. 4-star battle armor. Split the heavens. An immense sword image soared through the clouds and slashed down on the rank 3 Celestial. The rank 3 Celestial was horrified. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had suddenly pushed his power to its peak. It had to be known that a battle was a gradual process. Increasing your power too violently would damage your own meridians. But against Long Chen, he had no time to consider that right now. A sensation of death washed over him. Clenching his teeth, his runes suddenly transformed. He seemed like a magical beast now, and his aura was pushed to the peak. His whip smashed down. Boom! He vomited a mouthful of blood and shot back like a shooting star. He directly tore through a large mountain. He had only just come out of the mountain when Long Chen's second attack arrived. The immense mountain was cleanly cut in two by Long Chen's sword. His terrifying sword chi continued far into the distance. At this moment, a figure appeared from the destroyed ground. The rank 3 Celestial was covered in blood, and his lower body had been destroyed. He appeared incredibly wretched. As expected, even amongst innate Celestials, there is an immense difference. This blood python expert's aura was on the same level as Leng Yuan and the others, but his actual battle power was a far cry from them. He was injured on just the second attack. "Bastard, do you know the price of your provocation today?" he roared. Long Chen ignored him. He didn't even know how many of these arrogant idiots he had killed. There was no need to reason with these people. That was just a waste of saliva. It was better to just directly hack them to death. His sword once more released a ray of sword chi. Long Chen wanted to kill him today. Little Snow was safe within his spiritual space, but his body was now riddled with injuries. That net had been too immoral. Those countless barbs were impossible to remove without sacrificing a great deal of flesh. At the same time as he was distressed, he was also furious. No matter what, this person had to be killed. Ancestral spirit materialize. The blood python expert roared, and his runes formed a large illusory image. It seemed to be a serpent. It was huge but very indistinct. Compared to the image Leng Yuan had summoned, it was much more indistinct, and its aura was also much weaker. However, his own aura also rose a level. His whip once more whistled toward Long Chen. "I'll make you pay a price for your arrogance," he roared. His whip suddenly grew explosively, going from 3 meters to 300 meters long. It was like a ribbon, attempting to wrap around Long Chen. As expected, there's something fishy. All these kinds of strange weapons had secret methods to use them. Although he had been suspicious, in a true battle, a sudden special technique could result in unexpected results. This golden whip had some kind of mechanism that allowed it to retract and extend. It had thousands of variations, and it had special runes on its barbs. Once those barbs struck flesh, the flesh would harden, almost like fossilization. Then when the barbs were slightly pulled, they would immediately pull out a large chunk of flesh. Although Long Chen didn't know that, he could sense an immense threat from it. He didn't want to test how it would feel to be struck by its barbs. The rank 3 Celestial's techniques were extremely swift, By the time Long Chen reacted, he was already surrounded by the whip. It was too late to escape. This was one of his trump cards, and it was extremely powerful. Until now, it had proved to have a wondrous impact against countless experts. He had trained this move to the pinnacle and couldn't be any better at using it. Whether it was his speed, timing, or angle, everything was controlled perfectly. Suddenly, Long Chen was surrounded by countless golden scales. They formed an armor around his body. The whip rapidly struck over and over. Sparks flew, but it was unable to damage these scales. These scales came from the hidden ground gold spider king, a king amongst 7th-rank magical beasts. They were natural soul items and incomparably sharp. Although their power was only comparable to enchanted items, up until now, the only thing capable of destroying them was Leng Yuan's sword. This whip clearly hadn't reached that level yet. With the golden scales blocking for him, Long Chen escaped the whip's entanglement. At the next moment, Long Chen's sword came slashing toward the rank 3 Celestial. The Celestial was startled. Now he was stuck in an awkward position. His whip was too long, so he needed to block with something else. He took out a huge shield. It was extremely thick and covered in runes. Its aura made it seem like a high-grade enchanted item. With a light sound, Long Chen's sword cut the shield in two. Blood erupted from the rank 3 Celestial as he was also almost cut in two. If it hadn't been for the shield, he would have died. He turned pale. Flying Rainbow was just too sharp. Having just taken a stroll past the gates of hell, he was finally afraid. He put away his whip and runic wings appeared on his back. He fled. You want to leave? Leave your life behind first. Today I want to see if your luck really can stop me from killing you. Long Chen put away the scales. Lightning wings appeared on his back and he shot after him. Chapter 840, One Jai Chenkong. Long Chen was incredibly fast. Although the Blood Python race's rank 3 Celestial had moved first, Long Chen caught up to him in just a few breaths. Perhaps the lightning body blink had a few flaws, making it not as good as Leng Yuan's netherworld ghost steps. But when it came to traveling in a straight line, his speed definitely surpassed hers. Trying to run from Long Chen was just a joke. Even Zhu Yu hadn't been able to escape despite him fleeing with his treasure item, let alone this fool. Boom! Flying Rainbow slashed down. The rank 3 Celestial hastily blocked with his whip. As a result, he was sent flying by Long Chen. Using the force of the collision, his speed was momentarily increased by quite a bit, but the price for it was that he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. His speed was pushed beyond his limit like never before. Just as he was hoping that he could use this speed to escape, a terrifying wind came from behind him. Another attack whistled towards him. Boom! Long Chen once more slashed down with his sword. As a result, the rank 3 Celestial vomited more blood and had his speed increase again. From a distance, it was like a person was kicking a ball, then chased after that ball and viciously kicked it again. The ball was getting faster and faster, and its speed was already past the eye's ability to track moving objects. However, the person behind it was even faster, and each attack would increase its speed more. How is this possible? What speed is this? The rank 3 Celestial was roaring furiously inside. He was tumbling through the air like a shooting star. His current speed was entirely because of Long Chen. This speed was far past his limit. If this continued, the wind was going to crush his body. But even after all this, Long Chen was still able to catch up and accelerate him slash after slash. Then he needed to block with his full power on every occasion. Each time he blocked, he would feel his inner organs being heavily shaken and his arms being broken over and over again. Then Long Chen would need a few breaths to catch up to him. He used those few breaths to use the Heavenly Tao recovery, and would only just recover when Long Chen's next attack arrived. He blocked, he was injured, his speed increased, he healed, and then the cycle repeated. He was stuck in an unending cycle, unable to control even his own body as he flew through the air. Bastard, you are provoking the ancient races. Brat, the Blood Python race will destroy your sect and family. If you stop now, there will still be room to talk. It was very obvious the rank 3 Celestial was finally afraid. This move of Long Chen's was extremely vicious. He was flying through the air out of control. He couldn't even change his trajectory, let alone release one of his powerful moves. Long Chen had set up this death trap in the air, and his attacks were growing more and more vicious. The rank 3 Celestial was constantly being injured. Now, with each attack, his arm would shatter. He almost lost his hold of his whip. If he lost it, he would immediately be cut down. But even with it, He was constantly being injured and forced to use up his heavenly Tao energy to heal. He wouldn't be able to hold on for long. At the same time, he understood Long Chen's sinister plan. Long Chen was forcing him to rapidly use up his energy, all to make it so he would find himself powerless. He was stuck in his death trap. The tempo was entirely under Long Chen's control. It could be said that his death was fated as soon as he had fallen into this trap. He wasn't wrong. Long Chen knew that experts on this level all had countless trump cards. Furthermore, they were supported by karmic luck, which made them difficult to kill. In truth, when he first attacked, he hadn't been thinking of this trap. But by the third hit, he realized this was a good method. He could play this fellow to death, and so he directly began to exhaust his energy. Did he give a damn if he was a part of the ancient races? He didn't. They were enemies, and there was no need to be soft-hearted toward enemies. At the same time, he was testing whether he really could kill an innate rank 3 celestial. He wanted to confirm something. The two of them rapidly flew through the air. As he constantly attacked, Long Chen sensed his opponent's aura growing weaker and weaker. He was clearly running out of his core energy. He continued to keep a close watch over his opponent's aura as he attacked. He was searching for an opportunity to cut him down. "Haha, Long Chen, I've finally found you." This voice was full of delight and excitement, but also dense hostility. A ray of sword chi slashed toward Long Chen. Long Chen's heart shook. He was surprised someone would attack him here. Furthermore, from the immense pressure, this person was also a peak expert. Boom, that attack was extremely refined and it blocked Long Chen from continuing forward. He had no choice but to slash his sword to block the sword chi. However, he was forced back. This person was powerful. "Ha ha ha, Long Chen, I bet you never thought we would meet here." This newcomer appeared in the air with wings on his back and runes circulating around him, which made him look like a blazing sun. Jai Changkong. Long Chen's pupils shrank slightly. This person was the remote heaven gang's #1 disciple, the one Ion Qiuyu had told him to be wary of. Floating in the air, Jai Changkong stared at Long Chen with an icy and sinister smile. Brother Changkong, the blood python expert, was clearly familiar with him. He stopped fleeing and stood beside Jai Changkong. He asked, "Do you know who he is?" The blood python race had a bit of connection with the remote heaven gang. The remote heaven gang was the Eastern Wasteland's largest gang, and so its scope was extremely broad. It did business with quite a few ancient races. Those ancient races didn't like interacting with the outside world, but there were some things they had no choice but to buy. And the remote heaven gang was the best partner for that. The remote heaven gang would occasionally send some disciples to form some rather good relationships with the ancient races. So Jai Changkong recognized the blood python expert. Although the ancient races were arrogant and looked condescendingly upon the rest of the world, they still had to be respectful to an expert like Jai Changkong. They had exchanged pointers, and he knew he was Jai Changkong's match. Now that Jai Changkong had taken action to save him, his first thought was to learn about Long Chen's identity. Why was it that he had never heard of such a vicious character in the Eastern Wasteland? He is Long Chen. Previously, he was completely obscure, but later, he obtained some unknown dogshit luck that caused his reputation to soar. Then he began to consider everyone else beneath him. This idiot sect is our remote heaven gang's opponent, the Xuanhuan Dao sect. So I'm sure Brother Lai Yan knows what to do, said Jai Changkong. Long Chen? It seems I have heard of this name. Fuck, this bastard killed quite a few people from my blood python race. I'll tear him apart. Don't worry, Brother Changkong. If that Xuanhuan Dao sect dares to not appreciate kindness and tries to find trouble for your remote heaven gang, my blood python race will definitely stand by your side, swore the blood python expert. Jai Changkong smiled. His remote heaven gang had been secretly engaging in business all around in order to form relationships. It was all to get these ancient races and ancient families' support. They had to gather those powers so that they could challenge the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Even if the Xuanhuan Dao sect was powerful, it couldn't possibly become enemies with all the Eastern Wasteland's powers, right? The Xuanhuan Dao sect clearly felt that they were above the remote heaven gang. Other than interacting with a few of their subordinate powers, they rarely interacted much with the rest of the cultivation world. So the remote heaven gang's leader, Jai Hongling, had been planning on showing their power to everyone right before the immemorial path had opened. As a result, in front of everyone, she was beaten like a dog by Ion Qiuyu, and she had almost become a dead dog. Who asked her to be unlucky? Most of the ancient races and other powers that were friendly with the remote heaven gang had been at the other entrance, so no one had come to help her. As a result, Jai Hongling could only hand this mission to Jai Changkong. Once he entered the immemorial path, he was to go all out to slaughter the Xuanhuan Dao sect's main disciples. It would be best if he could kill them all. Long Chen, are you mute now? In front of the immemorial path, didn't you like to show off so much? Even Huang Junmo and Yu Changhao are interested in you. Why don't you say some final words now? Jai Changkong icily stared at Long Chen, his voice full of disdain as well as a bit of envy and hatred. His hatred stemmed from Huang Junmo and Yu Changhao, especially Yu Changhao. He was said to dominate the ancient race's junior generation, the future leader of the ancient races. As soon as he had come, he had ignored him and provoked Long Chen. That was a humiliation to Jai Changkong. From start to end, Yu Changhao had ignored him. As for Huang Junmo, his arrival had also shaken everyone, causing all those young experts to hold their breath in fear. He had also targeted Long Chen while not giving a damn about him, so all this hatred would now be released on Long Chen. Is it his karmic luck, or is it my bad luck? Long Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Jai Changkong. Just what was karmic luck? Was it that the heavens were intentionally stopping him from killing one of their innate rank 3 celestials? Jai Changkong, have you come to lose your head with him? If that's the case, I'm willing to help you out. Long Chen slowly raised his sword, pointing it at them. His aura began to condense. He knew that the true battle was about to start. My head, that's right, I wanted to send you a gift. Hopefully you can kindly accept it. Jai Changkong suddenly smiled sinisterly, showing off a certain thing in his hand. When he saw that thing, Long Chen's gaze immediately became icy cold. His robes danced with no wind as his killing intent soared into the heavens. Chapter 842, A Beauty's Head. That was a head, a human head, and it was a beauty's head. Those eyes were filled with unwillingness and rage, as well as humiliation. The owner of this head came from the same sect as Long Chen. She was acclaimed as one of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's 4 heavenly geniuses, the only woman amongst them, Zhang Wuyan. She had actually been killed. Although Zhang Wuyan definitely hadn't had a good relationship with Long Chen, and the two of them could even be counted as enemies, seeing her head in front of him still infuriated Long Chen. His killing intent unconsciously began to brew. I'm pleased to see you like this. You should know I spent a great deal of effort to get this girl for you. I don't mind telling you I didn't just kill her, I also enjoyed her before killing her. Regretfully, this woman might be beautiful, but once her clothes were off, she didn't have any of the feeling of a woman. However, I still clenched my teeth and went through with it. He, and in the end, she really was an amazing woman, ha ha ha. Laughed Jai Changkong, as if he were reminiscing. Good, you've succeeded in infuriating me. Congratulations. Lightning suddenly circulated around Long Chen, and he turned into a bolt of lightning shooting toward Jai Changkong. Jai Changkong was startled that Long Chen would suddenly attack without accumulating any power. Before he could react, Long Chen's sword was already piercing his chest. He was startled. This was his first time seeing such explosive strength, and he rapidly retreated. Boom! The front of Jai Changkong's robes exploded, revealing a golden soft armor on his body. But there was a large hole in that armor now. His blood slowly flowed out. He was both startled and enraged. If he hadn't retreated fast enough and had this armor to block the majority of the power, he might already be dead. This carelessness had caused him to walk right past the gates of hell. Cold sweat covered his back. Rumble, Long Chen's divine ring circulated and 4 stars floated in his eyes. His aura reached his peak. His sword once more slashed toward Jai Changkong. Brother Changkong, be careful. He is incredibly fast, warned the blood python expert. At the same time, he once more began to brandish his whip, joining hands with Jai Changkong to fight Long Chen. Jai Changkong finally recovered from his shock. With a furious roar, he summoned his cry of the heavenly Daos. 3 colored runes erupted, forming a fierce sea around him. Jai Changkong was also an innate rank 3 celestial. Long Chen, you can die now. A black spear appeared in Jai Changkong's hands. Its runes lit up, and it released a powerful pressure that caused space to tremble. That pressure was something only a treasure item could possess. Boom! Long Chen's sword slashed onto his spear. Terrifying power erupted as endless runes raged in the sky. Powerful shockwaves spread, shattering mountains and blowing dust into the air. Long Chen was forced back, enraged. Jai Changkong's spear was a heavy weapon. Its strongest aspect was in direct attacks, so for Long Chen to use Flying Rainbow against him put him at a disadvantage. Flying Rainbow was a sword whose best aspect was its sharpness, but it was impossible for it to sever another weapon that had reached the treasure item level. Furthermore, Long Chen wasn't proficient in sword techniques. He wielded it but used his saber techniques. Blooddrinker was in a critical moment. Long Chen couldn't disturb it, or all its previous efforts would be wasted. He could only endure. Long Chen was forced back, but he also borrowed that to dodge the blood python expert's whip. His wings suddenly shook, and his retreating figure came to a sudden stop. Long Chen used split the heavens against the blood python expert. He was the weakest here and the easiest to kill first. Although his combat power was much weaker, his whip was extremely strange. If he used it in the right manner, it could lead to a sudden victory for them. The blood python expert didn't dare to receive Long Chen's slash head-on. He hastily dodged to the side. Boom! The sword chi slashed onto the ground and straight through any mountains it met, cutting a long ditch. Careful, Kainkun severing spear. Jai Changkong suddenly shouted and stabbed his spear to the space beside the blood python expert. Long Chen had already appeared there without notice. Long Chen's sword caused space to tremble, and the blood python expert realized he was also locked down by it. His soul almost fled in fright. Boom! Long Chen's sword slashed onto Jai Changkong's spear. His attack was blocked, allowing the blood python expert to escape. But even so, for such a powerful attack to erupt right beside him, he immediately vomited blood and had half of his body crushed. Remote Heaven Grand Art. Jai Changkong was extremely startled. Long Chen's power had already far surpassed his expectations. He couldn't hold back any longer, and he activated one of his trump cards. The runic sea behind him began to surge, and then it entered his body. Jai Changkong's face became covered in countless runes. It looked like centipedes were crawling over his face, making him appear frightening. Boom! It was like a gate had been opened within his body. A fierce power soared out of him, as if some beast was awakening within him. Long Chen, I'll let you experience my true power, roared Jai Changkong. His spear suddenly began to dance, transforming into thousands of spear images that attacked Long Chen. After this exchange, Long Chen was already aware that Jai Changkong was a brute power expert. He had used a secret technique to explosively increase his power. However, Long Chen was fearless. He suddenly changed his stance and held his sword with both hands. His 4 stars circulated as endless energy poured into his arms. Sword chi slashed through the air and spear images filled the sky. A terrifying power was clashing through the land. That sound was something that could be heard 10,000 miles away. It was a world-shaking battle. There were actually quite a few experts stealthily roaming through the 10,000 beast forest. The vast forest definitely held countless natural treasures. If they were lucky, they might be able to capture an ancient magical beast as a house pet, or perhaps even capture their younglings or eggs. However, they all knew that there were countless powerful magical beasts around them. They had to conceal their auras like thieves to avoid being noticed by those magical beasts. Although they were in groups, they still had to be careful. They weren't afraid of one magical beast, but they had to be worried about a fight that had the potential to draw over the other surrounding magical beasts. Just as they were carefully searching, they heard an explosive battle erupting. Furthermore, that aura was clearly not the aura of magical beasts fighting each other. Just who is so stupid as to fight here? Do they not want their lives? Countless people sneered, feeling like whoever was fighting was too much of an idiot. This kind of battle would definitely draw over the magical beasts. It was suicide. But those sneers quickly turned into shock. That battle's aura was rapidly growing, and the pressure was growing more and more terrifying. Even from such a distance, their hearts were quivering. Heavens, what level of fight is this? After their shock, they all became curious and rapidly snuck over. As for the surrounding magical beasts, they were intimidated and constantly roaring, warning invaders not to intrude into their territory. Magical beasts might not be very intelligent, but they had their own instincts. When their opponent's aura far surpassed them, they would shrink back. None of the magical beasts dared to move. Even the people rushing through their territory were ignored. As long as none of them attacked, they wouldn't attack either. As a result, a huge mass of disciples quickly gathered on the edge of the battlefield. Once they arrived, they were all horrified. There were 3 figures fighting intensely in the sky. Their treasure items were releasing immense power. The ground was completely ruined, and the sky was quivering as powerful shockwaves erupted. Isn't that Jai Changkong from the Eastern Wasteland's #1 gang? He's claimed to be the Remote Heaven gang's #1 genius. Someone immediately recognized Jai Changkong because he was extremely famous. The other one seems to be the blood python race's Lai Yan. He's also claimed as the #1 genius of his race. It was precisely because they recognized those two people that they were shocked, but it was the corrupt experts that were silent. They had recognized the other person. That person's name was like a nightmare to the corrupt path. "Who is that person? He's so strong," asked someone in shock. He saw that Jai Changkong and Lai Yan were working together, but victory or defeat was still difficult to determine. Even 2 against 1, they were unable to do anything to their opponent. So just how strong did that person have to be? "He's Long Chen from the Xuanhuan Dao sect. He's said to be a legend. 3 years ago, he was just a nameless brat, but he suddenly soared like a shooting star, becoming a monster within the Xuanhuan Dao sect. It's said that the word genius can no longer be used to describe him." This battle drew more and more people, but they all just watched from a distance, not daring to get closer. Even ordinary rank 3 Celestials didn't dare to get closer. It was the difference in power that cowered them. Up in the sky, Long Chen's power was overflowing. His battle with the other two had reached a stalemate, becoming a battle of attrition. Against the two of them, over 80% of his power was focused on Jai Changkong. There was no need to doubt his power. As for the blood python expert, he was originally injured and his spiritual yuan was low. However, he was very crafty and kept attacking Long Chen from behind Jai Changkong, not letting him get close. Long Chen was sneering inside. Jai Changkong wanted to compete in terms of endurance with him. With his divine ring, he could maintain this tempo until next year. As long as he didn't use any big moves, his spiritual yuan wouldn't dip at all. "Long Chen, you killed my full moon race's disciples. Hand over your life." Just at that moment, a furious roar shook the heavens. A figure charged into the battlefield, a huge broadsword slashing down. Chapter 843, Giant Body. Long Chen was startled. This attack was coming from behind him. Even before the attack came, he sensed a powerful wind, and the space around him had been solidified. Furthermore, he was also facing Jai Changkong and the blood python expert from the front. There was no way for him to dodge, nor was there a way for him to block with his sword. With an icy snort, he summoned golden scales and formed a barrier around himself. The thick wall of scales was blown apart. That was well within Long Chen's expectations, as his goal was only to weaken this attack. He had just blocked the blood python expert's whip as well as Jai Changkong's spear. But at this moment, his left hand suddenly reached back, covered in thunder force. In front of those hidden spectators' shocked gazes, he grabbed the tip of the broadsword. Is he crazy? He's grabbing a treasure item with his bare hand. That was a treasure item. Once it released its power, it could directly crush him. Did Long Chen not want his life any longer? Long Chen caught the broadsword, and only then did he get a look at who was attacking him. It was a large, stocky man with a horn on his head. Long Chen suddenly recalled that he had seen this person before. Back then, he had been the one leading the full moon race's experts before the immemorial path had opened. On Insect Island, he had truly killed full moon disciples and giant eagle disciples, but the rest of those people had later died on Insect Island to that sea of insects. He didn't know how this person was aware of this fact. However, he also couldn't be bothered to quibble, nor would he refuse to admit it. The hand holding the broadsword suddenly pulled back. The full moon expert was also an innate rank 3 Celestial. Seeing that Long Chen dared to grab his treasure item with his bare hand and actually dared to pull it away, he was infuriated. His power surged out. He was just about to activate his treasure item's power to kill Long Chen. But just as his spiritual yuan was about to pour into his weapon, Long Chen's flying rainbow slashed toward his wrist. That sharp aura gave him a chill. He immediately realized that Long Chen intended to snatch his treasure item. If Long Chen's sword landed on his wrist, then even if he circulated his spiritual yuan to block, it would still be severed. Long Chen would then easily take his treasure item. He immediately became dumbfounded. His sneak attack had failed, and now he had landed in this kind of situation in the blink of an eye. He didn't even know what to do. He instinctively poured his spiritual yuan into his broadsword, hoping to activate its power before Long Chen's sword could reach him. The flying rainbow severed his wrist, but Long Chen's left hand and even his entire arm was blown apart. His bones were revealed. The full moon expert hadn't been as fast as Long Chen, but a portion of his spiritual yuan had still entered his broadsword. An immense power had blown apart Long Chen's arm. His left arm was now a pulp, but the full moon expert's hand had also left his body along with his broadsword. Long Chen tried to grab the broadsword, but it was shockingly heavy, too heavy to hold it with his injured arm. It hadn't recovered from the impact, and he was actually unable to keep hold of the broadsword. It began to fall. He was just about to chase after it when golden light shone behind him. The blood python expert's golden whip released a piercing light, blocking his movement. Furthermore, Jai Changkung's spear was stabbing toward his back. Long Chen had no chance to grab that treasure item and could only raise his sword to block. With their help, the full moon expert hastily grabbed back his broadsword in hand. Activating his heavenly Tao runes, he reattached his hand. His fury had soared to a new level. Their ancient races possessed a secret art that allowed them to distinguish the killers of their clansmen. They would all be infected by a special aura that only the ancient races could sense, so denying it didn't have any use. He had just been drawn over to the battle when he sensed that aura from Long Chen's body, so he had immediately attacked, wanting to kill him in one blow. One reason was that he wanted to avenge his fallen clansmen, while another was because the ancient races also had good relationships among themselves. This way, he could get a favor from the blood python race. He had thought that even if he didn't kill Long Chen in one blow, he would still be dead in just a few exchanges. But there truly had only been one exchange, and in this one exchange, his hand was severed. Furthermore, that was in a situation where he was the sneak attacker. This severed hand was an immense humiliation. He could sense the shocked gazes from countless spectators. He could even feel them thinking that the Grand Full Moon Race's #1 junior expert was actually so useless. Long Chen, I will kill you and your entire family, the Full Moon Race's expert roared, countless runes lighting up his body. His body started to rapidly expand, and his muscles began to bulge with explosive power. Boom! Long Chen had just forced back the blood python expert, and Jai Changkung when the Full Moon expert's broadsword whistled toward him. Long Chen was startled. This Full Moon expert was extremely powerful, but then seeing the horn on his head, he realized he was perhaps related to the ancient rhinoceros magical beast. Even blocking with his full power, he was still sent flying. Long Chen snorted. If it weren't for the fact that flying rainbow wasn't his kind of weapon, how could he lose in terms of power? Double dragon destruction. Long Chen was in the midst of flying back, while the other three were rushing toward him, wanting to kill him in one surge. But he suddenly raised his hands and two huge dragons soared out, roaring. A powerful aura crashed down on them like waves crashing against the shore. The three of them were horrified. They hadn't expected Long Chen to possess such a powerful attack. They sensed an immense threat from these two dragons. Full Moon Slash. Remote Heaven Bloodcree Spear. Blood Python overflows the earth. The three of them didn't dare to hold back. They released their strongest moves and space began to rumble. Boom! The four attacks collided, forming a huge ball in the air. The inside of that ball was full of fierce powers colliding together, which then suddenly exploded. It was like the void had erupted, and a harsh light filled the air. When everyone's sight recovered, they were horrified to see that Long Chen and the others were already fighting again. What kind of monsters are they? Even after such a terrifying blast, they still weren't injured. Perhaps they weren't injured, but their auras are clearly weaker. It probably won't be long before they run out of power, said one expert. Everyone hastily sensed their auras and found out that they really had weakened by quite a bit. Long Chen hadn't been holding back with his attack. He had directly summoned Lei Long and Huo Long's true bodies. With this one attack, not only had he released all their power, but it had also taken a great deal of his spiritual yuan. The two of them returned to his arms to rest. Just at this moment, Long Chen raised his sword, about to release the second form of Split the Heavens. To dare bully my brother Long, I'll smash you to death. Suddenly a furious roar rang out. It was like the roar of a heavenly god. A large figure rushed over. Wilda, Long Chen had never expected that Wilda would appear. He was 3 meters tall, looking like a small giant. As he rushed over, the ground constantly shook. His speed was actually greater than them flying. He stamped on the ground and shot up like a cannonball. The ground shattered, but he appeared in front of Jai Changkung and the others in an instant. Where did this idiot come from? Scram. The Full Moon expert saw that Wilda didn't summon his heavenly Tao runes, nor did he release any battle skills. He furiously slashed his broadsword at Wilda. Boom! Wilda raised his bone club. As a result, he was sent flying and smashed into the ground by the Full Moon expert. A small crater appeared on the ground. Long Chen was startled. He was just about to go see if Wilda was injured when he shot back up, roaring, "Now it's my turn. Let me handle him." The blood python expert sneered. He shot toward Wilda, his whip growing to become 300 meters, coiling around him. Long Chen knew Wilder didn't specialize in fighting in the air. Jumping up like this to fight meant he couldn't use any power. Furthermore, this child was too foolish. It seemed he thought he had to jump up to their height in order to fight. As a result, by the time he reached their height, he had no more power left. That was why he was forced back by the full moon expert. Up in the air, he had no way to release his power, and instead of jumping with extra power, he was jumping exactly to their height. After all this time, his muscles had grown, but his intelligence hadn't improved in the slightest. Long Chen was just about to summon the golden scales to help him when Wilder suddenly let out a bestial roar. In front of everyone's appalled gazes, an ancient mark lit up on Wilder's forehead. His body instantly grew 10 times larger. Everyone, including Long Chen, felt their scalps turn numb. Was he still human? How could he become such a giant? It wasn't just Wilder that got larger. Even the bone club in his hand grew proportionately. It couldn't even be called a club anymore. It was more like a huge pillar. At 30 meters tall, Wilder was an absolute giant. Up in the air, his huge bone club smashed toward the bone python expert. Scram! Chapter 844 killed with a single smash. A whistling chi wave shattered the ground and ruined the mountains. This was a terrifying power that no one had ever seen before. The blood python expert hastily brandished his whip to block, but in front of that huge club, his whip was like a child's toy. He had no ability to resist and was blasted into bloody mist. As for the golden whip, it was unknown how far it was sent flying. Everyone, including Long Chen, felt their hearts skip a beat. This scene was too terrifying. A descendant of the barbarian race, what a pure bloodline. How could this be possible? Muttered the eastern wasteland belle to itself. Run! Jai Chenkong was the first to flash into motion. He was terrified of Wilder and he hastily fled. This kind of power wasn't something a human could resist. The blood python expert had been an innate rank 3 celestial with a treasure item, but he was killed in one blow without the slightest ability to resist. That made him completely terrified. That was absolute power, a power that was impossible to resist. If he still didn't run, then he would have to be suicidal. "Want to leave? Leave your life behind first," Long Chen snorted. As soon as Wilder had attacked, he had felt that the other two might flee, so he had already started forming hand seals. Raging Flame Prison. Countless flame runes suddenly appeared around the two of them. However, Long Chen's expression changed. He had forgotten that his earth flame had already used up all its energy, and as a result, the Raging Flame Prison was clearly formed slower. When it had begun to surround the two of them, cracks had appeared. Jai Chenkong rushed to one of those cracks without even hesitating. As for the full moon expert, he also fled with his full power. He could tell that this was a terrifying magical art, and once he was trapped, he would be doomed. "Sorry, I'll need to borrow your body for a moment." Jai Chenkong suddenly sent a kick at the full moon expert. The full moon expert was startled and instinctively blocked. His expression suddenly changed. He finally realized Jai Chenkong's sinister goal. "Jai Chenkong, you are courting death." But his furious roar had no use. Jai Chenkong had already used the stepping force to increase his speed and pierce out through the crack within the flame prison. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of everyone. While Jai Chenkong flew away, he felt like he was forgetting something. However, he couldn't remember. It was only a few days later that he suddenly recalled that he had seen that giant previously. He didn't know that after Wilder had attacked once, he had fallen from the sky powerlessly, his body returning to his original size. After just one attack, he had used up all his energy. There was no way for him to attack again. The full moon expert was now trapped within the Raging Flame Prison. That attack from Jai Chenkong had made him too slow to escape, and now there was no opening to be found. Seeing Jai Chenkong flee, Long Chen felt a bit helpless. If the earth flame had retained just half of its power, the Raging Flame Prison would have formed much quicker, and Jai Chenkong wouldn't have been able to escape. But at least he had caught one fish, so it wasn't bad. It was just that his flame energy was too weak now. As a result, he had needed to draw more energy from the world. If he did that too fast, it would cause an imbalance in the energy, which would not only cause the prison to fail to form, but also create a backlash. The full moon expert crazily attacked the flame prison, but it was like a multi-layered net. No matter how he attacked, he wasn't able to break the runic chains formed from the world's flame energy. Long Chen formed new hand seals, and an incantation filled the air. It was like the chanting of gods, sacred and divine. He had activated the Nirvana scripture. Following that, the world's flame energy surged toward him, and a sea of runes appeared behind his body. Those runes contained endless flame energy. That sea of runes was something he had used to resist the cry of the heavenly Taos back in the Pill Tower. Only now did he realize just how badly he had been mistaken about its power. This Nirvana scripture was extremely mysterious, and its power seemed limitless. Even if he had no flame energy left, even if he had no power at all, as long as he began to chant it, endless flame energy would surge toward him. Only when he activated the Nirvana scripture would Long Chen feel like the heavens cared for him. The world's flame energy felt so intimate to him. As the Nirvana scripture circulated, boundless energy entered the raging flame prison. It began to grow stronger, and even Long Chen's earth flame began to slowly recover. The raging flame prison began to shrink, pressing a terrifying heat toward the full moon expert. He was horrified. He found that no matter how he resisted, he was unable to stop the encroachment of the flame energy. Even his spiritual yuan was being ignited. It wouldn't be long before he was burned to death. Long Chen, release me. Quickly release me, otherwise your sect, your family. Fuck off, Long Chen raged. This was the kind of thing he hated hearing the most, people threatening to destroy his sect and family. Originally, he had been planning on slowly roasting him, but now he couldn't wait. Flame prison deathblow. The flame prison rapidly shrank, becoming just a foot wide. The full moon expert didn't even have a chance to make a sound before being turned to ash. All the spectators were terrified. They had personally seen two of the ancient race's strongest experts being killed. They practically couldn't believe their eyes. It had to be known that the ancient races had countless inheritances and countless experts. Furthermore, they were very protective. Now that Long Chen had killed the two of them, he had provoked an immense disaster. The flame prison disappeared and a broadsword fell from the sky. A figure suddenly rushed over, grabbed it and fled. This person was clearly extremely crafty. He had timed everything perfectly. Long Chen was in an exhausted state, so the chance of him obtaining it was extremely high. However, he had only just grabbed it when countless golden scales flew over. He was instantly turned into mincemeat. Long Chen smiled coldly. He wanted to take advantage. How could it be possible for such a good thing to happen? He never worked for free. The treasure he had worked so hard for couldn't land in someone else's hands. Long Chen naturally wouldn't be merciful to someone trying to snatch what was his. Originally, there had also been several others lying in wait to take advantage. But now seeing Long Chen suddenly take out this many soul items, they all felt a chill. Grabbing the broadsword, Long Chen smiled. This work really hadn't been for nothing. Now that he had obtained this broadsword, everything was worth it. The broadsword was 6 feet long and was to be used with both hands. It was 4 inches wide and 1.5 inches thick. Its weight was not bad. Long Chen guessed it was at least over 3 million pounds. Although it was still too light for him, it was much more comfortable than using Flying Rainbow. Flying Rainbow was truly too light. He wasn't able to use any of his power. Swinging the broadsword, space trembled. Long Chen was delighted. With this heavy weapon, his battle power had increased by quite a bit. He had only just put it away when he saw quite a few people flying away in a certain direction. He was first startled, but then he realized that was the direction the Blood Python expert's whip had flown. However, Wilder's attack had reached a level of power that was out of a human's understanding. No one knew how far that whip had flown. The battle here was over. There was nothing more to see, nor was there any way to take advantage. So these people suddenly thought of that priceless treasure item. They began frantically rushing over. If their luck was good, they could pick up a treasure for nothing. Although Long Chen was in a weak state right now, that immense battle had intimidated them all. Even the rank 3 Celestials didn't dare to attack Long Chen. They all left. Some people were unwilling and continued to watch in secret, but Long Chen ignored them. He ran over to Wilder's side and was startled to see that he was pale white. "Wilder, what's going on? Are you injured?" Long Chen supported him, investigating his body. It was only natural that after using such immense power, he would receive a powerful backlash. "Brother Long, I can't hold on any longer," said Wilder feebly. "Don't mess around, you'll be fine," Long Chen cut him off. "Brother Long, I really can't hold on. I'm going to die from hunger. I need food," said Wilder urgently. "What the fuck?" Long Chen was speechless. Originally, he had thought that Wilder was heavily injured, but he had just used up too much energy and needed food. The source of Wilder's energy was meat. Currently, Wilder was so hungry that he had an urge to swallow his own arm. Long Chen hastily looked through the primal chaos space. He saw a magical beast's corpse that had only been half devoured by the black soil. Half of it was still above the ground. He hastily tore off 2 of its legs. That was a 7th-rank magical beast, a 6-horned gold bull. A single leg was like a small mountain. Seeing those 2 legs, Wilda immediately pounced. He tore into them, directly devouring huge mouthfuls. Watching that, Long Chen felt a chill. He turned away, unable to watch. But he noticed that, when Wilda began to bloodily eat the bull's legs, a few of those hidden spectators disappeared silently. A 7th-rank magical beast's flesh was something that even enchanted items would have a difficult time piercing, but Wilda was easily eating it. The most terrifying thing was that no one knew just where this flesh was going after he had consumed it. Was Wilda's stomach a spatial bag? After consuming those 2 legs, Wilda was slightly better off. He finally had the energy to speak. Long Chen asked him how he had come here. Wilda said that it was Xuanhuan who had found him and brought him to this place. Once he had arrived here, he had been incredibly excited. He had immediately treated this forest as his own home, constantly eating. "What about Li Qi and Song Minjuan?" asked Long Chen suddenly. Wilda didn't dare to look at Long Chen. Long Chen immediately thought of something and shouted, "Don't lie to me, tell me the truth." Chapter 845 Time to refine the sea-merging pill. "They refused to stay with me and left on their own. They told me to keep it secret," said Wilda. He wasn't able to lie to Long Chen. "Those 2 bastards, they really are asking to be slapped." Long Chen couldn't help being enraged. Weren't they just causing trouble for no reason? This was the immemorial path. Rank 1 Celestials were just cannon fodder here. Without Wilda's protection, if they ran into any trouble, the chances of them surviving were very low. But if they had been with Wilda, he could have given them the heavenly Tao fruits and have them immediately advance to rank 3 Celestials. Long Chen's expression was ugly. He looked at the 2 new heavenly Tao fruits in the primal chaos space, which had come from the blood python expert and the full moon expert. Originally, he had been full of delight, but that delight was ruined now when learned that Li Qi and Song Minjuan had gone off on their own. Their chances of surviving in the immemorial path were extremely remote. "Brother Long," Li Qi said that they couldn't always rely on you. They want to be able to be responsible for themselves. They can't always be holding you back. Seeing Long Chen's frightening expression, Wilda only dared to open his mouth after a long moment. Hearing this, Long Chen's heart softened and he couldn't help but sigh. Living in this world sometimes made him feel so helpless. On the cultivation path, no one could forever advance through other people's help. They had to rely on themselves. Long Chen could make it more convenient for them, but in order to grow, they needed to rely on themselves. The price of growth was often having to face death. Their choice wasn't wrong. Long Chen suddenly felt that the one in the wrong was him. Caring too much could instead slow down people's progress, limiting their room for personal growth. But although he understood that principle, he couldn't follow it. He couldn't watch as his brothers faced such dangers while standing completely aloof. But from Li Qi and Song Minjuan's viewpoint, Long Chen treated them as his brothers, and they also treated him as their brother. When Long Chen faced countless powerful experts, when he crossed mountains of blades or seas of fire, they had to have been feeling the same thing he was feeling. And they must have been feeling it even worse than him, because they didn't have the power to protect him. They would feel useless, ashamed of their own inferiority. Perhaps it had been precisely because of that torment that they had been so brazen as to ignore his orders and also bet on their own lives, looking for their own opportunities to get stronger. Long Chen sighed. He felt so powerless as well as angry. As he gradually got stronger, his luck got progressively worse. When he wanted treasures, he needed to put in 10 or even 100 times more effort than others. "Senior, does karmic luck really exist?" Long Chen suddenly asked the Eastern Wasteland Belle this question. He very much wanted to know the answer. "Of course. Geniuses are products of heaven and earth condensing their karmic luck into certain people. They are blessed by the heavens, and from birth, it is fated that their luck will be better than others. They are heaven and earth's favorites," replied the Eastern Wasteland Belle. "Then what am I, the trash they picked up?" asked Long Chen. The Eastern Wasteland Belle was silent for a moment. "In truth, you yourself should know the answer as to why your luck is so lacking. There's no need to ask the question if you know the answer. In this case, there are many things that relate to some secrets. I can't say them. If I did, it wouldn't be good for you or me. All I can tell you is that it is fated that you will not be able to live off luck. You'll have to rely on power to fight for what you get, and nothing will be given to you for free. Long Chen bitterly smiled. As expected, against an existence that had existed for countless years, his thoughts were practically laid bare. No words were able to trick it into revealing information it didn't want to give. Then what I want to know is, how do I kill experts that are supported by karmic luck? Asked Long Chen. He felt like he was about to go crazy. Killing those people required way too much work, and there were always all kinds of interference. All you need to remember is that in front of absolute power, everything else is nothing. As long as you are strong enough, you can ignore karmic luck. Think about your barbarian friend. Just how many people could block that attack of his? So in front of overwhelming power, karmic luck is also useless. The existence known as karmic luck will only display some sort of use when two people's power is about the same. Once the difference is too great, karmic luck is able to do anything, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Absolute power. Long Chen's eyes brightened. He finally understood the crux of the problem. To put it frankly, he still wasn't strong enough. If he was so strong that he could surpass the restrictions of the heavenly Taos, karmic luck would be nothing. Many thanks for your pointers, Senior, said Long Chen. Don't be so courteous. To tell you the truth, I hope for you to quickly get stronger. Those two people you killed had exceptionally pure spiritual strength, and it was all absorbed by me. It was very helpful. Don't worry, my enemies fill this entire world. There are so many that I can't even kill them all, laughed Long Chen. But that laughter was also full of helplessness. Those arrogant idiots relied on the favoritism of the world to bully him, the unlucky bastard. Long Chen predicted that this opening of the immemorial path wouldn't be too peaceful. Long Chen once more chatted a bit with Wilda. Just what was that immense power he had released in that battle? Wilda said that this was a technique he had awakened back when Kang Ming had been killed. Previously, he hadn't realized it, but then he had encountered a terrifying magical beast in the immemorial path. In his fury, he had unconsciously grown into his giant form and killed that 7th-rank magical beast. Only then did he get a feel for his giant form. In truth, he had already activated it back when Kang Ming had died, but he had been in too much of a muddle-headed state back then. Once he had awakened, he had forgotten about it. The second time, he had activated it while clear-headed. But after killing the 7th-rank magical beast, he had become incredibly hungry. He had directly consumed that 7th-rank magical beast, but it still hadn't satisfied him. Beset by hunger, he had begun hunting for food all over. On the way, he had encountered attacks from the corrupt path. They were all killed by him, but Wilder remembered Long Chen's words. Unless he was starving to the point that he was about to die, he couldn't eat humans. Later, he had found quite a few magical beasts to allay his hunger. Then, with Gu Ran's help, he had found Li Qi and Song Minjuan. They had traveled together for a while. Once Gu Ran had brought them together, he had left to travel on his own. But then Li Qi and Song Minjuan had also left. After that, Wilda had settled down here. Since ordinary 7th-rank magical beasts could be killed with a single smash of his club, living here meant there would be plenty of tasty food for him. Don't you know how to use a spatial ring? Why didn't you store any food? Asked Long Chen. But then seeing Wilda's upset expression, he immediately shut his mouth. This fellow had definitely forgotten that spatial rings could store things. Long Chen thought to himself that the fact that Wilda could live to this day really was a miracle. He gave Wilda a spatial ring with huge space inside it. It was dozens of miles wide and should be enough to store quite a few magical beasts. The regretful thing was that Wilda had smashed the blood python expert with so much power that other than that whip, everything else on him had been destroyed. Furthermore, when Long Chen had used the flame prison deathblow, the world's energy had been very berserk, turning the full moon expert to dregs. His spatial ring had also been destroyed. Let's go hunting. Long Chen brought Wilda away. He summoned Little Snow and went deeper into the forest. On the way, he gave Little Snow a heavenly Tao fruit. Little Snow, you should eat this fruit. Little Snow shook his head, refusing to eat it. Haha, you're overthinking it. This is the heavenly Tao fruit from that fellow that bullied you. They injured you, so you can eat this to vent your resentment, persuaded Long Chen. Little Snow was saying that eating it was just a waste. In truth, he only had 2 rank 3 heavenly Tao fruits that had come from innate celestials, but he wanted to see if they could have a special effect on Little Snow. Although it was precious, although his hope was extremely remote, he still wanted to test it. A complicated expression appeared on Little Snow's face, but in the end, he wasn't able to change Long Chen's mind. He consumed the heavenly Tao fruit. Regretfully, it still had no effect. Long Chen laughed and comforted little Snow, saying that he had vented his anger teasing him. But in truth, his heart was heavy. Despite that, he continued teasing little Snow, trying to make him happier. Right now, little Snow had just recovered and couldn't fight, but he could help them track some magical beasts. 10 days later, with little Snow's assistance, Long Chen and Wilda had killed dozens of 7th-rank magical beasts. Of course, only 5 of them remained in Wilda's spatial ring. The rest had all been eaten by him. There was no way around that. Wilda told Long Chen that the giant form he had summoned was called the Barbarian Blood Bronze Body. It exhausted his blood chi, so after using it, he would be indescribably hungry, as if he was about to die. He only made up for that blood chi once he consumed dozens of magical beasts. After making up for the loss, they continued hunting. The recovered Wilda was incomparably terrifying. Ordinary 7th-rank magical beasts were killed without being able to resist. Once the two of them had encountered a silver-armored lion eagle. It was an extremely powerful magical beast, with silver scales and wings, giving it both great defense and speed. It was practically an equal match for Meng Qi's red-eye sacred blood phoenix. But Wilda had smashed it with a single club, making it dizzy. Then Long Chen had taken the advantage to directly cut off its head with a single slash of flying rainbow. Long Chen was truly amazed by Wilda's power. He was the embodiment of the expression, "Only people that know how to eat have energy." Furthermore, he found that Wilda's luck was truly excellent. That random bone club he had found was definitely a treasure. The Eastern Wasteland Bell said that it was the leg bone of an elephant. Its original owner should have been a king-level magical beast. This bone possessed its natural runes, which made it one of the most primitive king items. Once there were close to 50 magical beasts in Wilda's storage ring, Long Chen stopped hunting with him. He had Wilda continue hunting with little Snow to keep up with his energy consumption. As for him, he found a quiet mountain cave and took out his pill furnace, as well as the newly obtained 7-stamen sea heart fruit. It's time to refine the sea-merging pill and increase my power, laughed Long Chen, a trace of excitement in his voice. Chapter 846, 12th Heaven Stage of Xuanhuan. A muffled bang came from Long Chen's pill furnace. A helpless expression appeared on his face. It's been so long since I did any alchemy, I feel out of practice. He looked at the pile of pill dregs in his pill furnace. Not even a single pill had formed. The 7-stamen sea heart fruit was a 7th-tier medicinal ingredient, while the sea-merging pill was a 7th-tier pill. And even amongst 7th-tier pills, it would be one of the most difficult to refine. For most alchemists, their cultivation bases would have to reach sea expansion or above just to refine a 6th-tier pill. Last time in the Pill Towers competition, he had refined the overflowing sea expanding pill. Although it was a 6th-tier pill, it was something used by sea expansion experts. Because the requirements and difficulty in refining it were too low, it could not be counted as a 7th-tier pill. A medicinal pill's tier normally corresponded with a cultivator's cultivation base. 1st-tier chi condensation, 2nd-tier blood condensation, 3rd-tier tendon transformation, 4th-tier bone forging, 5th-tier meridian opening, 6th-tier Xuanhuan, 7th-tier sea expansion. But there were also some special existences amongst medicinal pills. A prime example was the overflowing sea expanding pill. The overflowing sea expanding pill was one of the common medicinal pills for sea expansion experts. Its price was relatively low. Other than the overflowing sea expanding pill, there were also quite a few other popular medicinal pills with better medicinal effects, but their price was also multiple times higher. The sea expansion realm was also a money-burning realm just like bone forging. Borrowing the energy within medicinal pills, it was possible to expand the chi sea even further. The better the medicinal pill, the greater the medicinal energy. As for the sea-merging pill Long Chen was attempting to refine, it was a priceless treasure that sea expansion experts would long for even in their dreams. But in the outside world, he hadn't heard of the sea-merging pill. It seemed that the world no longer possessed this medicinal pill, or perhaps the 7-stamen sea heart fruit was already extinct, so the medicinal pill had also disappeared. After failing a furnace of pills, Long Chen smiled slightly. He wouldn't get discouraged by something so reasonable. If the outside world learned that he dared to refine 7th-tier medicinal pills with his Xuanhuan cultivation base, it would definitely frighten many old alchemists to death. Even alchemists whose cultivation bases had reached sea expansion wouldn't necessarily be able to refine a 7th-tier medicinal pill. And even if they could, it would be the comparatively lower-level ones, not ones like the sea-merging pill. Those that could refine that level of pill would be grandmaster alchemists. Long Chen rested for 2 hours before attempting it a second time. In any case, he had a large pile of medicinal ingredients, and he didn't feel any pressure about failing. In the end, he failed 7 times before succeeding, allowing him to sigh with relief. In truth, this failure rate was a large blow to him. He was someone who had received the inheritance of a pill god. Failing 7 times in a row was too embarrassing. Of course, if people knew that he had refined the sea-merging pill with his Xuanhuan cultivation base, it would definitely shake the entire alchemy world. There were 3 questions they would ask. Where did he get that much spiritual yuan? Where did he get that much soul energy? And where did he get such a powerful pill flame? Long Chen didn't just have all 3 of those requirements, but he also had his pill god memories with profound alchemy experience. It would have been strange if he couldn't refine it. In the alchemy world, ordinary alchemists could only refine pills 1 tier below their cultivation base. If they could refine pills on the same tier as their cultivation base, they would be a genius. As for someone who could refine a pill with a higher tier than their cultivation base, there was one word for that: nonsense. No one would believe such a thing. 3 one-ring pills and the rest are middle grade. They're pretty much useless. Long Chen threw away the middle grade ones, leaving behind only the 3 one-ring sea-merging pills. He directly swallowed one of them. While swallowing it, he bound it with his spiritual yuan, not letting it immediately dissolve. That was a 7th-tier medicinal pill, one that was used to forcibly increase the size of the Qi Si once it had already reached its limit. The amount of energy within it was immense. If a Xuanhuan expert ate it, it would be suicide. Once the pill dissolved, the terrifying medicinal energy would directly cause their Qi Si to explode. If they were fortunate, they would just immediately die instead of being half dead from their destroyed Qi Si. Even Long Chen wouldn't dare to just directly allow it to dissolve in his body. He wasn't using it to expand his Qi Si, but to transform it into spiritual yuan to increase his cultivation base. There were 7 flower marks on the sea-merging pill, the same marks that were originally on the 7-stamen sea heart fruit. That was where the fruit's essence was condensed. Long Chen tested absorbing the medicinal energy bit by bit, but its medicinal energy was too powerful, and it was like gunpowder to him. As soon as he started refining it, its medicinal energy surged through his meridians. His meridians swelled as if a river was pouring into a canal. But Long Chen was relieved to see that his meridians were fine. It seemed he had been worried for nothing. But there was no way around that. His luck really was just so bad that he had no choice but to carefully advance. After bearing the first wave of medicinal energy, Long Chen was confident. He continued to release the medicinal energy. The energy was like a surging sea crashing through his body. This energy, which should have been used to push the limits of the Qi Si, had now been used to increase his cultivation base. That was an exceedingly brazen method, but its effect was remarkable. Long Chen could feel his cultivation base rapidly advancing. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Wilda and Little Snow were roving around every day, and the surrounding magical beasts had all been consumed by them. Wilda was currently hesitating over whether he should go further. Boom! Suddenly, the mountain Long Chen was in exploded, and a powerful aura surged into the sky. Long Chen was surrounded by runes as he floated in the air, his eyes shining with a divine light. Ha ha ha, the sea-merging pill really is too powerful. Just 2 pills had allowed him to reach the 12th heaven stage. He was just 1 step from the sea expansion realm. His laughter echoed throughout the land, filled with delight. The sea-merging pill had an even greater effect than he had imagined. He had reached the peak of the Xuanhuan realm now. It had been 3 months since he had entered the immemorial path, and there were still 3 months until the spiritual Qi eruption in the immemorial path would occur. That was the best time to advance to sea expansion. But suddenly Long Chen thought of a problem. The sea expansion realm referred to expanding the Qi Si, but he didn't even have a Danshan. Where was his Qi Si? He then suddenly laughed. He really had begun getting afraid over nothing. When had the 9-star Hegemon body art ever disappointed him? Brother Long, you've advanced to sea expansion. Wilda ran over excitedly. The fact that Wilda even knew about sea expansion could count as amazing. Little Snow also ran over, intimately rubbing his head against Long Chen. Long Chen lightly rubbed his head and laughed. How could that be possible? I'm just at the peak of Xuanhuan right now. Long Chen had advanced 2 levels since fighting Lang Yuan. His spiritual yuan was much more robust, and his body had been greatly strengthened. His combat power had definitely increased immensely. He had an urge to find some true experts to fight. In fact, he even formed the slightest urge to go find Leng Yuan to have a fight, so that they could see just who was stronger in the Xiantian realm. But then thinking about how Leng Yuan had her spirit blood and could summon that terrifying figure, he became a bit less confident. Then thinking of her practically perfect face, he was speechless. That beautiful, crazy woman said that she would kill him the next time they met. If he wasn't strong enough, he would be cut down. He checked the primal chaos space. When he saw that the huge block of phoenix blood black gold had shrunk a great deal, he jumped in fright. He also saw that Bloodrinker was still stuck in the ore, motionless, but the runes on it had begun to automatically circulate. A terrifying aura was rising. Although it wasn't moving, the space around it was twisting. Even from a distance, it was possible to sense a great pressure. What a terrifying aura. Just this aura is enough to make others piss themselves. Good, good. When the time comes, just how badass will it be to roam around the land with this saber on my shoulder? Seeing Bloodrinker's amazing power, Long Chen was incomparably excited. Once Bloodrinker awakened, it would definitely be unimaginably powerful. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his excitement. With supreme willpower, he pulled his divine sense out of the primal chaos space. He had almost gotten completely engrossed with just staring at Bloodrinker. Right now, Bloodrinker was at a critical juncture. Long Chen swore that he definitely wouldn't disturb it until it awoke on its own. Wild a little snow, did you encounter any powerful fellows outside? I want to test my new power on some powerful magical beasts, said Long Chen. His hands were itching for a fight. Little Snow immediately roared, saying that he knew a place that should have a powerful existence. Long Chen and Wilder were delighted, and they immediately set off, with Little Snow leading the way. On the way, Long Chen examined Wilder's body and found that almost all his cells had awoken. There were less than 3% still slumbering. He was delighted to see that. Once all of his cells revitalized, Wilder's power would leap to an even more terrifying level. In fact, he might even be able to fight using the barbarian blood bronze body for an extended period. Thinking of that, Long Chen felt some apprehensiveness. Wilder's power was truly too terrifying. That power practically couldn't be described with words. It wasn't based on magical arts, nor wasn't based on a cultivation base. It was just brute force. But that brute force was so powerful that it was chilling. However, Long Chen also thought of another problem. His power might increase, but once all his cells were fully activated, it meant that all his cells would need food. Thinking of that, his scalp turned numb. They were still advancing when a furious roar suddenly shook the sky. Everything within thousands of miles was trembling. Long Chen hastily raised his head in horror. Little Snow, you're trying to get me killed. Chapter 847 8th Rank Magical Beast, Earth Dragon. Long Chen saw a distant mountain, his heart pounded. That was a huge 3-mile-long earth dragon. This so-called earth dragon was actually just a large lizard. It had 2 horns on its head, making it appear sinister and terrifying. It also had a pair of wings, but it wasn't able to fly. It was covered in golden scales from top to bottom and currently lying at the peak of a mountain. Seeing Long Chen and the others arrive, it let out a thunderous roar. That's clearly an 8th rank magical beast, Long Chen gulped. Little Snow let out a quiet growl. Long Chen was speechless. Even if I've advanced, I'm not a match for an 8th rank magical beast. Are you joking? Little Snow actually thought that he could handle an 8th rank magical beast now that he had advanced. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little Snow really had overestimated him. It wasn't as if he had advanced to see expansion. How could he dare to challenge an 8th rank magical beast? That was equivalent to a human foundation forging expert. Furthermore, seeing its immense territory, it was obvious that it was the ruler of this place. No other magical beasts dared to provoke it. Most importantly, anything in this world that was remotely related to a dragon wasn't something you should provoke. This earth dragon was a fire attribute magical beast, and the earth dragon Golden Blaze, first on the beast flame rankings, came from it. In the outside world, the earth dragons no longer possessed very pure bloodlines, and with such impure bloodlines, their limit was the 6th rank. But this one was a truly powerful existence that had reached the 8th rank. Brother Long, let's try it, its flesh will definitely be, Wilder's stomach grumbled. He gulped down his saliva, a hopeful light in his eyes. Although I feel like it's very foolish, I still want to try it. I really am becoming more and more stupid, sighed Long Chen. The earth dragon had something that he needed. That was its needn't. Just the beast flame seed extracted from a 6th-rank earth dragon would be ranked first on the beast flame rankings. So it was obvious just how much energy had to be in this earth dragon's needn't. Within Long Chen's body, Huo Long was starting to become agitated. Even at this distance, it was able to sense the earth dragon's flame energy. It was urging Long Chen to summon his courage. Long Chen put away Little Snow immediately to avoid him being one-shotted. He didn't have the slightest assurance in fighting against an 8th-rank magical beast. But there was one thing that gave him confidence. If they really were unable to defeat it, he could always bring out the dragon scale. Any magical beast with comparatively greater intelligence would be affected by the dragon might, especially this kind of magical beast that was related to dragons. While this fellow is extremely powerful, the chances of us winning are very low. The plan is for me to attack first while you preserve your power. When the time comes, I'll send you a message. Then you'll immediately activate your barbarian blood bronze body and hit it with your strongest attack. Whether or not we can win is up to you, understood, said Long Chen. Wilda nervously nodded. Long Chen knew that if Wilda even understood 50% of his meaning, it would be not bad. He just told him to not move and wait for him to create an opportunity. Once he was sure Wilda understood and was just about to move out, the Eastern Wasteland bell suddenly rang out in Long Chen's head. Are you really going to attack it? Your chances of winning aren't high. In fact, you'll likely end up being killed. You're looking down on an 8th-rank magical beast's power. I really can't understand you. You don't understand what Leng Yuan is thinking, but now I find I also can't understand what you're thinking. If you're so unlucky all the time, why don't you be more well-behaved? With bad luck the danger factor is much higher, so the chance of succeeding is lower. That is correct. But you don't know how I passed the last few years. Everything I have, I gained through risking my life. If I didn't dare to do something because of danger, I wouldn't have been able to obtain more opportunities, and I would have been surpassed by others. My experience over these years tells me that it is the people who fear death the most that have the earliest and most miserable deaths. Furthermore, my experience also tells me that the greater the danger, the greater the profit. I don't know if this theory of mine suits others, but I feel like it works for me, said Long Chen. This was his precious experience that he had gained through risking his life over and over. The Eastern Wasteland bell descended into silence. Everything about Long Chen was so strange, making it so he couldn't understand him. If Long Chen was truly its heir, then the world's karmic luck should have gathered all over him. But then how was he so unlucky? Long Chen had just moved when a roar rang out. This time, it wasn't just a warning. It also contained a trace of anger. The fact that Long Chen was encroaching upon its territory had angered the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon was a king amongst magical beasts, and as a flame attribute beast, it was easily angered. It had been many years since any magical beast had tried approaching it. The surrounding magical beasts were just its prey. Long Chen ignored its warning and continued forward. The Earth Dragon's territory was huge. It was several thousand miles, and on this land there wasn't a single blade of grass growing. It was just barren rock. When Long Chen had traveled hundreds of miles into its territory, the Earth Dragon finally couldn't endure any longer. It didn't move, but it opened its mouth. Golden flames rushed toward Long Chen. Long Chen didn't even have a chance to react before they instantly devoured him. The golden flames melted the rocks around him. A burnt smell filled the twisting air. Damn, this is thousands of times stronger than the Earth Dragon golden blaze that Hua Wufeng controlled, exclaimed Long Chen. Just this one spurt of breath is enough to kill any number of rank 2 celestials struck by it. If I could subdue it, then I would be able to roam around the immemorial path unchallenged. Regretfully, there's no way to subdue it with brute force, and even if I could capture it, there's no hope of successfully placing a slave mark on it with my current spiritual strength. The only chance there would be any hope of subduing it was if he used the dragon scales might, but he definitely couldn't do that again. If he exhausted too much of the essence blood in the dragon scale, he wouldn't be able to cultivate the dragon blood body tempering art. If that happened, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Furthermore, even if the Earth Dragon couldn't resist the dragon might, couldn't it run? He wouldn't be able to stop it, and then he would have lost everything. Long Chen was surrounded by blue flames. Those raging golden flames were unable to do anything to him. In fact, they were absorbed by the blue flames. His arm shook as Huo Long almost charged out of its own accord. Long Chen hastily suppressed it. Now wasn't the time to release it. Taking advantage of when it was breathing fire, Long Chen closed the distance. With the earth flame protecting him, he didn't fear any of this fire. When Long Chen was just a few dozen miles away, the earth dragon suddenly moved. It stood up and revealed its mountain-sized wings, rushing at Long Chen. Although it wasn't able to fly, its speed was incredible. A huge claw came whistling toward him. Split the heavens. With the broadsword, Split the Heavens was much stronger now. Long Chen's sword chi slashed onto its claw. Long Chen felt like his sword chi had slashed into an immovable mountain. A huge backlash sent him flying. He tumbled back, only crawling up dozens of miles away. When he crawled up, he suddenly realized that his attack hadn't even managed to slow the earth dragon down. It was still charging at him. One of its huge wings smashed down on him. That wing had bone thorns growing on it that whistled through the air. Long Chen's scalp turned numb. It was no wonder the Eastern Wasteland Belle had said he was courting death. An 8th-rank magical beast's power wasn't something he could imagine. Divine Ring. 4-star battle armor. With a furious roar, Long Chen explosively released all his power. A huge ray of sword chi soared into the sky. Split the heavens too. Boom, Long Chen's arms both broke. He vomited blood as he once more flew back. On the way, a mountain he crashed into crumbled to bits. Fuck, how is it so powerful? Although Long Chen had thought that he had already overestimated an 8th-rank magical beast's power before fighting, he realized he had actually still underestimated it. He had advanced to the 12th heaven stage of Xuanhuan, but he was still unable to receive even a single attack from the earth dragon with his strongest move. Suddenly it flapped its wings, releasing a powerful gust that sent him flying. It opened its mouth, and a sea of raging flames spurted toward him. This was not the same breath as last time. Within this sea of flames were countless flame runes. The ground instantly melted. In front of this terrifying heat, the liquefied ground began to vaporize. This was Long Chen's first time seeing such a terrifying beast flame. Fortunately, the earth flame restricted the beast flame. No matter how the flames tried to attack him, Huo Long absorbed them easily. Those flame runes were especially nourishing for it. Now it's troublesome. I can't get close to it, let alone lock it down. None of my strategies will work anymore. But while it's breathing fire, there should be an opportunity. Long Chen suddenly took out a giant pill with the same size as a baby's fist. It was pitch black and had 9 pill rings on it. It was the most difficult medicinal pill he had ever refined. In truth, this was a poison pill he had refined back when he had refined the sea-merging pill. It was something that contained all the poison of the hidden ground gold Spider King. Back then, he had felt that it might be able to help in a crisis. Now he brought it out. Wrapping it with the earth flame's power, he sent it flying into the earth dragon's mouth. To be clear, the dragon here does not refer to a real dragon. It is the same as when Huo Long and Lei Long fly out. They aren't true dragons. You should just treat that as a descriptor of shape. Chapter 848, The Earth Dragon's Power. Because the earth dragon was currently breathing fire, it didn't realize that Long Chen's gift had already reached it. Its attack lasted for 3 breaths, and the entire world around them had been incinerated. Steam streamed out of the vaporized ground. Time to take your medicine. Just like a human, after breathing out, the earth dragon took a deep breath in. As a result, that black medicinal pill was directly swallowed. In comparison to the earth dragon's mouth, the giant pill was like a speck of dust. But as soon as the giant pill entered its throat, it transformed into black liquid that rapidly spread throughout its flesh. The earth dragon immediately sensed something was off. It opened its mouth, just about to spit out the black medicinal liquid. Split the heavens too. Just at this moment, Long Chen's full-strength attack viciously slashed onto its head. The earth dragon was struck with its defense down, and it smashed into the ground. After that attack, Long Chen was finally horrified. That was his full-strength attack, but it only managed to break a portion of its scales around the slash. It was unable to cause any fatal damage. In fact, it wasn't even able to cause a flesh wound. That kind of defense was too terrifying. However, he had achieved his goal with this attack. As long as the poison circulated throughout the earth dragon's body, he trusted that even if the poison couldn't kill it, it would greatly reduce its battle prowess. That was the hidden ground gold Spider King's poison. It was extremely potent, to the point that the Spider King's poison sac had 3 layers of protection around it. Once its poison was released, even the Spider King would be poisoned to death. Thus, it could be seen just how strong that poison was. After releasing this attack, Long Chen immediately flew into the air. He didn't need to do anything now. He just needed to wait for the poison to spread. The earth dragon shook its head repeatedly, roaring furiously. It was breathing fire trying to expel the poison. Regretfully, its flame energy came from its needle, not its stomach. It was unable to stop the poison from spreading. Seeing this scene, Long Chen was relieved. Like this, even though he had lost a trump card, he would at least not have to use the dragon scale. Even if he couldn't kill it, he would be able to leave safely. What? Up in the air, Long Chen suddenly saw another huge figure at the edge of his sight. He dropped from the sky and almost called out to Wilda to run. That was because he saw that at the Earth Dragon's original location, another Earth Dragon was lying on the ground. It was slightly smaller than the one he was fighting against, but still enormous. "Don't worry about that one. It's dead," said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Dead? Long Chen sighed with relief. His cold sweat had drenched his back. If he had to face two Earth Dragons, then there wasn't the slightest chance of winning. From up in the sky, he had also gotten a better view. He saw that there was also a cave where the Earth Dragon had been. It was unknown what was inside. "Little fellow, you really are sinister enough. That poison pill of yours won't be able to kill the Earth Dragon, but it will weaken its power by around 70%, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. It hadn't expected Long Chen would have such a method. "Sinister enough. Hee, I'll take that as praise. And 70%. Hee, that's even more effective than I had expected," said Long Chen, delighted. The Earth Dragon suddenly roared. The poison was spreading throughout its body and it couldn't stop it. In its fury, it opened its mouth, and a golden light shot toward Long Chen. "Careful," shouted the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Long Chen jumped in terror, not expecting the Earth Dragon to have such a terrifying attack. That wasn't its fire breath, but a kind of divine ability. The instant Long Chen sensed that feeling of crisis, he instinctively used the lightning body blink to dodge to the side. The ray of golden light just narrowly missed his body. But although it didn't strike him head-on, just the shockwaves from it made him feel like a hammer had smashed into his body. His clothes were blown apart and he wildly vomited blood. His body almost collapsed. Long Chen was horrified. He hastily dodged and put on a new set of robes. He flashed through the air, not letting the Earth Dragon land a second shot against him. That is one of the Earth Dragon's core abilities. Even a foundation forging cultivator would be killed if they were struck, explained the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Long Chen felt a burst of terror. That attack had been too powerful, and there hadn't even been any sign of it coming. "Not good. That kind of attack will exhaust its core energy. That's what Huo Long needs," said Long Chen. The Eastern Wasteland Belle was speechless. Long Chen kept saying that Leng Yuan was crazy, but wasn't he even crazier? The best time to kill the Earth Dragon was the moment it had exhausted all its core energy. But Long Chen actually cared about the energy in its needle. He was the true madman. Long Chen continued to weave through the air, not letting the Earth Dragon lock onto him and release that attack again. That would save its core energy. Eventually, he got closer to the Earth Dragon, and it suddenly slammed one of its wings at him. Long Chen was delighted to see that its speed and power had clearly dropped. That should be the effect of the poison. He pushed the lightning body blink to its peak, deftly dodging its wings, claws, tail, and breath. Its body was huge, and with its power and speed drastically reduced, it wasn't nimble. It was unable to threaten Long Chen. Long Chen was like a fly buzzing around it. No matter how it attacked, it was unable to strike him. It roared in fury. Boom! Because of its fury, the Earth Dragon smashed both its wings down. As a result, dust blew into the air and it tottered a few steps. A good chance. Long Chen had been waiting for a long while now. His broadsword slashed down on its wing at precisely the moment it had lost balance. The Earth Dragon was too powerful, and with its defense, his saber didn't cause any damage to the wing. But the huge force made it lose its balance even more. It tumbled, rolling on the ground. When it rose from the ground, it was a bit dizzy. One reason was due to the tumbling, while the other was due to the poison. Its reflexes were slowed a great deal. Raging Flame Prison. Countless flame runes rapidly formed a prison around the Earth Dragon. In its muddled state, it was easily caught. Seeing that, Long Chen was delighted. After this much planning, he had finally created an opportunity. It had to be known that with his current power, trying to trap an 8th-rank magical beast like the Earth Dragon was practically impossible. While the magical art was forming, he needed the Earth Dragon to not move. Otherwise, if it struggled just as it was forming, in its weakest state, the flame prison would be brittle and easily broken by this powerful magical beast. So in order to use the magical art, he had to first keep the Earth Dragon still for a moment. Originally, He had thought if he landed split the heavens on its head, there would have been a good chance of making it dizzy for half a breath while he used the raging flame prison. But the Earth Dragon's power had far exceeded his expectations. It was a good thing that he had the poison pill to weaken it, allowing him to grasp this opportunity. The flame prison had just appeared when chanting filled the air. Boundless flame energy surged into the flame prison. The Earth Dragon crazily struggled, while Long Chen circulated the raging flame prison with his full power. However, the Earth Dragon was too large and powerful. It was like a bird cage made out of threads of gold was trapping a rooster. The flame prison seemed flimsy in front of the Earth Dragon, and it was constantly rocking. It was even a bit comical. But Long Chen didn't feel like it was comical in the slightest. His heart had risen into his throat. It really looked like the flame prison would break at any moment. Wilda quickly hit its head, shouted Long Chen. With the Nirvana scripture, he was pouring his energy into the flame prison. He could only just barely keep it contained. Wilda, who had long since been prepared, hastily rushed out. His legs stamped on the ground and he shot into the air. His figure suddenly grew explosively, turning him into a giant 30 meters tall. Although it was his second time seeing it, Long Chen was still awed. Wilda smashed his bone club down on the Earth Dragon's head. Boom, heaven and earth trembled. Blood splashed and the Earth Dragon crashed through the flame prison, flying into the distance. What? It's still not dead? Long Chen was shocked. Half of its head was now caved in because of Wilda's attack. But then he suddenly realized that the Earth Dragon didn't have a crystal core. All of its energy was located in its needle. Xuanhuan, it's up to you now. Long Chen waved his hand. The flame tattoo on his arm lit up, and a blue ray of light shot toward the heavily injured Earth Dragon. Chapter 849, The Greatest Treasure. Xuanhuan's 3,000-meter body charged toward the Earth Dragon. Its size was already very large, but compared to the Earth Dragon, Xuanhuan seemed like a malnourished child attacking a large man. At the same time as Xuanhuan flew out, Lei Long followed. That was Long Chen's order. It had flown out on its own to help Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan and Lei Long immediately coiled around the Earth Dragon's neck. Their runes circulated, tightly clenching, attempting to strangle it. Long Chen knew that even the double dragon destruction wouldn't necessarily be able to cause any effective injuries to the Earth Dragon, so he had them fight while preserving their energy in search of an opportunity. Only now did Long Chen realize how foolish he had been to challenge an 8th-rank magical beast, and one that was a ruler amongst 8th-rank magical beasts at that. They fundamentally weren't existences he could challenge. The Earth Dragon roared furiously, trying to shake them off. Its throat was the thinnest part of its body, and it was the only place the two of them were able to wrap around and threaten it with. The Earth Dragon's runes suddenly lit up, and a terrifying pressure descended. Seeing that the Earth Dragon was just about to throw off its restrictions, Long Chen jumped in fright. Wilda hit it again. Long Chen shouted upon seeing that Wilda was still in his giant form. As soon as Wilda had struck the first time, he had felt like his power was retreating. He had just been about to put away the barbarian blood bronze body, but hearing Long Chen's order, he hastily smashed his club down. Boom, the sound of bones breaking rang out. The Earth Dragon's head was now completely deformed, but it still didn't die. Suddenly, rumbling came from the Earth Dragon's body. Long Chen's expression immediately changed. It was about to rely on the energy within its needle to heal. Long Chen's face turned green. 8th-rank magical beasts were truly too terrifying. If he allowed it to heal, then in its berserk state, it was unknown whether even the dragon scale could stop it. The Earth Dragon had been blown into the distance by Wilda's attack. Suddenly, Long Chen's eyes brightened. He sent a message to Lei Long and Xuanhuan. Split the heavens too. Xuanhuan immediately let go of the Earth Dragon and dodged. Only Lei Long continued to tightly hold onto it. At this moment, Long Chen's attack landed. How vicious, muttered the Eastern Wasteland Belle. The Earth Dragon had yet to stabilize after being struck by Wilda. Now it was once more sent flying. As its stomach flipped into the air, it immediately struggled. As it struggled near its tail, a hole was revealed. That was the Earth Dragon's anus. Because it had used too much force, it had opened. At that moment, a blue fire dragon shrank down and squeezed through. The Earth Dragon let out a miserable roar that shook the 9 heavens. It immediately began to struggle on a new level. It crazily rolled back and forth, destroying the land. Its wings were like blades while its tail was like a whip, destroying everything around it. Long Chen was horrified. He hastily rushed over to Wilda's side. Seeing his weakened state, he pulled him away. Long Chen had only just left when Lei Long finally couldn't hold on any longer and was shattered. It transformed into lightning runes that returned to his arm. It clearly wasn't able to hold back the Earth Dragon once it began this crazy struggle. Long Chen flew into the distance. Wilda quickly took out a magical beast's corpse and began to devour it. He felt like he was about to starve to death. On the other hand, Long Chen was looking at the crazily struggling Earth Dragon in shock. This Earth Dragon was truly too terrifying. It had been consecutively heavily injured by Wilda but still possessed such power. Suddenly, a muffled bang came from within the Earth Dragon's body. It stiffened and then fell motionlessly to the ground. Long Chen finally sighed with relief. Only now did he sense that his back was covered in sweat. Feeling the wind blowing on him, he felt like he was about to collapse. Xuanhuan had managed to succeed. From an extremely crafty angle, it had broken through the Earth Dragon's practically flawless defense. It had managed to charge into its body and directly devour its Needin. With its Needin devoured, it was like a human whose heart had been crushed. It immediately lost the source of its power. Crap, crap, I need food. Wilda suddenly roared and charged towards the Earth Dragon, his eyes red. His hunger made him feel crazy. He grabbed its claw, but no matter how he pulled, the scales wouldn't come off. In his urgency, Wilda directly opened his mouth and bit down on the scales. Long Chen felt goosebumps. Those scales that even treasure items could barely harm were being devoured by Wilda. But the scales were also too hard, and Wilda's own mouth was bleeding. It seemed he didn't notice that as he continued crunching down on the scales along with some of the Earth Dragon's skin. Just like that, Wilda knelt down and viciously bit into the exposed skin. That incomparably tough skin was also torn off, and then seeing blood leaking out, Wilda opened his mouth and began to drink it. Fuck, you can't drink that, it's poisonous. Long Chen hastily shot forward about to pull him away, but Wilda was too fast. He had already eaten his way into the Earth Dragon's body. Half of his body was already inside its flesh, and Long Chen only managed to grab his leg. It seemed Wilda had lost all sense of reason. No matter how Long Chen pulled, he just continued to bite the flesh inside, refusing to leave. Long Chen found that funny as well as startling, but the hidden ground gold Spider King's poison was still present. Wilda would also be poisoned like this. Let him be. The barbarian race only eats flesh. Anything that has meat and blood can be eaten. They aren't affected by poison, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. What? Long Chen was startled. They were unaffected by poison. What kind of constitution was that terrifying? Just as he was dumbfounded, Wilda had already dug his way into the Earth Dragon's claw, leaving behind only a bloody hole to show where he had entered. The sound of him eating could be heard from inside. Perhaps what you said was right. Your opportunities all lie within danger, sighed the Eastern Wasteland Belle. That's just what I've learned through my experience. The heavens are often unfair to me, and sometimes it seems that they even want to kill me. I need to get stronger, so I have to risk my life to gain more chips. Fuck, just talking about that is infuriating. The heavens birth all things. I never asked to be born, but since they birth me, they can't always be trying to take my life. Fuck, once I'm stronger, I'll definitely overturn these idiot heavens. Long Chen clenched his teeth. This thinking of yours is extremely heretical, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. If you had my experiences, you'd be even more heretical. Long Chen shook his head. Only people who personally had to go through what had happened to him would understand his fury. Suddenly, a blue light flew out from around the Earth Dragon's tail. It transformed into a huge dragon that flew through the air. Long Chen was delighted. Xuanhuan's power had increased by quite a bit. Its size had increased by 50% now. That was an immense benefit. Xuanhuan excitedly flew through the air, expressing its pride and power. Long Chen smiled, allowing it to be excited for a bit. Xuanhuan and Lei Long were like children in terms of intelligence. Long Chen jumped onto the Earth Dragon's head. He slashed Flying Rainbow at a seam between bones, making sure it was completely dead so that it wouldn't suffer any longer. The Earth Dragon's life energy was shockingly powerful. Its head had been smashed, and its Needin had been devoured, but it had still been alive. But that kind of living was just torment. This blow of Long Chen's was his mercy. After resolving that, he almost habitually put the corpse away when he remembered Wilda was still in its claw. He swept out his divine sense and was speechless. In just a short time, Wilda had consumed all the flesh in the claw. That was an 8th rank magical beast's flesh. The amount of energy in it was terrifying to imagine, but Wilda had already eaten several tons without being satisfied. However, several tons of flesh was nothing when it came to the Earth Dragon's huge body. Go check the other Earth Dragon. That's where your greatest harvest is. According to your combat power, you should have definitely lost this battle and died. But you won, so your harvest is big enough to make others red-eyed, sighed the Eastern Wasteland Belle. The Eastern Wasteland Belle wasn't aware Long Chen had the dragon scale and could have escaped at any time, as the dragon scale had constantly been in the primal chaos space. Long Chen's eyes brightened. He rushed over to the peak of the mountain. He left this Earth Dragon for Wilda to eat. This second Earth Dragon was 2.5 miles long. That was a bit smaller than the first one, but still enormous. It was lying on the ground with no signs of life. It's dead, Long Chen found this strange. There weren't any injuries on its body or any signs of battle. It was like it was sleeping. Huo Long, in any case, it was a treasure. Once Huo Long devoured its need and its power would once more increase. He called out to it. But Huo Long didn't come out. It said that this Earth Dragon didn't have any energy in its needing. What, Senior, didn't you say that this was the greatest harvest? Asked Long Chen. Long Chen felt the Eastern Wasteland Belle in his spiritual space shake slightly. A ray of light suddenly appeared in the outside world and cut across the Earth Dragon's abdomen. Its powerful defenses that Long Chen hadn't been able to pierce were like paper in front of that light. A large gash appeared in the Earth Dragon's abdomen. Suddenly, 4 huge eggs rolled out. Long Chen's eyes almost popped out. Earth Dragon Eggs. Chapter 850 Blood, Incinerating Lion Flame. Yes, these are the Earth Dragon's eggs. Your luck was actually excellent this time. This was a pair of Earth Dragons and the mother dragon died. Fortunately, the eggs inside it have already fully formed. Even though the mother dragon died, the eggs still incubated, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Long Chen was delighted. This Earth Dragon was not the outside world's Earth Dragon, where they possessed impure bloodlines and could only grow to the 6th rank. But since these were the eggs of 8th rank Earth Dragons, they would also mature into 8th rank Earth Dragons. Most importantly, with a beast tamer like Meng Qi, they would get the best growing conditions to bring out all their potential. Haha, gold, I've really struck gold this time. Long Chen couldn't help but laugh. Meng Qi could have one and Tang Wan'er could have one. That was a must. As for that little fellow Gu Ran, this was definitely a divine item for showing off. If he didn't give one to him, he would call his boss petty. After all, he was the general of the Dragonblood Legion. Even if it was just for appearances, he had to have a powerful mount. As for the last one, Long Chen suddenly thought of Little Snow. Within the spiritual space, Little Snow let out a quiet growl. It actually understood Long Chen's intention and declined. Long Chen had been thinking of leaving one egg for Little Snow to eat. There might be a 1 in 10,000 chance it could help him break through. Long Chen wouldn't hesitate to pay any price for Little Snow to continue advancing. Fine, then I'll put them away first and we can talk about it later. Long Chen put away the 4 eggs as well as the corpse. Just as Long Chen was feeling completely satisfied, Huo Long suddenly sent him a message. There's something you need in the cave. Long Chen was startled. Although Huo Long's intelligence wasn't high, it was still able to communicate simple thoughts to him. Long Chen carefully examined his surroundings. The top of this mountain was flat and very large. There was an open space dozens of miles wide. In the center, there was a shaft that led straight down. That shaft was 100 meters wide. Originally, Long Chen had thought it would be the Earth Dragon's lair, but now that he thought about it, that didn't make sense. With the Earth Dragon's huge body, there was no way it would fit. With Huo Long's reminder, Long Chen became curious. His wings flapped and he slowly flew down. The shaft went straight down. Everything was extremely stable. Even after the terrifying battle outside, this mountain still hadn't collapsed. Long Chen descended several miles. He hadn't just reached the heart of the mountain, but he had even descended underground. However, he still wasn't at the end. As he fell down, he realized what it was that Huo Long wanted. As he went deeper, a fierce heat came closer. Suddenly, a wave of heat erupted from underground. This shaft was like a chimney, allowing the fire to explode from below. Long Chen hastily circulated his flame energy, protecting him. At the same time, he stabbed his broadsword into the wall, using it to stay stable. No wonder the 2 Earth Dragons would make this place their home. As flame attribute magical beasts, they were absorbing this flame energy to cultivate. Once he was over 10 miles underground, the space suddenly widened. Looking around, Long Chen was dumbfounded. This place was actually a huge lava pool hundreds of miles wide. With each wild surge of the lava, powerful heat waves that could roast an ordinary celestial would blast out. Suddenly, the lava erupted. A wave of it crashed toward Long Chen. He snorted and slashed his broadsword, breaking the wave. After he broke the wave, a roar rang out. A huge figure flew out of the lava. It was a lion formed out of flames. When it appeared, the heat coming off of it immediately turned this underground world indistinct. That heat caused space to twist chaotically. An earth flame, Long Chen let out a startled cry. In this world, only earth flames possess such terrifying flame energy. It was practically powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth, incinerating anything that it touched. Furthermore, this earth flame was extremely condensed, to an even greater degree than Xuanhuan. The flame lion let out a furious roar and charged at Long Chen. At the same time, a roar came from Xuanhuan. Its huge body shot over and enveloped the flame lion. What startled Long Chen was that Xuanhuan was immediately broken apart with a single blow from the flame lion. How powerful! Xuanhuan isn't its match. However, an earth flame did not possess a body of flesh and blood. When its body was broken, it transformed into runes that once more condensed into a flame dragon, continuing to attack the flame lion. But Xuanhuan's huge body was as weak as paper in front of the flame lion. It wasn't able to receive a single blow. "Senior, can you help me suppress that earth flame?" asked Long Chen to the eastern wasteland bell. This earth flame beast was too powerful. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Xuanhuan couldn't hold on any longer. And without Xuanhuan's protection, Long Chen wouldn't stand a chance against this flame lion. "That is simple for me, but I must warn you. If I do that, it will cancel out the karma of me taking your reward from the trial. Other than that, for freeing me, I can help you out once in a life and death situation. But once I do, the karma between us will be over. I can't randomly help you. We are on completely different levels. You understand?" said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen smiled. "Don't worry, Senior, I'm not such a greedy person, nor will I depend on others." The main problem was just that the flame lion was too powerful. Xuanhuan was unable to even trap it. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need to ask the Eastern Wasteland Bell. As long as Xuanhuan could have trapped it for a single moment, he could have pulled it into the primal chaos space. Long Chen trusted that the primal chaos bead was definitely capable of subduing it. There are many kinds of earth flames. Your earth flame is called the blue underground flame. In truth, its ranking isn't very high. It isn't even in the top 100. The blood-incinerating lion flame in front of you is much better. It's ranked 96th. My advice would be for you to subdue the blood-incinerating lion flame and then feed your current earth flame to it. That would get you the most benefits. Long Chen shook his head. "Just like Little Snow, I don't think of Xuanhuan as a helper or a weapon but a companion who fights alongside me. As long as it doesn't abandon me, I won't abandon it. You can consider that foolish, but I'm used to that foolishness. I can't change this fault of mine, so please go ahead." Long Chen understood what the Eastern Wasteland Bell was saying. The blue underground flame's innate ability wasn't very high. There was no value in raising it, so it was better to switch it with the blood-incinerating lion flame. However, what Long Chen was after wasn't to increase the profit as much as possible. He couldn't toss aside companionship for profit. Although he knew the Eastern Wasteland Bell's suggestion was the right one, because he was Long Chen, he couldn't do it. Seeing that, the Eastern Wasteland Bell didn't get angry. In fact, although he found such a thing very foolish, he also found it likable. It was its first time seeing such a person. A broken bell appeared in the air. Although the bell was incomplete, a majestic aura filled the air. A will that could subdue the world appeared. A single speck of rust fell from the Eastern Wasteland Bell's surface, revealing an immortal character. In that instant, Long Chen was shocked to find that the world seemed to suddenly become still. Time and space were frozen. Boom! A golden wave flew out of the bell, slamming into the flame lion. The flame lion instantly exploded, becoming runes. Those runes were then rapidly condensed into a ball by some inexplicable energy. Xuanhuan directly swallowed that ball and then returned to Long Chen's arm. The Eastern Wasteland Bell disappeared. Xuanhuan had also disappeared. Everything had disappeared. The world returned to normal as if everything that had just happened had just been an illusion. Long Chen shook his head, only now recovering from his shock. He finally understood just how terrifying the Eastern Wasteland Bell was. It was in a broken, half-dead state, but it was able to subdue this terrifying earth flame, seemingly without expending any effort. He gulped. This was a legendary divine item. It was truly powerful. If it was at its peak, wouldn't it be powerful enough to destroy the entire world? But such a terrifying existence had ended up in such a miserable situation. Just what secrets were hiding behind this? Long Chen couldn't ask, as even if he did, the eastern wasteland bell wouldn't answer. It has devoured the blood-incinerating lion flame and descended into slumber. It will take a while for it to absorb all that energy. After all, the blood-incinerating lion flame is many times stronger than it. On the other hand, if you had allowed the blood-incinerating lion flame to devour it, not only would its battle power have rapidly increased, but it would have been able to fight very quickly. Ah, old people really talk a lot. The eastern wasteland bell suddenly mocked itself. Many thanks for your good intentions, senior. I'm just too stupid and obstinate. I can only live like this for the rest of my life, laughed Long Chen, comforting the eastern wasteland bell. Although he hadn't listened to it, he still accepted its intentions. Fine, although I find this character of yours a bit inconceivable, it seems this kind of a character makes it easier for you to win other people's trust. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Let's go. This blood-incinerating lion flame was your greatest gain here, and once Xuanhuan awakens, you'll get a pleasant surprise, said the eastern wasteland bell. Long Chen nodded. He truly had gained a great deal. In fact, he even felt like his own luck wasn't that bad. The earth flame had released a wave of flame energy every now and then from here. His guess was that the mother dragon had been too weak while incubating eggs, but she had forcibly absorbed the flame energy to cultivate. After all, that flame energy only came every now and then, so it was very precious to the earth dragons. But in her weakened state, the encroachment of the flame energy must have disrupted her aura, shattering her Neden and causing her to die. Once he returned atop the mountain, Long Chen suddenly saw a group of people around the earth dragon's corpse. He frowned and quickly rushed over. Chapter 851, The Origin of the Ancient Races. Stop, this magical beast's corpse was found by our wind leopard race. If you're smart, you'll immediately scram, shouted someone upon seeing Long Chen come. These people were extremely tall, while their ears and noses were similar to a leopard. Long Chen actually did know about the wind leopard race. They had been at the same entrance as him. Ouyang Qiuyu had introduced them to him. Laughable, you found it, so it's yours. Then I say that the immemorial path was found by me. So according to you, the immemorial path is mine, sneered Long Chen. Just looking at their arrogant manner irritated him. These ancient races felt themselves to be above the human race. In truth, Long Chen also looked down on them, because they were actually the descendants of humans mating with beasts. They possessed the human race's blood, but they also possessed the blood of ancient beasts. The strength of their physical bodies was many times stronger than an ordinary human cultivator due to that influence, giving them a large advantage. There were some ancient beasts who possessed pure bloodlines. They were not called magical beasts. Instead, they called themselves Xuan beasts, and they were able to transform into a full human form. In ancient times, there had been a period of peace when human experts had intermarried with Xuan beasts, birthing children that had inherited a portion of both their strengths. Later, for some unknown reason, there had been an immense battle between the Xuan beasts and the human cultivators. Their relationships had also fractured. That caused an awkward consequence. The descendants of the two sides had ended up being abandoned. Neither side accepted them. Then, for some other unknown reason, the Xuan beasts had declined. Many of them had disappeared. As for the human race, they had also been greatly weakened. The ones possessing both their bloodlines ended up becoming the greatest force back then. They had called themselves the Ancient Races. It was said that they had led the Martial Heaven continent for quite a long time. Yang Qiuyu guessed that the only reason that had occurred was because an immense war had been fought between the humans and the Xuan beasts. Their inheritances were severed as their elites fell. As for the ancient races, they had become the greatest benefactors. Later, the human race had finally erupted after being suppressed by the ancient races for too long. An intense war was fought. During that prolonged war, the human race gave birth to several shocking experts, allowing them to suppress the ancient races. In the end, the ancient races had no choice but to compromise. The two sides formed an agreement, saying neither side would attack the other. As a result, the battle between the human race and the ancient races had only just ended when the human race's interior fragmented again. Back then, a portion of the human race had said that they should destroy the ancient races while they could. They wanted to pull them up by the roots and make them completely extinct. There was another portion who thought there was no need to slaughter them all. Even if they won and the ancient races were exterminated, it would cost them dearly. And after all, they still possessed a blood connection. As a result, the disharmony in the human race grew more and more. In the end, weapons had been raised. They had met on the battlefield. One side felt that the other was being excessively merciful. They were leaving behind a disaster for their descendants that would sooner or later erupt. The other side felt that their opponents were too cruel. The ancient races weren't magical beasts. Even if they couldn't be treated as humans, they couldn't be treated as beasts. After all, the ancient races' numbers had been enormous back then, and their appearance was similar to humans. They had women and children. How could they bring down the butcher's knife on them? Why not give them a chance so that there could be peace? In their fury, the experts who had proposed slaughtering them directly left the human race's army and began a slaughter of the ancient races on their own. Their numbers were too low, and so they were unable to face the ancient race's army head-on. The only thing they could do was target their weaker members. Those weaker members were the ancient race's women and children. An enormous number of them were slaughtered by those human experts. They were extremely vicious, and any member of the ancient races would be slaughtered. They said that enemies were enemies, and they wouldn't give them time to grow. Their actions infuriated the ancient races and the human race. Both sides joined together to handle them. As a result, through numbers and power, those vicious human experts suffered defeat after defeat. Just as they were about to be exterminated, a heaven-shaking reversal occurred. Back then, the void had been ripped apart. A black figure had appeared in the sky and saved those people. Those people swore that they would make the foolish human race pay a price for their actions. As a result, they formed the corrupt path. As for the black figure that had saved them, it became their corrupt god. After a brief moment of peace, once the corrupt path had rested and restored their power, they began to launch attacks against the righteous path. The corrupt path had suddenly gained extremely terrifying cultivation techniques that increased their power through slaughter. Their cultivation speed was horrifyingly fast. The righteous path attacked back, but the corrupt path fought guerrilla warfare. After killing everyone in one place, they would disappear. The righteous path suddenly realized they weren't just killing people, they were also capturing children. Without even thinking about it, they knew they were raising them to be their new experts. At that time, the righteous path had realized that the situation wasn't good. Continuing like this wasn't a solution. They had to think of a way to stop the corrupt path, but the corrupt path was like the wind, and their lair was hidden. Due to this, the righteous path asked the ancient races for help. The ancient races had quite a few experts that had inherited divine abilities from the Xuanhuan beasts. They could assist the righteous path in finding the corrupt path's lair, and then they could work together to exterminate them. But what infuriated the righteous path was that the ancient races actually refused to help. Later, they realized the corrupt path was only targeting the righteous path. They didn't attack the ancient races. That enraged the righteous path mightily. When the corrupt path had slaughtered the ancient races, it was the righteous path that had saved them. But now that the corrupt path was targeting the righteous path, they actually chose to be spectators. The ancient races' conduct was infuriating, but after so much time, they had recovered a great deal of their power. The righteous path couldn't possibly wage a war against the ancient races while fighting the corrupt path. Quite a few of them wished they really had exterminated the ancient races, but they were helpless about it. The only thing that the righteous path could do was fiercely increase their own strength. The fortunate thing was that the righteous path had countless experts on their side. They established more sects and recruited more disciples, doing their best to raise them. It went without saying that the righteous path's numbers were many, many times that of the corrupt path. Now that the righteous path went all out against the corrupt path immediately suffered a grave blow. Their experts were cut down in droves, and they vanished without a trace. A few millennia after they vanished, the righteous experts thought that the corrupt path had already collapsed from the grave injury they had been dealt. As a result, they had once more begun their melodramatic storyline, internal strife. Thousands of sects began to get arrogant, refusing to submit to anyone. They crazily expanded their territory, snatching resources and fighting against other powers. Therefore, just as they were fighting amongst themselves, the corrupt path suddenly invaded again. Through thousands of years of recovery, the corrupt path had reached a terrifying level of power. With the righteous path in their chaotic state, they were dealt a miserable blow by the corrupt path. But in the end, the righteous path simply had too many experts. The corrupt path had killed so many of their number, snatching all their resources, but they weren't able to get a complete victory. The righteous path had finally awakened. They gathered their supreme powers, supervising them in battle and reconciling their differences. Any powers that refused to listen would be attacked by the rest of the righteous path. Although there were still many small struggles, the righteous path had calmed down. Once the conflict grew to a certain level, powerful and mysterious existences would come out to stop them, mediating the conflict. With the precedent of the ancient races, Pill Valley also took action. Originally, Pill Valley had been a power of the righteous path, but then they gradually became independent. To get the greatest profit, they would do business with any side, righteous or corrupt. When they announced their independence, it caused huge waves. Although countless righteous experts had protested, Pill Valley had still continued with it. At the same time, another sect suddenly also declared their independence, the Xuanhuan sect. They established the Xuanhuan auction houses under their banner. Because Pill Valley was too enormous and controlled the essential medicinal pills, the righteous path could only accept their independence despite their protests. If they had continued protesting, then Pill Valley would refuse to sell them medicinal pills. But the Xuanhuan sect was different. On the very day they declared their independence, they were beset by countless righteous experts. A bloody battle had erupted, and the Xuanhuan sect's core had been heavily damaged. The righteous path refused to allow Second Pill Valley to appear. But the Xuanhuan sect was tenacious. A few decades later, they once more appeared. As a result, they were once more destroyed. Then the cycle continued, but each time they reappeared, their power would be greater than before. On the 17th time that they appeared, a truly heaven-shaking battle had been fought. Countless experts had fallen, but this time, the Xuanhuan sect remained standing. The righteous path was finally afraid. The Xuanhuan sect had far too much money. Each time they were destroyed, they would spend an exorbitant amount of money to invite new experts. In fact, they even hired runaways and criminals to use suicidal attacks. It could be said that the Xuanhuan sect's foundation was built through money and lives. Later, the Xuanhuan sect gradually spread throughout every inch of the Martial Heaven continent. Any place that had alchemy guilds also had a Xuanhuan auction house. It was like the Xuanhuan sect was competing with Pill Valley. In the beginning, Pill Valley had disdained the Xuanhuan sect, but then it had developed at a shocking rate, making them speechless. When Pill Valley finally wanted to suppress the Xuanhuan sect, they found that the Xuanhuan sect was already everywhere. Most importantly, the Xuanhuan sect also accepted poor people, and so their religious beliefs were easier for people to accept. They believed in the wealth god. They had billions of believers because it was the Xuanhuan sect and their wealth god that had saved them from poverty. It was because of the Xuanhuan sect that those poor people had managed to step onto the path of cultivation. Their devotion was almost frightening. If they tried to suppress the Xuanhuan sect with brute force, they would immediately receive the unfearing attacks from the Xuanhuan sect's billions of disciples. Just thinking about that was intimidating. Therefore, the Xuanhuan sect had also formed. They, along with Pill Valley and the ancient races, were existences beyond the righteous and corrupt paths. But although the ancient races announced that they were neutral, they felt a profound hatred for the human race, especially the corrupt path. They still remembered when they ruled this world, but now they had to stand on the same level as the inferior human race. So they would often provoke the human race, as they always tolerated it. That made their arrogance greater and greater until they stopped giving a damn about the righteous path's people. "Long Chen, if you still don't scram, you'll never be able to scram in this life," said one of the Wind Leopard's experts, killing intent surging out of his eyes.